Chapter 1473. Fang Yuan stared at Shui-Er with a condescending gaze. Shui-Er was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. Her supple skin and full breasts would cause most men to stare fixedly at them. She was indeed the #1 beauty of the Snowman tribe. But Fang Yuan was unmoved by her beauty. Not only was he unmoved, he even said, "Is this the sincerity of your Snowman tribe?" Shui-Er could not understand Fang Yuan's meaning. She quickly said, "Lord Fang Yuan, please explain. You want to marry me with such meager gifts? Your tribe is too optimistic to be able to get the help of a rank 8 so easily. This is like a pie falling from the sky." Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Shui-Er was stunned. Fang Yuan was so direct and honest. She could not accept it. After that, a strand of embarrassment and resentment surged into her heart. She was the outstanding talent of the Snowman tribe, the publicly recognized #1 beauty. She brought such a huge gift and took the initiative to marry him. It was no different from offering herself to him. She was acting submissive. But to think that Fang Yuan was so arrogant, he did not care about her at all. He was greedy and felt that the Snowman gift was too meager. It could not show the sincerity of the Snowman tribe. How was it meager? The gifts were truly precious. They were all carefully selected from the Snowman tribe's treasury and given to Fang Yuan. Originally, Shui-Er had a good impression of Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was extremely talented. He had rank 8 battle strength. It was an achievement that ordinary people could not achieve. But now her impression of Fang Yuan had plummeted to the bottom. If it was the past, Shui-Er would have left long ago. But now she was not alone. She was shouldering the responsibility of the tribe's development. Shui-Er breathed in deeply. She asked, "Lord Fang Yuan, since you have already accepted 2 gifts, you should have high hopes for our marriage. If you are not satisfied with the gifts, you can ask for anything. I will bring the news back and let the elders in the clan discuss it." Fang Yuan had already prepared the list. He immediately took out an information path mortal goo and sent it to Shui-Er. "What's this?" Snow's eyes widened in shock. Fang Yuan's appetite really shocked her. However, even though she was shocked, she was still very beautiful. Her eyes were wide open, causing her originally cold temperament to weaken greatly, revealing a lot of cuteness. "It's not just this list," Fang Yuan added. "Do you have any other requests?" Snow's expression was ugly, and she was barely suppressing her anger. Who would have thought that Fang Yuan would be so calm? His skin was so thick that it surpassed the city walls. He said in a matter-of-fact tone, "If you can fulfill my list, your sincerity is enough. But your sincerity is not enough." "My sincerity?" Fang Yuan raised his head slightly and smiled faintly. "Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to be my wife. Even though the Snowman tribe recommended you, whether you are qualified or not, you will need to pass my test." "Test?" Shui-Er gritted her teeth. "Lord Fang Yuan, please tell me." Fang Yuan pondered. "Go to Taichio and search for souls for me. After you leave this place, someone will arrange things for you." Shui-Er felt bitter internally. She was a genius. When had she ever received such cold treatment? But due to the heavy responsibility of the tribe, she could only nod and agree. Looking at Shui-Er's departing figure, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. With this arrangement, Shui-Er's battle strength could be used. There would be another Gu immortal who could help Fang Yuan in his cultivation. But this was not the main point. What Fang Yuan wanted to do was to probe them. After receiving the second gift, he expressed his dissatisfaction. He wanted to test Shui-Er and show his arrogance. He was testing the Snowman tribe's bottom line. Since they wanted a marriage alliance, how determined were they? One could say the greater their determination, the greater the benefits Fang Yuan could extract from them. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. The marriage alliance could not be decided with just a few words. Both sides were not familiar with each other. If Fang Yuan probed them, The snowman tribe would do the same. But Fang Yuan was sure that there were benefits to be gained from this. The marriage alliance was not the main point. Fang Yuan quickly put it aside. He focused on his heavy cultivation. Soul path cultivation was one aspect, immortal aperture management was another. Other than that, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. Fang Yuan's strongest method was undoubtedly the immortal killer move reverse flow protection seal. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to modify it. Even though this killer move was not safe against Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan's current location was still safe. Not only was he far away in northern plains, he was also hiding in Lang Ye Blessed Land. With the concealment of the ghost soldier garment, Celestial Court would not be able to find him in a short period of time. And there was another point. To modify reverse flow protection seal, it would take a long time, the effects would be slow. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to modify the wisdom path killer moves that Zishan Mikoto had. Why did he choose these? Firstly, these killer moves were very powerful and outstanding. Secondly, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level was at Grandmaster. It was easy to modify them. Finally, Fang Yuan had a batch of wisdom path immortal goo. There were gifts from Zishan Mikoto before he died. Purple blood river formation, purple thought light protection, ignited thought flying rock, one thought flower bloom, purple thought insight starlight, direction confusion fog, thought defense, one thought 10,000 flow elimination, and so on. When Zishan Mikoto was not in a good condition, he used these methods to resist Duke Long. Who was Duke Long? He was the great master of Red Lotus. He had a huge origin. He had incredible battle strength. He was at the peak of rank 8. While Fang Yuan modified his killer moves, Ing Wuxia found Shui-Er. You are Shui-Er? Ing Wuxia asked. Shui-Er looked at Ing Wuxia. She had a petite figure. She was like a young girl. Her skin was white as snow. She wore a green dress. There were 2 jade beads hanging on her ears. As they swayed, they gave off a green light. Ing Wuxia was wearing Fairy Chuebo's body. She was naturally beautiful. If not for this, Thousand Transformations ancestor would not have taken in Fairy Chuebo as his third concubine. He doted on her. Who is this beautiful female immortal? What is her relationship with Fang Yuan? The clan's information does not mention her. She is also a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Shui-Er had many questions in her mind, but she showed a smile on the surface. I am Shui-Er. I wonder what this beautiful sister's name is. Ing Wuxia frowned. He was originally wearing Fairy Chuebo's body. He was very excited. But as time passed, as a man, he felt uncomfortable. Not long ago, he asked Fang Yuan to change this body. Even if it was a rank 6 body, he only needed to cultivate soul path. Don't call me sister. Just call me Brother Wuxia. Ing Wuxia waved his hand. Let's go. I will bring you to Taichio to meet up with them. The test given to you by the sect master is to see who can obtain more high-quality souls in the same period of time. Yes. Shui-Er quickly agreed. She had even more questions in her mind. She walked behind, looking at Ing Wuxia's back, thinking, this female immortal is so strange. She wants me to call her brother? The two left Lang Ye Blessed Land, using the Gu formation to teleport to Taichio. Once they entered Taichio, Shui-Er became nervous. This was a famous, dangerous place in northern plains. At the same time, she was somewhat uneasy about this test. After all, she only had rank 6 cultivation level. What she was most proud of was her investigative methods. Fly together with me, quick, quick. Time is precious. We need to cherish every moment and use it to cultivate. Continuous hard work and struggle. That is the true meaning of life. Ing Wuxia urged Shui-Er on. He was filled with fighting spirit. This was the effect of a mortal killer, move soaring fighting spirits. Shui-Er felt that Ing Wuxia was very strange. She felt that she could not judge a book by its cover. She was so beautiful, but had such a desperate personality. It was unimaginable. But if we fly like this, isn't it too rash? Shui Er was worried. This was Tai Chiu. There were many fierce beasts. Danger was everywhere. If he were to fly around like that, he would undoubtedly become the most obvious target. Flying in the air, Shui Er was very nervous. She was afraid that a fierce beast would attack her. But after flying for a while, her worries did not come true. Moreover, the worry in her heart had dissipated a lot, and what replaced it was a secret shock. The area around the teleportation immortal formation has been cleared by Langya sect. They have complete control over it. They actually explored Tai Chiu to such an extent. It seems that Langya sect's strength is beyond our estimation. Shui Er immediately transmitted this information to the Snowman tribe. There's a group of dragon elephants over there. Suddenly, Shui Er spoke. Ing Wuxia, who was traveling with her, looked at her in surprise, thinking that this woman was quite unique. Even with Ing Wuxia's methods, he was a few breaths later than Shui Er to discover the group of dragon elephants. Shadow Sect's investigative methods were naturally stronger than Shui Er's, but Ing Wuxia's current body countered his investigative methods. This group of dragon elephants is something sect leader needs. Let's go capture them first. Ing Wuxia changed his flying direction. Shui Er was not surprised because she had seen Fang Yuan's list of gifts. There were indeed dragon elephants. This group of dragon elephants was quite ordinary. There were only 2 or 3 desolate level dragon elephants. Ing Wuxia descended from the sky and used a soul path immortal killer move. A soul howl enveloped the entire dragon elephant group. In an instant, the dragon elephants fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Such an amazing method. Shui Er was shocked. She had a new question. She clearly has Wood Path aura. Why is she using a soul path method? Ing Wuxia was most proficient in lead soul into dream, but the glowworms used to construct these killer moves were all kept by Fang Yuan. They were in his hands. Ing Wuxia was left with several soul path immortal goo. Therefore, Ing Wuxia's main method was the soul Dao. Ing Wuxia kept these dragon elephants in his immortal aperture as he set off with Shui Er. A moment later, they saw He Lulan, another great beauty. Shui Er frowned, but her brows quickly smoothed out. She observed, compared to Wuxia, this one only has rank 6 cultivation level, the same as me. Chapter 1474. Even though Shui Er was a rising star of the Snowman tribe, a genius, it was a fact that the Snowman tribe was lacking in resources. Shui Er was able to reach rank 6 at her age. This was already very good. But after interacting with Ing Wuxia, her cultivation level was still lower than rank 7. Even though Shui Er did not show it on the surface, she felt a lot of pressure in her heart. Now that she saw a rank 6 immortal, her emotions eased up a little. Hello, you can call me Shui Er. Shui Er greeted first. She felt that she should establish a good relationship with the people around Fang Yuan. Hello, you can call me Lulan. He Lulan smiled. Her gaze flickered as she sized up Shui Er discreetly. She was guessing, Snowman Gu immortal? Why is he approaching us? Fang Yuan, what is he trying to do? The Snowman tribe wanted to have a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only informed Ing Wuxia. He did not tell the other members. Thus, He Lulan only knew. Fang Yuan wanted the Shadow Sect immortals to accept Shui Er, and in the future, they would help each other and explore Tai Chiu. All right, since you know each other, we will leave first. Ing Wuxia said at this moment. She took out an information path goo-worm and used a small method to find Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit's location. Hey Lulan, do what you need to do. I will bring Shui Er to meet the others. Seeing Ing Wuxia and Shui Er leave, He Lulan had a thought. Her intuition told her that Shui Er had joined out of nowhere. Her motive was not simple. He Lulan had a ruthless nature. Even though she was forced to leave the alliance agreement and lose her freedom, the truth was, she wanted to escape Fang Yuan's control all the time. Freedom, who would not want it? Wait, I will go with you. I am in charge of finding the sharp-tusked boar, but I cannot find it. I might as well let Miao-Yin help me." "Hey, Lulan," said as she chased after them. Cher was very happy. She felt that she would be able to get closer to Hey Lulan. Hey Lulan also wanted to get information out of her, so she pretended to be polite and cordial. And so, Wu Xie took the lead to comprehend, while Shui and Hey Lulan walked behind him. "Big Sister Lulan, it's really nice to meet you." Soon, Snow started addressing Lulan as Big Sister, her attitude very humble. "This stupid woman." Hey Lulan snorted in her heart. She was once the victor of the imperial court, shouldering a blood feud and living under the shadow of her father Heicheng. She was good at scheming. Compared to her, Shui had grown up among the snowmen, and her personality was much purer. Hey Lulan soon realized that Shui desperately wanted to know more about the Shadow Sex immortals. She made use of Shui's mentality and said some valuable information, using the chance to get information out of her. Shui was wary of her, of course, but she could not match Hey Lulan's scheming. Just as she was about to be exposed, Wu Xie interrupted. "Isn't that the sharp-tusked boar? Hey Lulan, you are quite lucky. You don't need to Miao in a favor this time." Following Wu Xie's finger, Shui saw an ancient, desolate beast indeed. This sharp-tusked boar was huge and muscular. It was sleeping on the ground. It had an extraordinary aura. Shui's heart jumped. With her battle strength, she was not the sharp-tusked boar's match. Wu Xie was interrupted. He was angry, but he could not retort. He snorted coldly and charged at the sharp-tusked boar. "Big Sister Lulan, be careful." "Shui," said with concern. She praised in her heart. This Big Sister Lulan that she had just met was really courageous. But she only had rank 6 cultivation level. How could she deal with the sharp-tusked boar? It seemed that she needed to rely on this fairy Chui bow. But the following scene made Shui completely dumbfounded. Hey Lulan's aura was even fiercer than the sharp-tusked boar's. When she fought, her aura changed completely. Flames burned around her. She had a terrifying aura that could burn heaven and earth. Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Immortal Goo. So many Immortal Goo. Shui's eyelids twitched as she watched the battle. She realized how wealthy Hey Lulan was. Hey Lulan had inherited blazing heaven, demoness inheritance, and immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not take them from her. Because Fang Yuan had enough immortal goo, he might as well leave them with Hey Lulan and let her search for souls for him. Under Hey Lulan's fierce attacks, the sharp-tusked boar was first enraged. Then it went into a frenzy. It finally lost and escaped in fear. Shui was shocked. Hey Lulan's battle strength was already at rank 7. This was out of Shui's expectations. Big Sister Lulan is so strong. Her immortal killer moves are extremely powerful. They are extremely powerful. However, she clearly has Strength Path aura. Why is she using Fire Path methods? She was shocked, but also confused. Shui could not understand. Fairy Chui Bo had Water Path aura, but she used Soul Path methods. And now, this Hey Lulan was clearly a Strength Path Go Immortal, but she used Fire Path. Alright, let's continue. A moment later, Hey Lulan stored the sharp-tusked boar's corpse. She would not let go of the ancient, desolate soul either. Big Sister Lulan, you are amazing. Shui looked at Hey Lulan with shock. Hey Lulan shook her head. This is nothing. No, you are really amazing. You have rank 6 cultivation level, but your battle strength has reached rank 7. This is not something ordinary Gu Immortals can achieve. Shui quickly waved her hand. Hey Lulan smiled bitterly. This is really nothing. In our shadow sect, I am very ordinary. Shui heard Hey Lulan's reply, and her heart shook. Hey Lulan, you will understand when you see them. Let's go. Hey Lulan had already completed her mission, but she did not return. She decided to go with Shui. or to find the other shadow sect Gu immortals. After a while, they successfully met up with Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had rank 6 cultivation level. She did not have Hei Lolan's battle strength. It was too dangerous for her to explore Taichio alone. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for Fairy Meow Een to team up with her. Of course, when Black Tigress appears, her cultivation level and battle strength would rise to rank 7. However, White Rabbit's Black Tigress state was not stable. It could not last for long and had its drawbacks. "Hello, Shui. Fairy Meow Een smiled warmly. "You are a snowman, Gu Immortal. This is the first time. I have seen you," Lady White Rabbit said softly. "What is going on?" Shui was bewildered and depressed. Fairy Meow Een was a publicly recognized beauty in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. She had a curvaceous body. She was extremely charming. She wore a pink dress. She was extremely beautiful. As for Lady White Rabbit, she had snow-white skin. Her eyes were large and pure. She had no flaws or impurities. Her aura was different from Fairy Meow Yin's. Even Shui felt that she was cute at first glance. She had a feeling of trusting and cherishing her. Shui inspected carefully. She found that Fairy Meow Een had rank 7 cultivation level, while Lady White Rabbit was rank 6, similar to her. But after experiencing Hei Lolan's matter, Shui did not dare to treat Lady White Rabbit as an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal anymore. The Gu Immortals conversed for a while. They were all very passionate toward Shui, but they were also curious about her. Shui kept her mouth shut. It was not that she suddenly became scheming, but there were so many people, and they were all beauties. Shui felt immense pressure. What was she doing here? She was going to marry Fang Yuan. Now, she was going to say that she wanted to become Fang Yuan's wife in front of so many beauties. Wasn't this a little provocative? Wasn't this shamelessly boasting? At the same time, a question was pressing down on Shui mind like a mountain. What is the relationship between these female immortals and Fang Yuan? Actually, Fang Yuan's relationship with them was very simple and pure. But Shui was an outsider. This was her first time interacting with them. She could not help but think wrongly. This was not strange. This was human nature. All right, you have already gotten to know all of the Gu Immortals of Shadow Sect. Other than us, there is one more person who is special. Ying Wuxia said. Special? Shui heart tightened. She wanted to ask, does it mean that this Gu Immortal has a special relationship with Fang Yuan? Is it a man or a woman? But Shui did not ask directly, because Ying Wuxia continued to speak. This person is by Ningbing. She is not a member of Shadow Sect, but we are close. She is our ally. She has fought alongside us before. Even though she only has rank 6 cultivation level among us, she should be the one with the strongest battle strength. When he said the last sentence, Ying Wuxia hesitated for a moment, but the other Gu Immortals did not object. Hei Lolan's battle strength was weaker than by Ningbing. After all, the great strength true martial physique was not compatible with a fire path inheritance. Fairy Meow Yin's battle strength was about the same as Hei Lulan. There was no need to talk about Lady White Rabbit after turning into Black Tigress. She was ruthless but lacked methods. Originally, Ying Wuxia had the highest battle strength, but his killer move Lead Soul into Dream had already been taken away by Fang Yuan along with his immortal Gu. Thus, by Ningbing, who inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance and had the northern dark Isol physique, was the strongest among them. Stronger than Sister Lulan? Shui could not believe it. Hei Lulan said, my battle strength is only average here. Shui stared with wide eyes, thinking, oh my heavens, why are there so many freaks here? She has rank 6 cultivation level, but has the strongest battle strength. Who exactly was this person? Just how talented are they? We will lead you there now. I told you so much in advance so that you can pay attention. After all, her relationship with us is different. Ying Wuxia continued to lead the way. Soon, they got close to Bai Ningbing. Boom, boom, boom. The deities heard a loud explosion that sounded like a clap of thunder. Roar! Next, the immortals heard an earth-shattering scream. It was like the sound of a dying beast. This is... When the immortals arrived, Shui-Er was shocked to see that Bai Ningbing was standing alone in the battlefield. Around her was a circle of ancient, desolate beasts. You came at the right time. I found a good place. Bai Ningbing stopped Bai Xiang's killer move and arrived in front of the immortals. Shui-Er's body shook intensely. So beautiful. Bai Ningbing's beauty and aura could shake one's soul. Even Shui-Er, a proud daughter of the heavens, was stunned by her beauty. She couldn't help but think to herself, there's actually such a beauty in this world. If she knew that Bai Ningbing had turned from male to female, who knew how she would feel? Chapter 1475. Genius in 1 second. Remember, love go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Lang ye blessed land. Cloud cover continent. Fang Yuan was alone in the vast area of cloud soil. Breathing in deeply, he calmed his mind and started to activate his immortal killer move. Ignited thought, flying rock. Fang Yuan thought to himself. His eyes immediately began to flicker with a glassy purple light. Then, thoughts began to surge in his mind, and pebbles suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. These small rocks seemed to have been burned red, but they did not have any heat. Go! Fang Yuan willed. The floating rocks on his body flew out. The rocks flew in the air, piercing through the air, but there was no sound. At the same time, the small rocks expanded rapidly, becoming bigger and bigger. At first, they were the size of a finger, but in the blink of an eye, they became the size of a basin. Next, they expanded to the size of a horse carriage. The small rocks turned into giant rocks, and at the same time, the surface of the rocks started to burn with red flames. There were thousands of giant rocks, and at once, half of the sky was dyed red. Next, the giant rocks smashed on the surface of the cloud soil, creating a huge flame. But there was no heat. There was not even a sound of explosion. These were not true giant rocks. They looked like that on the surface, but were actually formed from thoughts. This was one of Zishan Makoto's main attacks. Ignited thought flying rock. It could burn the target's thoughts. It also had a combo move called One Thought Flower Bloom. After the fiery boulder exploded once, Fang Yuan stretched out his right index finger and lightly pointed. Immediately, the fire demons were extinguished, and from the craters that were created by the impact, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Countless bright flowers rose up, competing with each other in beauty. Flowers bloomed brilliantly, instantly transforming the surrounding 100 acres of land into a vast field of colorful flowers. It is a pity that the target is not a Gu immortal. It is just cloud soil without thoughts. These flowers are only beautiful. They have no effect. Fang Yuan willed, and in an instant, the flowers that filled his vision vanished. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. Immortal killer move. One thought myriad splits. Instantly, the illusions around him were reborn. At first, there were only a few dozen purple light phantoms. But after a few breaths, the number of purple light phantoms had increased to a terrifying scale of nearly 100,000. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true body was hidden inside. Without a powerful investigative killer move, it was impossible to discover him. This move was actually very similar to one of Fang Yuan's previous tactics. Fang Yuan would first use Myriad Self, then use Familiar Face to transform into one of the Strength Path Phantoms, hiding his true body so that no one would be able to identify him. The advantage of Zishan Makoto's move was that it was just a simple move, but its effect was comparable to Fang Yuan's two moves, Myriad Self and Familiar Face. Therefore, the consumption of immortal essence was slightly less. There was another advantage. The number of purple light phantoms grew faster than the strength path phantoms. However, the weakness of these purple phantoms was that they had no offensive power. They were purely camouflaged to confuse the enemy. As for the strength path phantoms, they had offensive capabilities. Fang Yuan dispelled one thought myriad splits and pushed with his palms, pushing out a large amount of clouds and mist. This was the immortal killer move directional confusion fog. It could make Gu immortals lose their sense of direction. Next, Fang Yuan tried to activate hidden force thought defense. One thought myriad flow elimination and other moves. He was very familiar with them and succeeded in activating them. He placed his focus on the last move. Immortal killer move. Purple thought perception starlight. This move was the most complicated to activate, but its effect was quite mystical and powerful. It could gather the profundities of the enemy's immortal killer move with each attack and send the information back to Fang Yuan's mind. Once the information was gathered to a certain extent, Fang Yuan could use wisdom path methods to research the killer move to deal with the enemy during battle. Then, the immortal killer move split would be activated to break the enemy's method and obtain victory. Fang Yuan tried to activate it. Purple thought perception starlight was indeed complicated. Fang Yuan tried it 3 times before finally succeeding. During the process, he suffered some injuries. With man as before immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was not afraid of these minor injuries. After these days of continuous practice, I have almost grasped all of Zishan Makoto's methods. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. Right now, it had already been half a month since Shui Er came to find him. These days, Fang Yuan mainly cultivated soul path and strengthened his soul foundation. Right now, he already had a 10 million level human soul. His immortal apertures management was going according to plan. Other than that, he practiced killer moves. Killer moves needed practice, because every time a killer move was activated, there was a risk. If the activation failed, it would harm the user instead. Fang Yuan had countless inheritances. He had a vast number of killer moves. However, the foundation of killer moves were immortal Gu. Fang Yuan first decided to practice Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path Killer Move. Zishan Makoto was the purple of the first generation split soul. His methods could match Duke Long's. He was naturally very impressive. Furthermore, before he died, he gave all of his remaining Wisdom Path Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foundation to use Zishan Makoto's Immortal Killer Move. Of course, Zishan Makoto's Immortal Gu were not comprehensive. There were many flaws. This was not important to Fang Yuan. He had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. The key was the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan could rapidly modify killer moves. Right now, most of the Wisdom Path killer moves he used had been modified to some extent. After this practice, Fang Yuan went to the Wisdom Gu's location again. He sat cross-legged beside Wisdom Gu. Bathed in the light of wisdom, he started to ponder and summarize his experience from this practice. After every practice, he would summarize and modify the killer move according to his own experience. Many killer moves were created based on the Gu Immortal's own experience, habits, temperament, and many other factors. These killer moves were other people's killer moves. They were not as familiar and easy to use as Fang Yuan's own myriad self and strength path giant hand. Thus, Fang Yuan had to modify them continuously. After a while, Fang Yuan finished thinking. He did not modify Zishan Makoto's Immortal Killer Move. These last days I have been practicing and fine-tuning the killer move. I have finally reached a stage where I can no longer modify it. Only when I make huge progress in Wisdom Path in the future can I continue to modify it. Understanding this, Fang Yuan did not force it. His deduction today was not on this. It was to complete the deduction of the Immortal Killer Move, Strenuous Strength. Originally, Fang Yuan had an Immortal Gu, Strenuous Strength. It could expend Immortal Essence to activate Immortal Gu and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. It was a pity that such an Immortal Gu was destroyed. But it was not important. All paths led to the same goal. Fang Yuan had so many Immortal Gu, and with the light of wisdom's help, he could quickly deduce the Immortal Killer Move Strenuous Strength. With this Immortal Killer move, it could completely replace the effect of Strenuous Strength Immortal Goo. Deduction success. About 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan left Wisdom Goo with a satisfied result. The deduction of the Immortal Killer move Strenuous Strength had started 6 days ago, but it had finally succeeded today. This Rank 6 Immortal Killer move used Snack Immortal Goo as the core, with other Strength Path Immortal Goo as support. By expending Strength Path Immortal materials, it could increase the Goo Immortal's Strength Path Dao marks. The effect of one cultivation session was much better than the Rank 6 Immortal Goo, Strenuous Strength, but it expended a lot of Immortal Essence because it involved too many Goo Worms. It was not as convenient as activating a single Strenuous Strength Immortal Goo. All in all, there were pros and cons. In the following days, other than consolidating Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path Killer moves, Fang Yuan used Strenuous Strength to increase his Strength Path Dao marks. He had the most Transformation Path Dao marks now. He had close to 50,000. Next were Ice and Snow Path, Luck Path, Chi Path, and Sound Path. He had more than 10,000. He had very little Strength Path. Fang Yuan had not undergone Strength Path tribulations. The Immortal Apertures that he annexed also did not cultivate Strength Path. This time he focused on this aspect. The reason why he chose Strength Path was because Fang Yuan had considered it deeply. Right now, his strongest means were the Reverse Current Protection Seal and the Myriad Dragons. The former was for defense, while the latter was for offense. Both were related to Strength Path, thus, increasing Strength Path Dao marks would greatly increase the upper limit of Fang Yuan's battle strength. As for those Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path Killer moves that he cultivated, they were mainly used to enrich Fang Yuan's methods. The true deciding factor of Fang Yuan's battle strength was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan cultivated diligently. He squeezed his time to the limit. Every minute and second was used to its fullest. Such a safe environment was hard to come by. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan finally had such a good opportunity to develop his strength and accumulate his foundation. Immortal Aperture Management, Killer Move Practice, Soul Path Cultivation, and other aspects. Fang Yuan had a brand new look almost every day. His speed of improvement was unheard of. Even the land spirit of Langia was secretly shocked. This was what the Celestial Court had predicted. After obtaining Shadow Sect's inheritance, Fang Yuan's foundation had reached an unimaginable level. Now that it burst out, his strength would surge. Ever since Shui Er came into contact with the Shadow Sect members, she had been working hard and being obedient. Even though she had low battle strength, she had great investigative skills. She cooperated with the other Shadow Sect members to explore Taichio for Fang Yuan. She obtained many souls. Fang Yuan's cold attitude towards the marriage caused conflict among the Snowman tribe. Shui Er's grandmother, Bing Yuan, insisted on sending another betrothal gift to express their sincerity, but some Snowman Gu Immortals, led by Bing Feng, objected. This side felt that the price of a marriage with Fang Yuan was too high. It was better to endure the Rockman tribe's oppression. Because of the Shadow Sect members' efforts, Lang Yisek's exploration of Taichio became much faster. This made the land spirit of Langia extremely happy. The more he looked at Fang Yuan, the more he liked him. On this day, Fang Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, developing his immortal aperture when he suddenly received a request for help. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the land spirit of Langia teleported and appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Chapter 1476. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Roar. A thunderous explosion resounded in the ears of the hairy man Gu Immortals. At the same time, a huge dragon head that was the size of a hill came crashing down. A huge shadow fell on the Immortals. Even before it arrived, air currents were surging. The ferocious aura made them shiver. They could not resist it. We are finished. The 3 hairy man Gu Immortals were sweating profusely. One of them even fell to the ground. Seeing that the three of them were about to die, at this moment, the three hairy men heard a cold voice. Trash! Despite such insults, the three hairy Mangu immortals were overjoyed. They shouted together, "We are here! Fairy Ningbing, save us!" At the moment of danger, a white figure flew over. It was Dragon Lady by Ningbing. She snorted coldly, raising her hands. Crack! At the next moment, a huge ice wall rose up, blocking the three hairy Mangu immortals. Bam! In just a breath of time, the huge dragon had crashed into the ice wall. The ice wall could not take the impact it shattered. But Bai Ningbing had already pulled the three hairy Mangu immortals back, pulling some distance between them. At the same time, a cold light shot out from her eyes, shining on the dragon head. The ferocious dragon head was soon covered in a thin layer of frost. Its speed fell by a lot. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief internally. In that split second, she had already determined that the dragon head in front of her was only a rank 7. With her battle strength, it was more than enough to deal with him. But the immemorial, desolate, beast myriad head coiling dragon has 10,000 dragon heads. I can deal with this dragon head, but if the other dragon heads join in, I will not be able to deal with them. I will not be able to deal with so many. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky, frowning. This was not the normal world of Taichio. It was a dark formation path space. The myriad head coiling dragon was a formation path immemorial desolate beast. It could create a formation path space, like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that could enter grotto heavens. This was an innate ability of immemorial desolate beasts. I need to leave this place quickly and return to the outside world. I hoping Wuxia and the rest can stall it. At this moment, outside of Taichio, He Lulan and the rest were flying in the sky, facing the hundreds of dragons on the ground. They were using their abilities, throwing all kinds of killer moves at them. The scene was spectacular. The green, giant grass on Taichio was as tall as a tree. They grew densely like a forest. In the giant grass, there were hundreds of dragons. Some were covered in golden scales. Some had horns on their foreheads. Some had 3 dragon pupils, and some had sharp teeth. They were of all different shapes and sizes. Its body swayed as it stood upright, its height far exceeding that of the giant grass. These were all part of the head of the 10,000 head coiling dragon. Their tails pierced deep into the ground, and the 10,000 dragon bodies originated from one body. Meanwhile, He Lulan and the others were circling in the sky like eagles, continuously launching all kinds of killer moves, dazzling like fireworks. The long dragons roared. They weren't passively taking a beating, but were continuously counterattacking. Most of them were spitting out dragon breath. Some were spitting out poisonous mist, and some were shooting out light from their eyes. Not counting the dragon head that went to deal with by Ningbing, there are 3 rank 7 dragon heads. The rest are all rank 6. We haven't found any wild immortal goo yet, but we need to be careful. Don't get close, we might get dragged into the formation path world of the 10,000 head coiling dragon. He Lulan and Wuxia and the rest were conversing as they fought. Land Spirit of Lengya asked Fang Yuan for help. Fang Yuan naturally had to save them. Firstly, this rescue mission had a lot of rewards. He was moved. Secondly, he was a supreme elder of Langya's sect. He could not ignore this. Otherwise, it would go against the alliance agreement. Thus, while Fang Yuan rushed over, he ordered Wuxia and the rest to save them first and stall for time. The battle was getting more intense. It did not last for long, but Wuxia and the rest felt immense pressure. Oh no! More and more dragon heads are awakening. At this rate, the immemorial dragon heads will wake up. We will not only fail to save them, we will even lose our lives. When will sect leader arrive? This is deep in Taichio. It is far from the teleportation immortal formation. It will take some time. Be careful. While they conversed, another rank 7 dragon head woke up It broke out of the ground and roared as it breathed out a silver dragon breath. Hei Lulan dodged it by a hair's breadth. Ing Wuxia thought about it before saying to Lady White Rabbit and Shui, "Retreat, we will provide support from afar." Shui only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her mind was already shaken. She could barely fight. Even though she was a genius of the Snowman tribe, she could not compare to Hei Lulan and the rest. She did not try to be brave. She pulled Lady White Rabbit and retreated. "Is it good for us to retreat like this?" Lady White Rabbit was worried. Shui rolled her eyes. "Let's listen to Fairy Wuxia. With our battle strength, we will only be a burden to them." The immortals held on for a while longer. More and more dragon heads woke up and joined the battle. 1,000 dragons moved and roared. Hei Lulan and the rest were at a complete disadvantage. Thankfully, immemorial desolate beasts like myriad-head coiling dragons were very special. Once they were born, they could not move. Even though there were many dragon heads, they could only defend themselves. They could not attack. Even so, with 1,000 dragon heads breathing, Hei Lulan and the rest were forced to retreat again and again. They could not resist them. "Oh no, the situation is getting worse for us. Bai Ningbing is not out yet. She might be trapped in the enemy's formation and cannot escape." Hei Lulan and the rest were right. Bai Ningbing was in a tough battle inside the formation path space. In order to protect the lives of the 3 hairy man-gu immortals, she had many reservations. Right at this time, an indescribable aura spread throughout the area. A huge dragon head that was far larger than its kind slowly rose up. The immemorial dragon head had appeared. Its eyes were blurry, its eyelids were drooping. It had not woken up yet, but it gave the immortals immense pressure. "Damn it, what should we do?" While the immortals were hesitating, Ing Wuxia ordered, "Retreat." They were only rank 6 and 7. How could they resist rank 8 Gu immortals? They could only retreat and abandon Bai Ningbing and the 3 hairy man-gu immortals. At this moment, the immemorial dragon had opened its mouth and inhaled. In an instant, the world changed. Ing Wuxia and the rest could not resist at all. They were all dragged into the formation path space. Immemorial dragon head. Bai Ningbing's expression was shaken. She looked at Ing Wuxia and the rest, asking with a frown, "Where's Fang Yuan?" Ing Wuxia and the rest could only smile bitterly. Thankfully, after the immemorial dragon head trapped the Shadow Sect immortals, it did not attack again. The dragon image faded away. In a few breaths of time, it vanished from the formation path space. It had rank 8 battle strength in its eyes. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were insignificant. They were not worthy of it fighting. It left this battle to the other dragon heads. Thus, more than 1,000 dragon heads appeared around the Shadow Sect immortals. Ing Wuxia and the rest fell into a tough battle. The current situation was different from before. These dragon heads could move freely in the formation path space. They could suddenly appear and disappear. The awkward situation of having to defend themselves earlier was gone. The immortals tried for a while, but found that they could not break out of this formation path space. They could only unite and help each other, fighting to the death. In this dangerous battle, the immortals soon suffered injuries. The 3 hairy man-gu immortals, Shui and Lady White Rabbit, were surrounded by danger. Gradually, the Shadow Sect immortals could not take care of the weaker ones. A hairy man-gu immortal was the first to die. Shui cried out in shock. She could not retreat in time. She was surrounded by several dragon heads. "To think that I am going to die here." Shui could not defend herself. She could only close her eyes and wait for death. Right at this time, a black figure grabbed her and charged out of the encirclement. "What are you doing? I had to come and save you again." The pressure of survival caused Lady White Rabbit to transform into Black Tigress. It was she who saved Shui Shui was stunned. You are Lady White Rabbit." "I am not a weakling like you." Black Tigress smiled coldly, looking at Shui in disdain. Shui was speechless. She finally understood. Fang Yuan's subordinates, the members of the shadow sect, were all freaks. Compared to them, she was the weakest. With Black Tigress' help, the situation stabilized. But good times did not last long. More and more dragon heads appeared. The immemorial, desolate, beast myriad head, coiling dragon, started to display its terrifying battle strength. The immortals could only hold on. There was no way to escape. They could only place their hopes on Fang Yuan. But when would Fang Yuan arrive? According to the time of the battle, Fang Yuan should have arrived long ago. But soon the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals found that this formation path space contained time path components. There was a difference in the flow of time compared to the outside world. This discovery was like a huge rock that pressed down on the Gu Immortals' hearts. However, gradually, Ing Wuxia and the rest found that the number of dragon heads in the formation path space started to decrease. The pressure on them gradually lessened, and they stabilized their precarious situation. Fang Yuan must be here. Realizing this, the immortals' morale rose. But Shui Er could not help but feel worried. I wonder how the battle outside is. Even though Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, can he resist this myriad head coiling dragon? Just as she was thinking about this, the formation path space broke. Everyone returned to Taichio heaven and earth. Seeing this, Shui Er could not help but gasp in shock. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. Countless dragon corpses fell to the ground. The surrounding area had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That immemorial dragon head continued to howl. It did not have any of its previous glory. As for Fang Yuan, he was everywhere. Thought myriad transformations. Ing Wuxia's side, he recognized the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was using. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the countless phantoms. That immemorial dragon head could not find out where Fang Yuan's main body was. Ignited thought flying rock. Countless flaming rocks landed on the myriad head coiling dragon's body. A large number of dragon heads fell to the ground. They wanted to get up, but the moment they thought of it, they were burned by the fire. Thought flower bloom. Fang Yuan had a thought. Immediately, the dragon heads and bodies that fell to the ground were covered in all sorts of beautiful flowers. They felt their strength being sucked away. The powerful dragon heads fell into weakness. The flowers were like fuel that fueled the fire in their minds. These attacks completely destroyed the battle strength of the rank 6 and 7 dragon heads. They were sprawled on the ground like fat earthworms. Only the immemorial dragon head had a fierce aura, but it could not find Fang Yuan's main body. It could not display its battle strength. This is the power of a wisdom path killer move. This shows how powerful Zishan Makoto was in the past. Fang Yuan thought to himself. At this time, the immemorial dragon head saw Ing Wuxia and the rest. It immediately pounced towards them. The 2 remaining hairy man Gu Immortals could not help but scream in pain. Fang Yuan revealed his main body, blocking the dragon head's path. "Be careful!" Shui Er shouted, looking at the immemorial dragon head colliding with Fang Yuan's body with a fearful expression. A huge force surged. Fang Yuan was sent flying, but he quickly flew back. Instead, the immemorial dragon head was bleeding from the collision. It was in a pathetic state. Reverse flow protection seal made celestial quartz Gu Immortals helpless against it. Its mystical power was no joke. Using this chance, the Shadow Sect Immortals retreated to a safe distance. Without any worries, Fang Yuan fought with the immemorial dragon head. So strong! Shui Er's heart was pounding. She personally witnessed how Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and killed the immemorial dragon head. Chapter 1477. Genius in 1 second. Remember to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. We are saved. Elder Fang Yuan is invincible. The 2 hairy man Gu Immortals saw that Fang Yuan defeated the myriad head coiling dragon as they cheered, expressing the joy of surviving. The Shadow Sect Immortals were silent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Ing Wuxia had a look of reminiscence. Seeing these wisdom path killer moves again, he could not help but think about the sacrificed Purple Mountain true monarch. He Lulan was silent. The stronger Fang Yuan was, the smaller her hopes of escaping. Shui Er blinked. Her mind was shaken as she looked at the messy battlefield. At once, she understood why the tribe did everything they could to form a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan. This is rank 8 battle strength? A Gu immortal with rank 8 battle strength is not someone ordinary immemorial desolate beasts can deal with. Because humans are spirits of heaven and earth, they have intelligence and can use countless immortal killer moves. Getting married to this man, even if it is just this relationship, our tribe will not be bullied by the Rockmen. If we can get some help from him, our tribe will definitely rise and prosper. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stared at the dragon corpses on the ground, as well as the collapsed dragon head, evaluating his gains and losses. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but even among them, there were differences in strength. This myriad head coiling dragon was one of the weaker immemorial desolate beasts. It was not in a good state. It had just woken up from its slumber and was countered by Fang Yuan's wisdom path killer move. If Fang Yuan used other methods and charged forward, it might take some effort. But if he used ignited thought and flying rocks, it would be very effective. How should I deal with this myriad head coiling dragon? Without the immemorial dragon head, this beast has fallen to ancient level. But its foundation is still there. In time, another ancient dragon head will grow to immemorial level. This kind of formation path immemorial desolate beast was rare. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was in the process of construction. Fang Yuan's first thought was to put this myriad head coiling dragon into his immortal aperture. Unfortunately, once the myriad coiling dragon landed on the ground, it could not be moved. Not only did it go deep underground, but it was also connected to the veins of the earth, absorbing nutrients from the veins of the earth to grow. Love, gop small say net. Chu therefore, digging up the surrounding land was equivalent to cutting off the connection between the 10,000 head coiling dragon and the earth veins. This would directly kill it. Ordinary Gu immortals might be helpless, but Fang Yuan had a way. Be it the legacy of the Shadow Sect or the Langya Sect, they had recorded several methods to move the myriad-headed coiling dragon away. However, Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave up on this tempting idea. The reason was simple. These methods required a mortal Gu that Fang Yuan did not have. Even if he used the light of wisdom to deduce and modify the related methods, he would expend a huge amount of resources and effort. It was not worth it just for this immemorial, desolate beast. But if he killed it and took its body parts to sell as immortal materials, it would be a waste. After all, this was a living, immemorial, desolate beast. It was much more valuable than a dead one. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He immediately thought of the best way to deal with it. Langya Sect. He was just about to contact the land spirit of Langya when the land spirit of Langya contacted him through information path Mortal Gu. The land spirit of Langya was very happy. Fang Yuan was able to defeat the immemorial desolate beast and save the 2 hairy Mango immortals. He was here to thank Fang Yuan. His tone was very warm. Fang Yuan smiled silently. The situation of rank 8 Gu immortals was different. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s ruled. Every rank 8 Gu immortals' actions had a huge influence. Even though Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 cultivation level and only had rank 8 battle strength, he could be considered a quasi-rank 8. He could already feel the power of rank 8. Fang Yuan said to the land spirit of Langya, "This myriad-head coiling dragon is still alive. It will definitely grow an immemorial dragon head in the future. I plan to give this immemorial desolate beast to Langya Sect. First Supreme Elder, how many sect contribution points can I get?" The land spirit of Langya was stunned before shouting, "Good idea!" Langya Sect explored Taichio, using the immemorial desolate beast's corpse to create a teleportation immortal formation. This was a base. Through this base, they could expand outwards, exploring Taichio, and plundering natural resources. But in the huge Taichio, a small base was not enough. Like this time, because it was too far away, it was not convenient to rescue them. This myriad-head coiling dragon is a natural immortal formation. We do not need to construct it. As long as we subdue it, we can use it as our second base. As for sect contribution points, the land spirit of Langya thought for a while before giving a number that satisfied Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had refined immortal goo earlier, causing his contribution points in Langya's sect to shrink. Now that he was replenished, he could continue refining goo for some time. Right now, Feng Yuan's goo refinement mission had only one goal: Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. After dealing with the loot, Feng Yuan led the immortals back in triumph. The Shadow Sect immortals all had injuries. Among them, He Lulan had the most severe injuries. Even though fire path methods were exquisite, they were not suitable for her great strength, true martial physique. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan also needed to develop his strength path. This was a contradiction. Feng Yuan had to satisfy his own needs first, before raising the strength of the Shadow Sect immortals. After all, the Celestial Court was too powerful. Borrowing their strength was an effective method for Feng Yuan to obtain victory. However, I can modify her Fire Path Killer moves to make them more suitable for her. Or I can modify some of those Strength Path Immortal Killer moves and give them to her. Feng Yuan thought about it. He Lulan was very loyal because of the Shadow Sect Alliance agreement. In Feng Yuan's heart, he was more assured in her compared to Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit. At the same time, Feng Yuan had another method to restrict He Lulan that was her enemy and father, He Qing. This huge trump card had always been in Feng Yuan's hands. He Lulan was kept in the dark. I can nurture He Lulan a little. Modifying these killer moves is very easy. I don't need to spend much time and effort. It is something I can do. Thus, in the next few days, the Shadow Sect immortals recovered. He Lulan's injuries also healed. She only had light injuries left. Feng Yuan handed Star Eyes Immortal Goo to her, letting her use Star Eyes Immortal Goo to refine the star. The star that Feng Yuan chose was huge. When Feng Yuan was in southern border, he disguised as Wu Yihai. There were too many people. He could not refine the star easily. There was little progress in this aspect. It had been delayed until now. Feng Yuan did not have time and energy to waste on this. Thus, he handed Star Eyes Immortal Goo to He Lulan, lending her time and effort to help Feng Yuan refine the star. Star Eyes Immortal Goo would be put to use. When He Lulan succeeded, Feng Yuan would give her the modified Immortal Killer move as a reward. Feng Yuan had created an organization in his previous life. He had some experience. If he wanted to promote someone, he could not directly promote them or give them random rewards. Breaking the rules was a huge damage to the organization itself. Therefore, any promotion or demotion must be based on a suitable reason. If there was no suitable reason, he had to create one. Feng Yuan was very familiar with this. The matter of myriad head coiling dragon made Feng Yuan realize the Shadow Sect immortals needed to get stronger. The stronger they were, the more help they could provide to Feng Yuan. However, the most important thing now was still Feng Yuan's own improvement. The most reliable person was himself. A truly mature person would never rely on others to help him in times of need. The Shadow Sect immortals were just icing on the cake for Feng Yuan. After returning to his Cloud City, Feng Yuan took out a rank 6 Strength Path immortal material. Next, he activated the Immortal Killer move Eat Strength. In an instant, this pure Strength Path immortal material melted. A small portion of the Strength Path Tao marks in the immortal material was transferred to Feng Yuan. Using perceivable Tao immortal goo to measure it, the increase in Strength Path Tao marks was not much. Feng Yuan was not disappointed. This was within his expectations. The main way for Goo immortals to increase Tao marks was to undergo tribulations. For Feng Yuan, he had an additional way to annex apertures. As for each Strength Killer move, it could only be accumulated over a long period of time to see its effects. Thus, when he dealt with myriad-head coiling dragon, even though his strength path Tao marks increased, there was no obvious effect on his battle strength. However, if I refine Snack Immortal Goo into rank 7 Great Eat and modify Eat Strength Killer move, the increase in strength path Tao marks will increase qualitatively. This thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind before vanishing. It was tempting to refine Snack Immortal Goo into Great Eat Immortal Goo, but currently it was not suitable. Refining Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was his main goal. Secondly, Fang Yuan had been developing his immortal aperture and constructing his foundation to satisfy the needs of a large number of immortal goo. Especially the latter, it used up almost all of Fang Yuan's financial resources. How long had it been? His 10 million immortal yuan stone storage had shrunk drastically. But despite the huge investment, Fang Yuan's gains were also huge. The basic construction was already mostly completed. My soul foundation is already at 10 million man soul. I will continue cultivating like this. In terms of killer moves, Zishan Mikoto has already grasped his wisdom path killer move. Next, I will modify Bo Qing's sword path killer move. In terms of wisdom path, Fang Yuan had grandmaster attainment level. He also had wisdom path immortal goo. He had priority over them. In terms of sword path, even though he had several sword path immortal goo, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not high enough. They were secondary. In terms of soul path, not only was his attainment level lacking, he also lacked immortal goo. He only had rank 7 change soul and rank 6 cleanse soul. Thus, his position was high again. Fang Yuan had already planned everything out. While modifying Bo Qing's sword path killer moves, I will also modify some killer moves for He Lulan. The only problem is that I need to complete the basic construction. My finances are in danger. Fang Yuan had some misgivings, but to think that 3 days later, the snowmen would send the third gift. The third betrothal gift was also the heaviest among all the betrothal gifts. Chapter 1478. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Southern border. Light rain fell. Cold winds blew. The lush mountain range was calm and peaceful under the dusky evening. On a nameless mountain peak, there was a huge pine tree with a canopy that resembled a pavilion. It had been 6 years since it germinated and grew. Soon, in another hour, I will be able to refine the rank 7 pine needle immortal goo. 6 years of hard work. Rank 7 secluded immortal Zhengqing was looking forward to it. He was a wood path goo immortal. He was using the wood refinement method in this goo refinement. Even though it took a long time, he used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method. Thus, the success rate was very high. Zhengqing was originally immortal. He was chopping firewood on a mountain when he fell down a cliff and was supported by a towering lotus in the valley. By chance, Zhengqing inherited a wood path inheritance left behind by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After hard work, he became a goo immortal. He slowly cultivated and rarely went out. In a few hundred years, he reached rank 7 realm. He had a calm nature. Undeniably, Genesis Lotus True Inheritance was very suitable for him. In this goo refinement, he turned into a pine tree and stayed there for 6 years. He cultivated in seclusion without stopping, regardless of the changes in the outside world. Rumble. Right at this time, from deep underground, there was a deep rumbling sound. It was like the roar of countless monsters. What's going on? Zhengqing heard the sound and became vigilant. This doesn't make sense. My goo refinement method originates from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Be it the process or the end of the goo refinement, they are all derived naturally. It is profound and mysterious. It cannot be leaked. Thus, it is unlikely that someone will come to snatch it. Wait. Zhengqing was puzzled at first, but soon he had a thought. He thought of an answer. A few months ago, he had also experienced such a strange phenomenon. That time, the earth shook. It was like an unprecedented giant python had flipped its body in the depths of the earth. Even though it did not have much effect, it gave Zhengqing a fright. Afterwards, Zhang Qing communicated with jewel yellow skies and learned that a huge earthquake had occurred. It was of an unprecedented scale. It covered the whole of southern border. Is it going to be the same this time? Zhang Qing's guess was soon verified. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. It was still an earthquake this time. However, the scale was beyond Zhang Qing's expectations. Rumble. The terrifying earthquake seemed to want to devour everything. Heaven and earth shook violently as if doomsday had arrived. A huge ravine was formed, stretching for thousands of miles. Zhang Qing was very unfortunate. The nameless hill he was on was being swallowed by the ravine. The small mountain collapsed. Zhang Qing still wanted to persist, but he had reached his limit and could only return to his human form. Even if he was in a good state of mind, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 6 years of hard work was about to bear fruit, but it was all for naught at this moment. What's going on with this earthquake? Why am I so unlucky? Ugh! Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes widened. In the middle of the vast ravine, there was a huge rock the size of a mountain. The stone was orange-yellow in color and seemed to be made of crystal. There were countless holes on its surface, some as big as a house and some as small as a fist. Large amounts of yellow smoke came out of these holes in an endless stream. The smoke became thicker and thicker. Soon it turned into soil in the surroundings. The orange-yellow crystal rock was covered in a thick layer of soil in a dozen or so breaths of time. Zhang Qing's breathing became rough. He had Genesis Lotus True inheritance and was very knowledgeable. He recognized such a treasure. This is actually the Earth Path Essence Crystal of Huland. This is a rank 8 immortal material. Wait a moment. Zhang Qing's investigative killer move spread further and further. His eyes opened wider and wider as he cried out in shock. Am I seeing things? Not just the Earth Path Essence Crystal. There are also jade body scales, earth cave, traveling flames, spring lightning condensed dew beads. These immortal materials were very valuable, and the quantity was also very impressive. Zhang Qing had already forgotten about the failure of the Gu refinement. He quickly pounced down and started to collect these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan was cultivating a sword path killer move. Immortal killer move, triple sword wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Brilliant silver waves surged and surged endlessly. 3 layers of waves had a grand aura, splashing out in all directions. They were all extremely sharp. Immortal killer move, formless flying sword. Flying sword immortal Gu flew out and vanished. Its speed was extremely fast. Fang Yuan could sense flying sword immortal Gu's location accurately, but others could not. This was one of Bo Qing's signature killer moves. Immortal killer move, cloud flying sword. Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Clouds and mist surged out and spread rapidly. The sword aura was boundless. It was formless and formless. It could not be defended against. Immortal killer move, myriad leaf-flying sword. Fang Yuan pointed his finger. The sword light was like a white rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth. It flew thousands of li in the blink of an eye. It was extremely accurate. The final highlight, immortal killer move. 5-finger fist heart sword. Fang Yuan clapped his hands together in front of his chest. His right hand's fingers curled up. It was like he was holding an endless amount of sword light in his hand. Next, he raised his right fist, hovering above his head. First, he loosened his thumb. Whoosh! With a soft sound, an extremely sharp sword light shot out, piercing through cloud cover continent. Next, his index finger and middle finger stretched out. 2 more sword lights shot out. They were extremely powerful. But his ring finger and pinky finger could not be extended. After shooting out 3 sword lights, Fang Yuan stopped this killer move. After a round of practice, Fang Yuan stood on the spot, comprehending and summarizing. Over these last days, I have already organized my sword path killer moves. I have come up with 5 main moves. Other than sword wave triple layered that comes from Lang's sect, the other 4 are Bo Qing's methods, but I have modified them. Sword path situation is a level lower than wisdom path. I do not have as many sword path immortal goo as wisdom path immortal goo. Their attainment levels are also far lower. Thus, my modifications are limited. The killer move's power is also much lower than Bo Qing's original version. Especially the final move, 5-finger fist heart sword. It was a famous killer move that shook the world. But now I can only use 3 sword lights, that is my limit. At the same time, its offensive power is only at the peak of rank 7. If I can use rank 8 wisdom sword immortal goo, the sword path killer move's power will rise to rank 8. Unfortunately, wisdom sword immortal goo was hard to activate. It required rank 8 immortal essence. Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence. He could not produce rank 8 immortal essence. He could only give up. Fang Yuan had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. They were attitude goo, years flow like water, and wisdom sword immortal goo. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo. Worthy of being recorded in the Legends of Renzu, it had very low requirements to use. Years flow like water was slightly inferior. The effect depended on the quality and quantity of the goo immortal's immortal essence. Wisdom sword immortal goo was a normal rank 8 immortal goo. Even though it was Fang Yuan's, it required rank 8 immortal essence to activate. Thus, Fang Yuan still had a lot of room for growth in sword path. It was just that currently, after this round of development, he had reached his limit. After finishing the killer move practice, Fang Yuan did not want to waste any time. He returned to the Cloud City and started to develop his immortal aperture. Sovereign immortal aperture at the northern end of Kokitahara. Snow was falling, cold air was everywhere, the snow was thick, the atmosphere was very different from before. Roar, roar! Occasionally, a few snow monsters would stagger in the flying snow and let out a few strange roars. At the northernmost part, there was a crystal rock that resembled a mountain. This rock was blue in color. It looked like it was made of crystal. It was filled with holes of all sizes. There were many holes. Frost fog was spewing out from them. It was precisely this fog that greatly improved the surrounding environment from its roots. Ice path crystal essence. This was a rank 8 immortal material. It was very rare. It came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was rarely seen in the market. The first time he saw this ice path crystal essence, Fang Yuan sighed. To think that the snowman race had such a good item in their inventory. But soon, Fang Yuan understood. Even though the snowman race had a difficult life now, they were in an awkward situation. Thinking about it, how could the snowman race that survived through the cruel eras be simple? At the very least, among all the snowman races, this was one of the best. They were stuck in a corner. Their situation was not good now, but they had glory in the past. Ice path crystal essence was one of the important parts of the third gift of the snowman race. As for why the snowman race expressed such great sincerity, Fang Yuan did not need to guess. It was definitely because he had fought against the immemorial, desolate, beast myriad head coiling dragon. Shui Er had recorded the battle and sent it to the snowman race. However, this was also because Fang Yuan was purposely letting them do this. He was happy to see this happen. With this ice path crystal essence, I can create a snow monster production line. In time, this place will become my new source of income. Just as he was thinking about the future, Sixth Hair secretly sent a message. Sect leader, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's refinement has reached a crucial stage. Please come and refine the goo personally. Fang Yuan was energized. If he could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, the following calamities and tribulations would become predictable. Chapter 14, 79. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The Goo Refinement Hall was filled with white light. The light was boundless. People could not look at it directly. There was a dense aura between mortal goo and immortal goo. The Gu refinement had clearly reached the most crucial stage. Fang Yuan was bathed in the white light. His mind was completely focused. Beside him was the refinement path, Gu Immortal Sixth Hair. He had a solemn and nervous expression. Now is the time. Suddenly, Sixth Hair spoke. He actually removed the entire refinement path, Gu formation. It turned out that the most suitable method to refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was light path refinement. Other than that, other paths refinement methods could only yield half the result with twice the effort. Some even had the opposite effect. And at the final step, the refinement path Gu formation had to be removed, using the Gu Immortal's ingenuity to complete the final step. This was the most special aspect of Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Other Immortal Gu did not have this requirement. Only Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu could not be restricted or restricted. It could only be refined in a situation where it could move freely. Undeniably, this was a huge test for the Gu refinement Gu Immortal, because the Gu Immortal needed to take over the role of the Immortal formation at this moment, guiding the entire Gu refinement process to the final step. But the Gu Immortal's guidance could not exceed the limits. Once it exceeded the limits, there would be restrictions, and Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu would not be able to condense. This required a profound balance. The intricacies could not be expressed in words. Only the Gu refinement Gu Immortal could personally experience it. The final step of the Gu refinement. Countless thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. He used wisdom path methods to perfectly take over the role of the Immortal formation. The surrounding white light was dazzling, but under Fang Yuan's guidance, it started to condense and shrink. Gradually, this light condensed into a ring around Fang Yuan's body. The huge ring had Fang Yuan at the center. Initially, it was just light condensing, but after a few breaths of time, it felt like it was solid. More than 10 breaths of time later, the Gu refinement hall's light returned to normal. The ring was solid. It was the size of a house and looked like it was made of platinum. The ring quietly floated in the air. Fang Yuan stood at the center of the ring. Sixth Hair held his breath, feeling slightly excited. Refinement path killer move, heavenly light rotation, it has finally formed. But it needs at least 7 rounds to truly refine rank 7 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. The first turn. Fang Yuan's mind moved slightly, and the ring slowly activated. Only after the time it took to brew a cup of tea did it complete a full circle. The first rotation is a success. Sixth Hair let out a breath of turbid air. The second turn. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes that had been shut all along. A strange light shot out from his eyes and shone on the ring. The originally emotionless ring seemed to be motivated by this gaze and began to spin again. This time, the rotation speed was clearly faster than before. After the time it took to brew half a cup of tea, the circle was completed. I've also succeeded in my second transformation. Sixth Hair clenched his fists. The third turn. Fang Yuan's breathing became heavy, and he kept breathing. This breathing was not ordinary breathing. He was using a refinement path killer move. His aura interacted with the ring, and the ring started to spin again. This time the rotation speed was even faster, and after a while the circle was completed. The third turn is also completed. Sixth Hair's heart was pounding. The fourth turn. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and started to chant. Under the influence of his voice, the ring started to spin even faster. Soon, the fourth turn was also completed. A total of 7 turns. I have already completed more than half, but it will get harder from now on, because the ring is spinning faster and faster. It is not easy to control. Sixth Hair's forehead was already covered in sweat. The fourth turn was over, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to continue. He rested for a while before activating his refinement path killer move, making the ring spin on its own. The fifth turn. Fang Yuan's arms were originally hanging down, but now he started to raise them. Like 2 mountains were hanging on his arms. Fang Yuan raised his arms in an extremely slow and heavy manner. The ring started to spin on its own, but different from the previous times. While it was spinning, it was also slowly rising. It was getting higher and higher. When it rose from Fang Yuan's waist to Fang Yuan's shoulder, it suddenly stopped. Oh no! Sixth Hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring self-detonated. Boom! With a loud sound, the intense explosion was suppressed by the entire Gu refinement hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Fang Yuan, who was at the center, suffered the full power of the explosion. Puff! Fang Yuan's expression turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries. Immortal Gu man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated this immortal Gu. The method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fang Yuan was injured while refining rank 7 heavenly secret. He used rank 6 man as before, even though it was effective. Man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fang Yuan's injuries could be seen at a glance. Heavenly secret immortal Gu's refinement failed. This was not the first failure. The previous few times, Sixth Hair had failed along the way. This time, even after Fang Yuan personally made a move, he still failed. At once, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair's expressions turned ugly. This time, Fang Yuan had practiced extensively. He even used many luck path methods before the Gu refinement, but he did not succeed. Gu refinement was like this. It was not easy to succeed. If one invested a lot, they might not have any gains. They might end up with nothing in the end. The crucial point was that Fang Yuan's calamity and tribulation were about to descend. This refinement of heavenly secret did not succeed. It meant that Fang Yuan did not have time to refine it again. What a pity! Sixth Hair sighed. No worries, even without heavenly secret. I have confidence in passing it. Fang Yuan waved his hand. In just a short while, his emotions returned to normal. Several days later, Fang Yuan left through the teleportation immortal formation, arriving at an uninhabited, desolate land to undergo tribulation. He placed his immortal aperture and opened its entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in like a heavenly river, filling up the sovereign immortal aperture. Ing Wuxia and the others were dumbfounded by the majestic scene before them. This time, when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, to ensure that nothing went wrong, he brought the Shadow Sect immortals along. Bai Ningbing was also among them, but Shui Er was left in Langye blessed land. Shui Er was not trusted by Fang Yuan yet. As for the others, they had entered the sovereign immortal aperture before. When Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, they could help. Or when Gu immortals were attracted and came to cause trouble, they could go out and block the enemies for Fang Yuan. This was a human tribulation. When Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, Providence paid attention to him. This could not be helped. Providence wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan by all means. It would naturally make arrangements, and as time passed, it would create a human tribulation. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that someone's immortal aperture could have such a grand scene just by absorbing heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal aperture is too powerful. I believe that even rank 9 venerables cannot have such a scene when absorbing heaven and earth chi. The Shadow Sect immortals praised. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She was shocked inwardly, but she said, "You are underestimating rank 9 venerables. Even though I have not seen the rank 9 immortal aperture absorb heaven and earth chi, after inheriting Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I know that back then, Bai Xiang's absorption of heaven and earth chi was much grander than Fang Yuan's." Ing Wuxia glanced at Bai Ningbing plainly. Bai Xiang is rank 8. He has a rank 8 grotto heaven. Fang Yuan is only rank 7 now. He only has a rank 7 blessed land. The two cannot be compared. Moreover, the sovereign immortal aperture is huge. Many places have not been constructed. Its potential is unimaginable. In contrast, back then, Baixiang had already constructed the grotto heaven completely. Resources filled it. These resources naturally consumed a lot of heaven and earth qi. Bai Ningbing was silent. You are right, fellow celestial wuxia. Goddess Miao Yin smiled. The other Gu immortals nodded in agreement. After a long while, the sovereign immortal aperture finished absorbing heaven and earth qi. The tribulation started to form in mini red heaven. Fang Yuan's body was in mini red heaven now. This tribulation was targeted at Fang Yuan. It would not appear anywhere else. As for why mini red heaven was chosen, it was because this place was huge. It had once been used as a battlefield against the immemorial year monkey. There were no resources built here. Undergoing tribulation here would greatly reduce the losses. If he underwent tribulation in mini southern border, or Kokidahara, the tribulation would wreak havoc and destroy countless resources. This was not a situation Fang Yuan wanted to see. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big. If we undergo tribulation, how can we avoid the calamities and tribulations damaging our resources? But inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations cannot include mini red heaven. He Lulan sighed with an extremely envious tone. My shadow sect painstakingly accumulated resources for 100,000 years to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It is naturally extraordinary. Ing Wu Xia snorted coldly, speaking in a proud tone. It is a pity that everything went to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing said casually, causing Ing Wu Xia to glare at her angrily. What? Am I wrong? Bai Ningbing was fearless. She looked at Ing Wu Xia provocatively, regaining her dignity. Ing Wu Xia breathed in deeply, turning his head around. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu was given to Lord Fang Yuan. What difference does it make? He is the sect leader of my shadow sect now. We are on the same side. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed mockingly. Ing Wu Xia ignored her. He only stared at the tribulation that was about to form. He saw that Fang Yuan's surroundings were filled with extremely thick poisonous fog. The poisonous fog was rumbling. It had 5 distinct colors. This is a poison path tribulation, Lady White Rabbit said weakly. More accurately, it is a 5 poison tribulation. Ing Wu Xia said his knowledge was naturally broader. Just like he said, the 5-colored poisonous fog formed into 5 huge monsters. There were snake, scorpion, spider, toad, and centipede. The 5 monsters surrounded Fang Yuan, looking at him covetously, but they were not in a hurry to attack. They were accumulating strength. As time passed, their bodies became larger. Why is Fang Yuan not attacking yet? Bai Ningbing frowned. This was the best time to attack. Otherwise, the longer time passed, the stronger the poisonous beasts would become. However, Fang Yuan's battle strategy was different from the norm. He waited until the power of the 5 great poisonous creatures had accumulated to the limit. The 5 great poisonous beasts were like mountains. They pounced at Fang Yuan while stomping on the ground. Bai Ningbing and the rest held their breaths. The tribulation was so powerful that even the spectators were shaken. This was not an ordinary rank 7 tribulation. With the support of Providence, it had reached the limit of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Is that all? Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. He vanished on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, thunderous explosions resounded. The pupils of Bai Ningbing and the rest shrunk. They watched in shock as Fang Yuan rampaged through the battlefield. The 5 poisonous beasts were completely defeated by his attacks. A moment later, the poisonous fog dissipated. Only Fang Yuan's demonic, godlike figure was left in the battlefield. Chapter 1480. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Even though Providence wants to get rid of me, this otherworldly demon, and raised the power of its rank 7 heavenly tribulation to the limit. It is still unable to do anything to me. Love, go, small, talk, net coup. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to pass this tribulation. For this tribulation, he had made ample preparations, but he did not use most of his trump cards. Ying Wuxia and the rest could be said to have watched Fang Yuan's individual battle prowess. They were filled with shock and envy towards the sovereign immortal aperture. Rank 7 Gu immortals had to go through 24 earthly calamities, 3 heavenly tribulations, and 3 grand tribulations. Fang Yuan patiently waited until the 5 poisonous beasts were at their strongest before undergoing tribulation, to probe the greatest power of the heavenly tribulation. Rank 7 heavenly tribulations no longer posed any threat to him. Earthly calamities were even more impossible. Only the grand tribulations were unknown. Fang Yuan was not clear about the power of the grand tribulations, because he did not pass them. His rank 7 cultivation level was mostly obtained by devouring apertures. He had forcefully seized them. This heavenly tribulation was the first time he underwent a tribulation with rank 7 cultivation level. Afterwards, Fang Yuan used perceivable Tao immortal Gu to calculate that he gained over 1,000 poison path Tao marks from this heavenly tribulation. From now on, if Fang Yuan used poison path immortal Gu, he would gain twice as much. Heavenly tribulations gave an average of 750 Tao marks. Fang Yuan had over 1,000 because Providence raised the power of the heavenly tribulation to the limit. But these gains were not what Fang Yuan needed at the moment. Firstly, he did not have any poison path resources to nurture. Secondly, his poison path attainment level was very low. And lastly, he only had 1 poison path immortal Gu woman's heart. Evidently, Providence purposely chose poison path to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. The next time I undergo a heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid Providence will choose to reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation to the lowest. Fang Yuan didn't need to guess to be able to guess this. This heavenly tribulation made Providence realize that it couldn't do anything to Fang Yuan, so it probably wouldn't increase the power of the heavenly tribulation to its limit anymore. After all, doing so would only increase Fang Yuan's Tao marks. Apart from helping his enemies, it wouldn't create any trouble at all. This also means that in the future, my gains from transcending tribulations will be very low. Love, go, small, say, net devouring the aperture is the right way. Fang Yuan understood. Devour aperture was one of the advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. It would definitely be used in the future. It was just that he did not have the upper extreme heavenly eagle currently, and Fang Yuan was also cultivating in seclusion. There were no opportunities. The river of time was never-ending. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. During this period, Fang Yuan went through the earthly calamity again and realized that it was just as he had guessed. He gained very few Tao marks. However, in other aspects, Fang Yuan had improved at lightning speed and gained a lot. In terms of soul path, his soul foundation had risen to 50 million man's soul level. His soul was extremely condensed. There were already signs of it turning from phantom to solid. Most importantly, the immortal killer move ghost official garment was becoming thicker and thicker. It gave Fang Yuan a strong concealment ability. He Lulan had already finished refining the stars. Fang Yuan tried to use Star Eye's immortal Gu. The investigative effect was very good. With this immortal Gu, his investigative ability was greatly enhanced. In terms of immortal aperture management, the basic construction was already completed. After expending almost all of his immortal Yuan stone reserves, as well as the 3 gifts from the Snowman tribe, Fang Yuan even borrowed a batch of resources from Langya's sect, finally completing the basic construction. This way, although Fang Yuan had not truly fed it once, the foundation was already there. It was like having a meal, but plates of delicacies were already placed on the table, and the food was already cooking in the pot. As long as this continued, he would succeed without any accidents. There were 7 levels of immortal aperture management. The first level was to create mortal resources. The second level was to create immortal materials that could be used to feed immortal goo. The third level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem. The fourth level was to use the immortal aperture's various products to trade with each other and earn profits. Fang Yuan used to be abnormally prosperous. He had 1 foot in the fourth level, but still had 1 foot in the second level. Now that he had reached perfection stage of the second level, Fang Yuan's final step was to step into the third level. The third level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem. Loved go small, say net ku. The standard for this level was, these immortal beasts and immortal plants were perfectly integrated into the immortal aperture's natural cycle, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem with other life forms. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had already reached it, but he was lacking now. Because the 2 largest beast groups were eagle groups and year beasts, they had not truly integrated into the sovereign immortal aperture. Eagle beasts needed to hunt large amounts of food. Currently, Fang Yuan was buying them from Langy's sect and Jewel Yellow Skies. Year beasts fed on year goo. Fang Yuan relied on his own production. Rank 8 years flow, like water immortal goo, played a huge role in this. Without it, Fang Yuan would not be able to raise such a large-scale year beast group. I need to slow down the construction of the third level. Fang Yuan wanted to continue, but he had no choice but to stop. He did not have enough capital. If he wanted to continue developing his immortal aperture, he needed to start from the fourth level and develop the trade first. Right now, Fang Yuan had 9 economic pillars in his hands. The first source of income was naturally the guts goo. It was a monopolistic trade with huge potential, but the investment was huge, and he had to share the profits with Langy's sect. Fang Yuan's current profits from guts goo were all used to cultivate soul path. There was no profit in this. The second was year goo. Fang Yuan had not truly taken over the market of year goo yet, but after his previous investment, even if he developed in this area, his profits would be terrible in the next 2 to 5 years. But undeniably, the year goo trade had huge potential. The reason was that Fang Yuan had rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water. This immortal goo was created by the Northern Plains Time Path Great Expert Heifan. It was a top-tier rank 8 immortal goo. Not only was it easy to activate, it also meant that he had a cheap production line for mass-producing year goo. But there was a flaw. It would attract immemorial year beasts to cause trouble in his immortal aperture. After Heifan created years flow like water immortal goo, he had been trying to resolve this flaw. Unfortunately, he had his own limitations. Even though he was a time path great expert, he could not use it in other aspects. Secondly, he had limited fortuitous encounters. If he was like Fang Yuan and had 180 slaves, he could resolve this flaw as well. Thirdly, he had limited lifespan. In fact, Heifan was already dealing with this flaw. Immemorial year beast fishing formation and flood discharge formation were results. But unfortunately, his lifespan was up. Thus, years flow like water immortal goo did not fully shine in the hands of its creator. It was only in the hands of an outsider like Fang Yuan that it showed its power. How should he put it? Fang Yuan often sighed. This was truly fate. After year goo, there were dragonfish and regretful spiders. These 2 large resource points, they corresponded to dragon scale sea area and coiling thread caves in the sovereign immortal aperture. Back then, when Fang Yuan was in southern border, he had thought of ways to borrow Wu clan strength to slowly develop it. It took a lot of effort. But now, the dragonfish business suffered a huge blow. Because Fang Yuan's disguise as Wu Yihai's secret was exposed, the dragonfish business relied on Wu clan's connections to sell to southern border's righteous path forces. Now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, this channel was cut off. Thus, regretful spiders became Fang Yuan's current main source of income. The biggest buyer of this trade was Western Desert's Shao clan. This relationship was getting more and more stable. After dragonfish and regretful spiders, There were eerie fire dragon pythons, a series of star path resources, star dark goo, star fragment grass, etc., spirit snakes, snow monsters, and light shine fungi. The eerie fire dragon python business was originally obtained by Feng Yuan from Imperial Court Blessed Land. After He Clan obtained the unique method to raise them, it grew to this scale. The scale was not big or small. It could not compare to dragonfish and regretful spiders. Star path resources were left behind by Feng Yuan after inheriting Star Lord Wan Xiang. He did not focus on nurturing this resource. It was originally very important, but now it was getting less and less important because many resources surpassed it, and it was left behind by a rank 6 goo immortal. It was not big at first. Spirit snakes and star path resources were similar. They were produced by Han Dong Blessed Land. They were annexed by Feng Yuan. He did not focus on nurturing them. They were still the same. Finally, snow monsters and light shine fungi were future projects. The former was because Feng Yuan was using the ice path crystal essence to modify his immortal aperture's environment in Kokitahara. The latter had an important mission. They could not be sold as goods. To sum it up, Feng Yuan's trade situation was not optimistic. Guts Goo had no profits. The dragonfish business was heavily damaged. Even though regretful spiders were still doing well, they could not do much alone. The remaining eerie fire dragon pythons, star path resources, and spirit snakes were all important sources of income for rank 6 goo immortals. But to Feng Yuan, they were too small. These three, and the regretful spiders, were barely able to support Feng Yuan's situation. Finally, the snow monsters and light shine fungi business. Feng Yuan needed to invest in the former. While the latter could not be touched, it needed to be expanded. The huge profits from the sale of year goo had been used up. In this situation, Feng Yuan needed to revive his trade. He had a huge business. Even though the foundation was completed and his immortal aperture's development had increased from 3% to 4%, be it the construction of the immortal aperture, modifying killer moves, or soul path cultivation, he needed to invest in them continuously. To improve, he needed to invest in them first. The greater the capital invested, the faster and higher the rate of improvement. As for Feng Yuan, he had a vast amount of inheritance contents. He naturally had countless resource management methods. Many of them were even exclusive inheritances. He had too many choices to choose from. But among them, which one was the most suitable for him, the best choice? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Notice 3 things. 1. The postcards have already been sent out because they were ordinary mail. Many people received them, but a few did not. There's no helping it. I know now that the Postal Service's ordinary mail is much worse than express delivery. If I cannot receive them, I have no other choice. But thankfully, such an event will be held again. Next, I will send them registered mail. I can check them now. 2. Minor character event. A lot of students want a cameo role, so I want to organize another cameo recruitment event. To participate, please read the minor character event post pinned at Chi Diane's book review section, and then follow the post to write down the minor character that you like. Another note, this might very well be the last time we're looking for extras. 3. Update status. Recently, he had to apologize to everyone at the beginning of the chapter every day. But this update status will continue until mid-November. According to the current progress, this book will not be finished this year. It should be finished in the first half of next year. Chapter 1481. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Lang Ya Blessed Land. Cloud City Secret Room. Feng Yuan's soul flew out of his body. His soul was no longer the same as before. His foundation was at 70 million man-soul level. Feng Yuan sacrificed the profits from Guts Goo and exploited Ing Wuxia and the rest, adding on the 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth that were the most beneficial for soul path cultivation in the world. His soul path cultivation had been advancing at an astonishing speed. I only need 30 million man-soul to reach 100 million man-soul level. Feng Yuan assessed his soul. The soul was vivid and lifelike. It had an exquisite face and a normal body shape. There was a halo emitting from the depths of the soul, enveloping the entire soul, giving off a feeling of sturdiness and exquisiteness. Rank 9 killer move ghostly concealment was like a silk undergarment, sticking to the surface of the soul. Above it, there was a layer of ghost official garment. Fang Yuan's modified immortal killer move ghost official garment used rank 7 change soul immortal goo and rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo as the cores. Earlier, it was just a loose garment. It had long sleeves and dragged down the back of his feet. It was very thin. But as Fang Yuan's soul foundation continued to rise, this layer of ghost official garment became thicker. Looking at it now, this layer of ghost official garment had changed. Not only did it turn from a long garment into a set of armor, there was even a layer of battle armor on the garment. It looked very majestic. This was the true appearance of the rank 7 killer move ghost official garment, ghost general garment. Earlier, because of ghostly concealment, the connection between ghost official garment and the soul weakened. It was weakened to the rank 6 ghost soldier garment. But now, as his soul foundation rose, it gradually recovered its rank 7 level power. But I am still some distance away from the complete ghost general garment. Fang Yuan looked at his back. The complete form of ghost general garment was not only a set of armor. There were also 3 battle flags on the back. Right now, these battle flags were nowhere to be seen. The focus of Fang Yuan's cultivation today was not just to check his soul path cultivation results. Even though his soul had left his body, there was a will in his mind. He started to activate an immortal killer move. Soul separation. This move came from spectral soul's true inheritance. After being modified by Fang Yuan, it could be used as well. An intense pain quickly assaulted Fang Yuan's soul. His soul immediately suffered a heavy blow. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and hurriedly withdrew his soul back into his body. This was the first time he was trying to use Split Soul. Split Soul Killer move was different. It required the Gu Immortal soul to leave their body and use their remaining thoughts, wills, and emotions to control Gu worms. Thus it was much harder to activate than ordinary immortal moves. Activating the killer move failed. Fang Yuan was speechless. He began to consume guts Gu to heal his injuries. If the killer move Split Soul succeeds, splitting the soul would not cause any pain. It would be as easy as drinking water. But if he failed, the consequences would be severe. Often, his soul would directly collapse. Thus, Gu Immortals without a strong soul foundation could not blindly use this move. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had reached 10 million man soul, which was why he started to practice. Right now, Fang Yuan had already modified his sword path killer move. He was very familiar with it. He started to modify and practice his soul path killer moves. Other than Split Soul Killer move, there were also Soul Suppression, Soul Howl, Soul Explosion, Soul Devour, Soul Transfer, Soul Beast Summoning, and others. Fang Yuan did not have many Soul Path Immortal Gu. He could only replicate them, but their power would be greatly reduced. What determined Fang Yuan's battle strength was still Reverse Float Protection Seal. Be it Soul Path Method, Sword Path, or Wisdom Path, they were all methods to enrich Fang Yuan's arsenal. Modifying and practicing Soul Path Killer moves took up a lot of Fang Yuan's time and energy. And in terms of immortal aperture management, Fang Yuan had already decided on his next focus. He thought about it and chose Dragonfish. Firstly, the Dragonfish business's foundation was still there. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of Dragonfish in his immortal aperture. He had sufficient stock. Secondly, Fang Yuan had done the Dragonfish business before. He had experience. It was not like the Yeargu business where he was a newcomer. Finally, Dragonfish had transformation path, food path, and other Dao marks. Just like the rumors said, Dragonfish were a new life form created by a food path Gu Immortal. They had a certain effect on feeding immortal Gu. Fang Yuan currently had the most orthodox food path inheritance. There was a method to raise Dragonfish on a large scale. Dragon Scale Sea Area. Fang Yuan first expanded the sea area. He also modified the immortal goo formation in the sea area. This was a brand new immortal goo formation. It used rank 6 snack immortal goo, rank 7 dragon scale, rank 7 dragon breath, and rank 6 dragon strength as the cores, with about 130,000 mortal goo as support. Just modifying this giant immortal formation took Fang Yuan 3 days. In these 3 days, Fang Yuan did not rest. He bathed in the light of wisdom. Setting up the immortal formation took Fang Yuan 12 days. Half a month later, Fang Yuan successfully raised this dragonfish resource point from a large resource point to a giant resource point. This way, the dragonfish reproduction speed increased. With the sovereign immortal aperture's own time flow, the production increased greatly. Fang Yuan started to discuss the dragonfish trade. Lang Yi's sect easily obtained it. The Snowman tribe also decided to purchase dragonfish from Fang Yuan regularly. Western Desert's Xiao clan. Fang Yuan used the regretful spider business to establish a relationship. He successfully made Xiao clan one of the biggest customers of the dragonfish business. At Northern Plains Chu clan, Chu Du also secretly made an agreement with Fang Yuan. They would be doing business for more than 10 years. The start was good, but the next part was the main event. Fang Yuan sold these dragonfish to Jewel Yellow Skies. He sent in different wills. He changed his identity so that others could not find out his background. This time, Fang Yuan used a different strategy from Year Gu. In the Year Gu business, Fang Yuan had a decisive advantage. He charged in forcefully, sweeping away all objections. But in terms of dragonfish, even though Fang Yuan had a method to raise them, the cost was not cheap. Thus, this time he slowly increased the scale of dragonfish sales. He did this on purpose. There was not a huge commotion. Jewel Yellow Skies was operating normally. As Fang Yuan cultivated, he observed the market's movements. Eastern Sea. Gu Immortal Yu Chan was holding a dragonfish, observing it carefully. Under the light, her beautiful face was solemn. Her brows were tightly furrowed. She inspected the dragonfish several times before sending it into her immortal aperture, sighing softly. I wonder where this person came from. He is very strong. Not only is he good at raising dragonfish, he also has an endless supply of them. In terms of the dragonfish business, Yu Chan was the undisputed #1 in Jewel Yellow Skies. In the Year Gu business, there were 3 sellers. But in the dragonfish business, Yu Chan was the leader. She was far ahead of the other Gu Immortals, firmly occupying the #1 position for decades. On one hand, she was a water path Gu Immortal. She had a huge advantage in raising dragonfish. On the other hand, she occupied the famous dragonfish sea area in Dragon Sea. This was a natural breeding ground with a huge scale. Not only did Yu Chan produce dragonfish in her own immortal Gu, she also had a base in Eastern Sea. With these 2 factors, no one could match her in terms of dragonfish production. Other than this, Yu Chan was a vigilant person. She had a wide network of friends. She could read people's expressions. She was very perceptive. To be able to become the sole leader of the dragonfish business, Yu Chan naturally had her own extraordinary points. This time, just as Fang Yuan increased his dragonfish production, Yu Chan noticed it immediately. Yu Chan bought a batch of dragonfish from Fang Yuan anonymously. After careful investigation, she found out that Fang Yuan was her greatest enemy. Yu Chan placed great importance on this. She immediately went to investigate Fang Yuan's background. Know yourself and your enemy. You will never be defeated. But she disguised herself as a buyer. She tried all sorts of methods to probe for information, but Fang Yuan's did not reveal any flaws. Yu Chan expressed her desire to communicate with Fang Yuan himself, but Fang Yuan did not show up. Several days passed. Yu Chan's heart was getting heavier because she found that Fang Yuan's production was getting larger and larger. And in Jewel Yellow Skies' market, many Gu Immortals were starting to notice this abnormality. Even though Fang Yuan did not do it openly, Yu Chan felt even greater pressure. This cannot go on. Yu Chan could not sit still. she left the Dragonfish Sea area. She did not fly. She swam underwater. After moving for hundreds of li, she found an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Yu Chan entered the undercurrent, using the power of nature to speed up. Chapter 1482. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Yu Chan was a water path Gua mortal. Using the undercurrents, her speed was much faster than flying Gua mortals. After going through several undercurrents, after several days, Yu Chan arrived at Nangong tribe's territorial sea. Nangong tribe was one of Eastern Sea's righteous path superforces. Yu Chan came to the edge of the territorial sea and stopped, landing on a nameless island to wait. She was here to seek help from Nangong tribe. Before she left, she had already used information path methods to inform them. As expected, Yu Chan did not have to wait for long. A Nangong tribe Gua mortal came to receive her. Fairy Yu Chan, Master Hua sent me to welcome you. He is already waiting at Flower Bridge Pavilion. Nangong tribe's Gua mortal was polite. He did not have the arrogance of a superforce. On one hand, he only had rank 6 cultivation level, while Yu Chan was rank 7. On the other hand, even though Yu Chan was a lone cultivator, she had many connections. She was one of the 6 great fairies of Eastern Sea's Gua mortal world. Her reputation was spread far and wide. Nangong tribe's Gua mortal had to pay attention to her. Thank you. Yu Chan smiled lightly. The Nangong tribe Gua mortal's heart jumped. Fairy, please follow me. Nangong tribe's Gua mortal calmed his mind and led the way. Yu Chan followed him into the sea, entering the undercurrents. After a few undercurrents, Yu Chan saw an immortal Gu house in the sea. This immortal Gu house had a unique structure. There was a pavilion in the middle of a bridge. There was a stone table and stone chairs in the pavilion. A Gu immortal was brewing tea. Yu Chan followed the Nangong tribe Gu immortal onto the bridge. The man in the pavilion smiled. Fairy, Yu Chan came from afar. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you personally. Yu Chan smiled. Huan, you are one of the 3 wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea. What can I do if you put on such airs? Yu Chan and Huan had a good relationship. She was just joking. In fact, Huan was originally a Hua tribe Gua mortal, but due to various reasons he betrayed Hua tribe. Hua tribe was a righteous path superforce. When Huan escaped, he received Yu Chan's help. The two became friends. After that, Nangong clan accepted Huan. Huan cultivated diligently and became famous in Eastern Sea in Wisdom Path. A doggerel was used to praise the bipolar Panjia pill. The southern palace hid Huan and the dragon head turtle, returning from the sea of adversity. The second paragraph was about Huan. Even though Huan was a vassal of Nangong tribe, he was constantly threatened by Hua tribe. He had been assassinated many times by Hua tribe's Gua mortals. Therefore, he usually stayed in the Nangong family's headquarters and rarely went out. He had shown his sincerity by risking his life to meet Yu Chan. Yu Chan naturally knew about Huan's situation. She was quite satisfied that she could see Huan here. She was even a little surprised. Huan laughed and gestured with his hand. Fairy, please take a seat. Yu Chan didn't stand on ceremony. She sat down and raised her cup to drink tea. Then she sighed. This tea is good tea. It's a pity that I have worries in my heart and can't enjoy the tea in peace. Huan nodded. Fairy, please tell me in detail. I will do my best to help you solve your problems. While Yu Chan was drinking tea, Fang Yuan was drinking wine. He was not drinking ordinary wine, it was a wedding wine. This wedding wine was not someone else's wedding wine, it was his. Congratulations to Lord Fang Yuan. Congratulations to Fairy Shuer. It is truly enviable for 2 lovers to be able to get married. Ha ha ha. Bing Zhuo laughed as he toasted. Fang Yuan smiled as he raised his cup, replying while looking around. In the hall, there were 2 or 3 tables of banquets. all of them were Gu immortals. Most of them were variant human Gu immortals. There were snowmen, hairy men, ink men, and rock men. Other than them, there were the Shadow Sect members, led by Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing was not among them. Love, Go, Small, say, Netka Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. His wedding banquet was extremely important in Northern Plains' variant human alliance. Almost all of the Gu immortals came to attend. The Snowman Gu immortals were cheering while the Rockman Gu immortals had stiff expressions. This engagement banquet was a good thing for the Snowman tribe. But for the Rockmen, the neighboring tribe that they had been bullied for so long suddenly had a rank 8 battle strength expert. This was simply the worst news of all. Elder Bing Yuan, you have done a great deed. I am in admiration. At the table, Rockman First Supreme Elder Shirzong said to Bing Yuan in a deep tone. Bing Yuan was Shui Er's grandmother. The marriage with Fang Yuan was something that she had advocated, and now she finally saw results. This is my granddaughter's fortune. Sai, to speak the truth, our tribe is in a superior position. Bing Yuan pretended not to hear the mockery in Shirzong's words. She replied to him while looking at the main table. There, Fang Yuan was sitting at the main seat. Shui Er was beside him with an uneasy expression. Bing Yuan sighed. She looked glorious on the surface, but she was worried in her heart. This was not the wedding banquet that she wanted. It was only an engagement banquet. Bing Yuan fully experienced how troublesome Fang Yuan was. Just this engagement banquet alone made the Snowman tribe pay a huge price. And this was after she had bargained with Fang Yuan many times. They finally obtained this result. Both sides took a step back. Fang Yuan obtained another sum of resources, and the Snowman tribe could finally borrow Fang Yuan's influence. But luring Fang Yuan to my clan, such a person, was my decision, right or wrong? Bing Yuan recalled the process of her negotiation with Fang Yuan. She started to hesitate. But on the surface, Bing Yuan did not show any emotions. She was full of smiles. The banquet was very lively. Eastern Sea. Huan said to Yu Chan with an ashamed expression, Fairy, I have disappointed you. I could not deduce this person's background for you. Even you, Master Hua, could not? Yu Chan was quite surprised. Hua An's expression turned solemn. Firstly, it is hard to deduce with just the clues of the dragonfish. Secondly, this person has a killer move that counters wisdom path deductions. He can conceal his identity. Yu Chan heard this and felt even more uneasy. The other party actually had wisdom path methods to defend against deductions. She did not have this. The enemy had her, but she did not. The other party came prepared, or had someone backing him up. Either way, it showed how strong the enemy was. Is his wisdom path attainment higher than you, Huan? You are one of the 3 great wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea. Even you could not deduce him? Yu Chan was very dissatisfied. Fairy, you misunderstood. Wisdom path is different from water path. This scene is like a river. The other party has set up a checkpoint in the most dangerous valley. No matter how wide the river is, at this checkpoint, the deep torrent will turn into a shallow pool. We wisdom path Gu immortals can create huge waves on the wide river, but at the checkpoint we cannot use our strength. It is much more effective. Hua An explained patiently. Thinking that Yu Chan cultivated water path, he carefully used water as an analogy. It is not that I cannot do it. Even other wisdom path Gu immortals cannot deduce him if they cannot break this defense. Even if this defense is only at rank 6 level. Yu Chan was depressed. She did not have a deep understanding of wisdom path. In fact, most Gu immortals did not have a deep understanding of wisdom path. On one hand, wisdom path Gu immortals were rare. On the other hand, wisdom path Gu immortals who knew the profundities of wisdom path would not seek trouble and publicize their paths to the outside world. Yu Chan had thought that by asking for Hua An's help, she would be able to find out about Fang Yuan's background, but to think that she suffered a setback. But the more it was like this, the more Yu Chan did not want to give up. Hua An understood her personality. Yu Chan not only had outstanding looks, she also had the tenacity of water. Her current status and achievements were all due to her own hard work. Thus, Hua and suggested, we can probe them again as long as we have more information and clues. I can break through their defenses. Even if one clue is like an ant's nest, a dam of 1,000 Li often collapses because of an ant's nest. The more clues we have, the more success we will have. Yu Chan nodded. Wait a moment. She immediately entered her mind and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, trying to find Fang Yuan's will again. Her earlier probe did not yield any results, but she still wanted to try again. Yu Chan, no need to probe me. I am very interested in the dragonfish business. I can even say that I am determined to get it. Fang Yuan's will told Yu Chan. Yu Chan was shocked. Her expression changed, she regained her senses, and told Hua An's expression also changed. In this situation, the other party's background is not small. I am the #1 person in the dragonfish business. He can challenge me. How can he not have a strong background? Yu Chan rolled her eyes at Hua and shook his head with a solemn expression. I am talking about his wisdom path attainment. My previous divination was most likely detected by the other party, and they used it against us. Thus, they managed to deduce your identity. I was already very careful, but he was able to deduce your identity under such limited circumstances. His wisdom path attainment is not weaker than mine. In fact, he might even surpass me. So that's it. Yu Chan was shocked again. Chapter 1483. Genius in 1 second. Remember love? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The banquet was bustling with noise and excitement. This engagement banquet had a strong political significance. Not just to the Variant Human Alliance, it was even more so to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not reject any of the Variant Human Gu Immortals' toasts. Using his interpersonal skills, he was able to close the distance between him and the Variant Human Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's original identity was quite awkward. He was a pure human. In the Variant Human Alliance, he was a political loner. The Variant Human Gu Immortals had natural suspicions towards Fang Yuan. But this time, Fang Yuan and Shui Er were engaged. This gave people a completely different feeling. It could be said that he had successfully entered the circle of Variant Human Gu Immortals. Before this, Fang Yuan had only integrated into Langyu sect. Of course, the most important thing is that I have rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. The Gu Master world was a special world where individual people ruled over the collective. As long as one's cultivation level was high and their battle strength was extraordinary, they would be successful in every endeavor. If she knows that I have rank 8 battle strength, will Yu Chan back off? This thought suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The dragonfish business was the next focus of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development. If Yu Chan backed off, it would be perfect for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, Yu Chan would not do that. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Yu Chan was a person with vested interests. It would be extremely difficult to make her give up a piece of the pie. With Jewel Yellow Skies, even rank 6 Gu Immortals would dare to openly challenge or even provoke rank 8 Gu Immortals in business. Jewel Yellow Skies was a place that even the Celestial Court could not touch. Yu Chan, Eastern Seas, 6 Beauties, Myriad Gold, Wondrous Essence Physique. Fang Yuan entertained as he thought. Others did not know Yu Chan's secret, but after Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sex inheritance, he obtained a lot of crucial information. It pointed out that Yu Chan possessed one of the 10 ultimate physiques, the Myriad Gold Wonder Physique. This was Yu Chan's biggest secret. She had hidden it very well, but the Shadow Sect had a special method to search for the 10 ultimate physiques. To refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect had to gather all 10 extreme physiques. During this process, the Shadow Sect discovered Yu Chan's secret. However, at that time, the Shadow Sect already had the Myriad Gold Wonder Body, so they didn't do anything to Yu Chan. As for Yu Chan, who clearly had the Myriad Gold Wonder Body, chose to cultivate the water Tao. This was the difficulty of a rogue cultivator. Back then, Yu Chan had obtained the water Tao legacy. She had no other choice, so she could only cultivate. Later on, changing schools of thought was very troublesome and risky, so Yu Chan continued to cultivate until now. Fang Yuan was able to deduce that Yu Chan was here to probe him. On one hand, it was because Fang Yuan had a lot of information about Yu Chan. He knew that she was his biggest competitor in the dragonfish business. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had Ghost Official Garment. He inherited many of Zishan Makoto's killer moves, as well as the countless methods of Shadow Sect and Langya Sect. As for the myriad gold wonder body, it was clearly recorded in the Legends of Ranzu, Chapter 4, Section 27. Legend has it that the mini-man surpassed boundless forest samsara. He relied on perseverance to build a ladder to leave ordinary abyss. The mini-man met Renzu. He sighed. If he had perseverance back then, he would have been able to overcome reverse flow river. He would not have caused so much trouble. Renzu wanted to save his children, but until now he had not succeeded. Renzu saw that the mini-man had perseverance He had new hope. He said to the mini-man, "Mini-man, oh mini-man, I want to ask you for a favor." The mini-man asked, "Oh, Renzu, what do you want me to help you with?" Renzu told the mini-man that he wanted to borrow the mini-man's perseverance The mini-man said, "Oh, Renzu, the reason why I was able to leave ordinary abyss was because of the trees you planted. I chopped down those trees and built a ladder for me to climb. Thus, I owe you a favor." The mini-man agreed to lend perseverance to Renzu. But after Renzu obtained perseverance he found that he could not use it. This is the mini-man's perseverance. It is not your perseverance. Cognition appeared at this time, telling Renzu the truth. Renzu was sad. He sighed deeply. He asked Cognition "Then what should I do? I know perseverance can help me, but I cannot use it. I know the feathermen can help me, but love cannot control them." Cognition told Renzu, "Nobody can force others to love them, but you can create a and use it to lure the feathermen to do things for you. Think about it. How did this mini-man obtain perseverance Cognition's words gave Renzu a lot of inspiration. Renzu was overjoyed. "Oh, Cognition thank you for giving me such a good suggestion. I know what to do now. I want to create a myself." Cognition asked curiously, "What kind of will it be?" Renzu shook his head. "I am not sure, but I have an idea. I want this to become something that everyone in the world wants." Thus, Renzu left ordinary abyss and went to the blue sea. This was the blue sea that produced life the source of all life in the world. Renzu had walked ashore from the blue sea, and now he was back here. Renzu was thirsty. He scooped up the blue seawater and drank a few mouthfuls. But the more he drank, the more thirsty he became. Renzu was satisfied. "I want to use this blue seawater to refine After I refine it, no matter who obtains it, they will not be satisfied. They will want more." Thus, Renzu took away a lot of the blue seawater. The amount of seawater decreased, revealing the beach. Renzu found that there were many sea urchin-like on the beach. These were not life they were hardship In any life, there would be hardship Renzu's eyes brightened. He said, "The that I want to refine, even though people need it, they will have to work very hard to obtain it." Thus, he collected many hardship After doing this, Renzu left the blue sea and went to the door of life and death. After entering the door, Renzu did not enter the door of life and death. He only walked around the path of life. He collected many worry He said, "The that I refine, after people obtain it, they cannot discard it. They will be worried that they will lose it." After leaving the door of life and death on the way, Renzu encountered sorrow again. Renzu laughed happily. "Great, the that I want to refine, if people lose it, they will be very sad. This way, they will not discard it." Thus, he collected the sorrow again. Rinzhu collected all of these things. He started to refine the goo. The goo refinement fire burned fiercely, giving off a lot of black smoke, attracting many goo and living beings to observe. Oh, Rinzhu, what goo are you going to refine? Stupidity goo was attracted. It asked curiously. Rinzhu laughed. Oh, stupidity goo, if you want to know, why don't you drill into the fire and take a look? Stupidity goo drilled into the fire and did not come out. Not long after, wisdom goo was attracted. It asked, Oh, Rinzhu, what goo are you going to refine? Rinzhu laughed. Oh, stupidity goo, if you want to know, why don't you drill into the fire and take a look? Wisdom goo also flew in. However, it only flew into the black smoke and was blinded. After flying around randomly for a while, it flew out again. Rinzhu, oh Rinzhu, I was almost deceived by you. I have already seen what you're going to refine. I am leaving. Saying so, wisdom goo flew far away. Rinzhu felt it was a pity. He sighed. This way, after my goo is refined, it can make stupid people my servants, and deceive wise people for a while. However, one day passed, another day passed. The goo refinement fire continued to burn, but it did not succeed. The burning black smoke did not dissipate for a long time. It floated in the air and turned into a vast dark cloud that covered the sky. Oh, Rinzhu, you should have felt it. There is still one step left. This final step is the most crucial step. Cognition, goo said. Rinzhu nodded. He stood up resolutely and walked to the front of the fire. It seems this goo needs to be created with human hands. Thereupon, Rinzhu chopped off his hands and threw them into the fire. Whoosh! The fire exploded, and in an instant the endless black smoke and dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Under the bright golden sunlight, a girl appeared in front of Rinzhu. Oh, Father, thank you. You gave me life. My name is Myriad Gold, Wondrous Essence. The girl was radiating with the aura of treasures. She smiled at Rinzhu. Rinzhu looked at her and laughed heartily. Haha, I have another daughter. But wait, is my goo refinement complete? Chapter 1484. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Western Desert. This was a desert. The terrain was flat and boundless. There were cracks everywhere on the ground. Not even a blade of grass grew. But deep underground there was a whole new world. There were large numbers of ore veins, as well as constructed mines. Over 100,000 rockmen lived here as miners, excavating all kinds of minerals for the Goo Immortals. This was Western Desert's famous Myriad Ore Desert, controlled by one of the super forces, Shur Clan. There were many types of minerals here, and the reserves were plentiful, other than the mortal ores mined by the rockmen. There were also many immortal ores that Goo Immortals could only mine by themselves. For example, dark flow golden steel. This was the toughest rank 6 immortal material. Another example was the rank 7 immortal material, dark inkstone. Even if the ancient sword dragon clawed at it, it would not leave a mark. In the depths of the Million, or desert, there was a majestic river of gold fragments. The Gold Fragment River was a metal river of immemorial yellow heaven, and this myriad or desert was where a huge fragment of immemorial yellow heaven had once fallen. The immemorial yellow heaven fragment had once become a treasure land for Goo Masters and Goo Immortals to explore, but with the passage of time the immemorial yellow heaven fragment became smaller and smaller, eventually vanishing. During this process of dissipation, the Tao marks that it dispersed gradually transformed the surrounding Gobi into the 1,000 or Gobi. And this gold fragment river was a product of the immemorial yellow heaven fragment. It had been passed down until now and had not dried up. Fong Yuan's mini yellow heaven also had a gold fragment river, but it was very small. It paled in comparison to this gold fragment river in Myriad or Desert. In the middle of this grand gold fragment river, there was an immortal Goo Formation. The Goo Formation was still operating. It monitored the whole of Myriad or Desert and commanded countless Rockman miners. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. This immortal goo formation flashed with a dazzling light. A crack appeared in the goo formation. A door opened. A thick cloud of smoke flew out from the door. Cough, cough. From the colorful smoke, a rockman goo immortal walked out. But as he walked out, the rock skin on his body fell off piece by piece, revealing his true body. This was a pure human goo immortal. He was middle-aged, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. His appearance was ordinary, and he gave people the impression that he was an honest man. At this moment, he was covered in dirt and was coughing nonstop. The 89th goo refinement still failed. The middle-aged goo immortal sighed as he coughed out blood. The blood he spat out was very strange. When it landed on the ground, it actually condensed into all kinds of gems, pearls, agate, jade, and even gold, silver, bronze, and so on. Even if Feng Yuan were here, he would probably be surprised to see such a scene. What was the reason for this middle-aged goo immortal to suffer such strange injuries? As the person in question, the middle-aged goo immortal looked at the treasures around him with a plain expression. He was not surprised at all, because he knew what he was doing, refining wealth goo. Wealth goo! This was a legendary goo recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. According to Rinzhu's instructions, it was refined using blue seawater. Rinzhu's hands, worry goo, hardship goo, sorrow goo, wisdom goo, and stupidity goo. However, if the goo immortal really wanted to refine the goo according to the instructions in the book, it was basically impossible. This was not only because the Legends of Rinzhu was a story. Many of its contents had hidden meanings. They were not literal explanations. And these goo materials could not be collected in the current situation. Feng Yuan had rank 9 wisdom goo, but he had not refined it yet. But the blue sea had already disappeared. Where could he find blue sea water? Even if he had blue sea water, what about Rinzhu's hands? But why was this middle-aged goo immortal trying to refine wealth goo? It was still the same saying, goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man could create countless goo recipes for the same immortal goo. The method to refine wealth goo recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu could not be used, but the goo immortal could modify it himself. This middle-aged goo immortal cultivated Earth Path, but he had a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He obtained an incomplete immortal goo recipe. It was unknown which predecessor in history had left behind this incomplete recipe while researching wealth goo's refinement method. The middle-aged goo immortal felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure because he could see that this goo recipe was extremely valuable. The predecessor who left behind this goo recipe had made a huge contribution. As long as he continued to develop like this, he could really refine wealth goo. In this incomplete goo recipe, this predecessor had even deduced the effect of wealth goo based on the goo recipe. If wealth goo was refined, it could expend one's own body to transform into anything in the world. This object could be gold, silver, copper, iron, rank 6 immortal materials, or even rank 9 immortal materials. But wealth goo could not transform into any life form. Life forms included animals, plants, humans, variant humans, and goo. If I refine wealth goo, I can transform into any immortal material in the world. It would be a huge profit. As long as I transform some extinct or rare goo materials, I can quickly become rich enough to rival an entire country. I can even accumulate a huge amount of cultivation capital and surpass the entire Shur clan. The middle-aged goo immortal was moved. He had been trying to refine wealth goo. He kept it a secret to prevent people from coveting it. This middle-aged goo immortal was called Shizhong. Shur clan was one of the righteous path superforces in Western Desert. Shizhong's status in Shur clan was very awkward. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he was ostracized by Shur clan's goo immortals. This had a historical origin. Shizhong's father betrayed the clan, causing Shur clan to suffer huge losses. Not only in resources, even goo immortals were sacrificed. Thus, Shizhong was not liked by Shirklan's Gu immortals since he was young. To gain their trust, Shizhong changed his name to Shizhong to show that he was loyal to the clan. But it was to no avail. He was sent by Shirklan's first supreme elder to guard this myriad or desert. This place was rich in resources, but it was backed by other super forces and had a bad relationship with Shirklan. It was very risky for Shizhong to guard this place. Moreover, there was little profit to be made because this immortal formation was under strict supervision. Shizhong had no chance to slack off. In fact, even if the supervision was not strict, Shizhong would not dare to make a move. If he was found out, his situation would be even worse. Precisely because of this, Shizhong had high expectations for Wealth Gu. The foundation of Gu immortal cultivation is to manage their own immortal aperture. Without a solid foundation, no matter how high their battle strength is, it is only temporary. It is like a skyscraper that is built on sand. Shizhong had such an understanding. He had been trying hard, the process was tough, but he did not give up. Looking back at his previous Gu immortal cultivation, other than the necessary tribulations, all his other resources were invested in the grand plan of refining Wealth Gu. 89th failure. Let me see. I do not have enough people. After Shizhong healed his injuries, he checked his inventory and found that he did not have enough people to use as Gu materials. He needed to collect more. Shizhong was a righteous path Gu immortal. He actually used humans as Gu materials to refine Gu. This was definitely the behavior of a demon. But as long as he kept it a secret, nobody would know. Shizhong did not have any evidence against him. Nobody would be able to do anything to him. Shizhong was very vigilant in this aspect. He would never capture the humans himself and leave any traces behind. The human slaves he had were all bought from Jewel Yellow Skies. They were very clean. I used humans to replace the blue seawater in the ancient recipe of Wealth Gu. It is already Renzu's hands. There should be no mistake about this. But is it not enough? Do I need to use Lifespan Gu? Shizhong was thinking. He had Lifespan Gu too, but he did not dare to use it carelessly. The legends of Renzu recorded that even though Wisdom Gu was not sacrificed like Stupidity Gu, it still participated in the Gu refinement process. I do not have Wisdom Gu, so I used other Wisdom Path Gu worms to replace it. There's a lot of room for improvement in this aspect. Worry Gu, Hardship Gu, Sadness Gu, these mortal Gu. Shizhong had them all. They were not hard to collect. In fact, he could even refine Stupidity Gu himself. Gu Fangzheng is close to success. It is quite complete now. Shizhong finished healing his injuries. He checked the blood on the ground. Chapter 1485. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Shizhong had been in this field for a long time. He could tell if he had made any progress from his blood clots. Even though I made progress this time, I am still far from success. I feel like I am still lacking in many crucial steps. I need to work hard. Shizhong had a lot of experience in this field. He had an intuition. He calculated the time. It was time to feed the immortal Gu again. Shizhong inherited his bloodline's inheritance. He had several immortal Gu. This made the other Shirklan Gu immortals jealous. But this was Shirklan's tradition. It was a rule that could not be broken. Shizhong had these immortal Gu. This was why he was targeted by Shirklan's Gu immortals. He checked his inventory and felt a headache. It is a little troublesome. I lack some ingredients. I forgot that when I refined Wealth Gu earlier, I was short on ingredients, so I sold a portion of the immortal Gu ingredients that I had. At this time, it will be difficult to gather another batch of ingredients. I should buy some dragonfish to replace them and feed the immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Shizhong did not hesitate. He entered Jewel Yellow Skies with his consciousness. Dragonfish. His goal was clear. He soon found that many Gu immortals were selling dragonfish. As a buyer, he naturally had to compare the prices. The dragonfish business was not like year gu, it could be sold all year round. Because dragonfish did not choose the right time to reproduce, they were sold all year round. Shi Zhong went to Yu Chan's stall first. Everyone knew that Yu Chan was the #1 seller of dragonfish in Jewel Yellow Skies. But she did not just sell dragonfish, she also sold other products, but mainly fish. In the past, Shi Zhong would buy dragonfish from Yu Chan, because Yu Chan's reputation was very high. If nothing unexpected happened, he would also choose to purchase a batch of arowanas here. After looking at the dragonfish in Yu Chan's hands, Shi Zhong was not in a hurry to buy them. He chose to look around elsewhere. He soon found Fang Yuan's stall. There are people selling dragonfish here. There are quite a lot of them. Shi Zhong looked around and was surprised. He looked carefully. He found that the dragonfish in this stall were not only huge in quantity, they were also of good quality. They were comparable to Yu Chan's dragonfish. Besides, this stall is more popular. Shi Zhong used his divine sense to look around and found that there were several Gu immortal wills surrounding this place, and there were even some Gu immortal divine senses communicating with them. To think that while I was in closed cultivation to refine Gu, a strong competitor has already appeared in the dragonfish market of Jewel Yellow Skies. Shi Zhong was thinking when a Gu immortal's divine sense came over and communicated with him. Fellow immortal, are you here to purchase dragonfish as well? Why don't we pool our money and buy them together? It will be much cheaper that way, the divine will said. Oh, what's going on? Shi Zhong asked. That divine sense told him. Fellow immortal, don't you know? There are different rules for selling arowanas here. As long as the number of arowanas exceeded a certain standard, the price would be much cheaper. There are all kinds of standards, but in general, the more you buy, the cheaper it is. Hearing this, Shi Zhong immediately praised in his heart, this method is really not bad. Then he thought of himself, maybe I can use this method to sell things in the future. The more Shi Zhong thought about it, the more he felt that this method was amazing. Even though it was reducing the price in essence, with the increase in scale, the profits could be guaranteed. Compared to the competition for year gu earlier, this method of reducing the price was much more ingenious and gentle. Using this method, not only can I sell more dragonfish, I can also make a name for myself. If someone really wants to buy dragonfish, the Gu Immortal would invite their friends or work with strangers to make it cheaper. This way, the seller can advertise his dragonfish business. The more Shi Zhong thought about it, the more he felt that this dragonfish seller had a brilliant mind. No wonder there are so many Gu Immortals here compared to the other side of the dragonfish market. Who knows, there might be a seller here. They're not here to buy the dragonfish. They're just stirring up the atmosphere. Love, go, small, say, net ku. Shi Zhong was immediately interested in this seller. All right, I will buy them here. I can't miss out on such a good deal. Why wouldn't I take advantage of the situation? Thinking of this, Shi Zhong communicated with the unfamiliar voice and agreed to team up. The other party was happy after discussing. They bought 100,000 dragonfish together. After buying them, they split them in Jewel Yellow Skies. Both sides left satisfied. Let's not talk about how Shi Zhong would feed the immortal Gu. Just the divine sense of the Gu Immortal who bought with Shi Zhong immediately took the dragonfish out of Treasure Yellow Heaven and sent them into the sovereign immortal aperture. Shi Zhong guessed correctly. The person who bought with him was the seller's agent, but the mastermind was not Fang Yuan. It was another Gu Immortal from Shadow Sect. But even if someone guessed this, how could they verify it in Jewel Yellow Skies? They could not. Actually, this method was not created by Fang Yuan. Shi Zhong mainly refined Gu. He did not pay much attention to the market of Jewel Yellow Skies. In fact, this method had been used long ago. It did not matter if the method was new or old. The most important thing was whether it was effective or not. Regardless of others, Fang Yuan's method was very effective. These last days, as he continued to increase the quantity, more and more dragonfish were sold in Jewel Yellow Skies market. It attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. The huge quantity of dragonfish showed Fang Yuan's strength. Buyers were more willing to choose a stronger seller. On the other hand, Fang Yuan used the correct method to sell his dragonfish. This caused his dragonfish business to spread far and wide. Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of good quality. With the help of the food path immortal formation, the quality would only get better. Initially, the Gu immortals who bought dragonfish from him were few in number, and they did not buy a lot of dragonfish each time. But gradually more and more Gu immortals bought dragonfish from him. At the same time, the number of dragonfish sold increased rapidly. In fact, there were already repeat customers. And as Fang Yuan's biggest competitor in this dragonfish business, Eastern Sea's Yuchan, was still selling her dragonfish unhurriedly, she was unmoved. Yuchan is right to be unmoved, because in the short term, my method cannot pose a threat to her. On the contrary, if she uses the same method, it will greatly harm her original profits. After all, there are many more Gu immortals buying dragonfish from her than me. Fang Yuan thought. Yuchan was very calm in this aspect. She had the demeanor of a general, but after a while she will get anxious. Fang Yuan was very confident. The food path immortal formation he set up used many immortal Gu and expended immortal essence. It was not a small matter. But this method needed several generations of dragonfish, or even more than a dozen generations, to see results. Yuchan was not anxious. Fang Yuan was even less anxious. As time went on, his advantage in the dragonfish business would increase. After retrieving his divine sense from jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan came to the Gu refinement hall and met with Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair had a haggard appearance. He had done his best to refine Gu for Fang Yuan. Right now, he was at the final stage of heavenly secret Gu refinement. It was time for Fang Yuan to make a move. White light filled the Gu refinement hall. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and slowly walked into the white light, only stopping when he reached the center of it. A dense aura assaulted his nose. It was like an extraordinary mortal, like an immortal yet not. It was somewhere in between. It was the final step of the transformation. We can begin. Fang Yuan adjusted his mental state as he transmitted to Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair counted down as he deactivated the refinement path immortal formation in the hall. Fang Yuan took over. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. Wisdom path methods were activated one after another. He successfully took over the role of the immortal formation. Under his hard work, the surrounding white light condensed and shrank, forming a huge ring. The ring was parallel to the floor. It surrounded Fang Yuan and placed him at the center of the ring. Refinement path killer move. Heavenly light rotation. First rotation. Fang Yuan willed, and the ring started to rotate at an extremely slow speed. The first rotation was successful. Second rotation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and used his gaze to push the ring. The ring's speed became faster, and it started to spin. After a few minutes, the second rotation was completed. He entered the third rotation. Fang Yuan used his breath to move the ring. After a while, he succeeded. Fourth rotation, fifth rotation, sixth rotation. As time passed, Fang Yuan progressed steadily. He was actually at the final seventh rotation. It seems that sect leader has been training hard after that failure. He has put in a lot of effort. Sixth Hair watched from the side. He understood this now. Seventh rotation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to rotate the ring. Right now, the ring had shrunk to the size of a basin. It floated above his head. Boom! With a soft hum, the ring suddenly shrank. An entire ring directly shrank to a point. This was a Gu. Rank 7 Heavenly Secret Gu landed on top of Fang Yuan's head. I actually succeeded. Even the person involved, Fang Yuan, was surprised. He had failed the first time. To think that he would succeed the second time. After the surprise, Fang Yuan felt joy in his heart. Maybe it is because I used luck path methods. My luck is really good. Fang Yuan took the heavenly secret goo worm off his head and looked at it. At first glance, this immortal goo looked like a dragonfly, but looking closely it looked like a willow branch. Heavenly secret immortal goo was very long. It was the length of half an adult's arm. Its body was thin and long like a willow branch. It was very soft. The willow branch had 7 wings on both sides. They were thin like veils. They were green in color. They looked like leaves. When it flew in the air, or rather, it was more appropriate to describe it as floating. Chapter 1486. Genius in 1 second remembers Love Go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Eastern Sea Seabed. I am ashamed, Yu Chan. You came all the way here, but I was unable to help you in the end. Hua and smiled bitterly and said to Yu Chan. The two were about to part ways. Yu Chan came to Hua and for help. But because of Fang Yuan's perfect wisdom path defensive methods, not only did Huan fail to deduce anything, he even exposed Yu Chan's situation. Hearing Hua An's ashamed words, Yu Chan shook her head. She looked at Hua An's white hair and said sincerely, Huan, don't say that. For my sake, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your lifespan to perform divination. I, Yu Chan, will remember this kindness. I did not succeed because the opponent was too strong. Hua An nodded. Your opponent this time is not simple. No matter what, I did not help you much this time. If you need any help in the future, you can come and find me. As long as you don't mind my low wisdom path attainment. Hee. Yu Chan smiled. Hua An's promise made her eyes brighten. The haze in her heart dissipated. The two bid farewell. Yu Chan flew quickly in the sky. The incoming wind caused her sleeves to flutter. Using this layer of cold wind, she was as calm as ice. Although the opponent is strong, I will not give up like this. Although Huan did not deduce anything, it does not mean I am powerless. It is time for me to retaliate with my own methods. Yu Chan made up her mind. She looked at the sky and sea with determination. Yu Chan made a new move. Fang Yuan soon received the information. He had been paying attention to Yu Chan. Yu Chan added a new rule to her dragonfish business. As long as regular customers bought dragonfish from her, they would get a discount. For 10 years, as long as they bought dragonfish from her for a few years, the discount would increase. Once she used this method, she immediately stabilized the situation. Many customers who were lured away by Fang Yuan also returned to her. Yu Chan's method made full use of her advantage. She was bullying Fang Yuan, who was a newbie in the dragonfish business. If Fang Yuan were to use the same method, the effect would definitely not be as good as Yu Chan's. Not only did Yu Chan do that, but she also increased the stock of arowanas. She injected more arowanas into the jewel yellow skies, and they almost piled up into a mountain. All sorts of desolate beast arowanas could be said to have formed schools. She was blatantly displaying her family's strong capital. This two-pronged approach immediately produced excellent results. The public opinion in jewel yellow skies was almost completely on Yu Chan's side. Yu Chan is indeed the #1 powerhouse. I didn't expect her to be so strong in the field of arowana. That challenger is probably a little stupid now. No matter who he is, there's still a gap between him and Yu Chan. Yu Chan has been in power for a long time. Her #1 throne is not so easy to challenge. Let's wait and see for a while more. I have a feeling that this mysterious challenger is not that simple. Some Gu immortals were waiting for Fang Yuan's reaction, but in the following period of time, Fang Yuan did not make any movements, as if he did not receive any news of Yu Chan's counterattack. Fang Yuan continued to sell the arowanas according to his previous rules. Even though his business had just started to improve, it suffered a huge blow now. Yu Chan's current strength far surpasses me. I am weak now. If I fight her to the death, it would not be wise. Even Fang Yuan himself, after seeing Yu Chan's methods, had to admit that his foundation in the arowana business was far inferior to Yu Chan. Fang Yuan had only raised arowanas for a short period of time, but Yu Chan had been raising them for much longer. This was a difference in accumulation. Fang Yuan could not catch up to her in a short period of time. Fang Yuan endured Yu Chan's counterattack and provocation. This made those Gu immortals who were observing give up on Fang Yuan completely. Only Yu Chan herself did not have any wishful thinking. Fang Yuan's inaction made her feel surprised and even worried. An unsheathed sword was the most terrifying because if Fang Yuan moved or reacted, Yu Chan could use Fang Yuan's actions to plan a counterattack. But Fang Yuan was not moving. Yu Chan did not know what she was planning. It was natural for her to be worried. Then should I chase after him while I'm ahead? Force him to react? Yu Chan thought about it, choosing the safer method. Forget it. The current situation is extremely advantageous to me. If this goes on in a few months, the situation that this mysterious opponent has been working on will collapse and be completely lost. Why should I be anxious in such a situation? He should be the one anxious. Yu Chan cultivated water path. She knew the principle of being virtuous like water. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Fang Yuan continued to observe for a few days. He soon realized that Yu Chan was also biding her time. He praised in his heart. He understood. In this dragonfish business, he had encountered a troublesome opponent. However, Fang Yuan was not anxious. For the dragonfish business, he already had a complete plan. As time goes on, my advantage will increase. I should endure it for now. Immortal Aperture Management was stuck at the dragonfish business, but this did not hinder Fang Yuan's other cultivation methods. His soul foundation had already risen to the level of 80 million man-soul. He should have reached 100 million man-soul already. But during this period of time, Fang Yuan had been practicing the immortal killer move Split Soul. His soul was often injured and his foundation was expended. But this way, Fang Yuan's gains were increasing the number of Split Soul killer moves. During this period, he even used the light of wisdom to modify the activation steps of Split Soul. Other than Split Soul, Fang Yuan was also practicing other soul path killer moves. But these killer moves were much weaker than the original versions, because he did not have enough immortal goo. Fang Yuan's current focus was on Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Different from most goo immortals, every time Fang Yuan obtained an immortal goo, his strength would increase rapidly. This was because he had inherited a vast number of inheritances. He did not lack the methods to use immortal goo. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was created by Old Man Inkstone. Inkstone was also a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan took out Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo flapped its 7 pairs of wings, floating in front of Fang Yuan. Until now, every time Fang Yuan saw this immortal goo, he would sigh at his luck. He did not expect that he had only refined Heavenly Secret twice, but he succeeded on his second try. This was a rank 7 immortal goo. This success was very lucky. Fang Yuan felt like it was a dream when he thought about it. If he had to do it again, he had no confidence. This success could not be replicated. Refining immortal goo was like this. It could make the goo immortal's emotions fluctuate. Sometimes, when refining goo, even if one failed 100 times, success was still far away. Sometimes, when refining goo, 1 or 2 tries were enough to succeed. Fang Yuan had experienced many unsuccessful refinements. He had also experienced Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's success this time. He could not say for sure when it came to goo refinement. This was a trap. Different from other immortal goo, immortal killer moves that revolved around Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo were very rare. This was because Old Man Inkstone had not created Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo for many years, and because of the Shadow Sect's grand plan, Old Man Inkstone needed to plan it thoroughly. He had only designed a few killer moves. Among them, the most important one, and also the one with the highest value, was exposing heavenly secret. This killer move could actually predict the contents of heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations in advance. The significance of this was huge. As long as the prediction succeeded, there would be countermeasures against it. The success rate of the Gu Immortal's tribulation would rise rapidly. This was an immortal Gu that had a huge impact on the entire Gu Immortal world. Maybe in the future I can do such a business? Fang Yuan had a thought. Once this kind of business formed a good reputation, even if it didn't make a lot of money every day, it would definitely be able to eat for 3 years if it didn't open for business. There would definitely be a huge market for it. However, in the current situation, Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to forget about it, because he did not intend to expose his immortal Gu now. His greatest enemy was the Celestial Court. In these 10 years, he needed to do his best to stop the Celestial Court from repairing fake Gu. Right now, even though he was developing rapidly, he was still far from this goal. He could not see any hope of success. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed to use Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as his trump card. If he did business, the wisdom path Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court were not to be trifled with. They would definitely be able to find out about this situation. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to hide Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu and keep it a secret. Not wanting to waste a single second, Fang Yuan started to practice his killer move. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core, but it was not exposing Heavenly Secret, it was Heaven's will dissipation. In the short term, Fang Yuan did not need to practice exposing Heavenly Secret, because earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were not scary, they were easy for him to pass. At rank 7, the only risk was the Grand Tribulation, and he was still a long time away from the Grand Tribulation. Heaven's will dissipation was a wisdom path killer move. It used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core. It targeted Providence and could cleanly get rid of Providence. This move was created by Old Man Inkstone, but he did not succeed, so it ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Heaven's will dissipation was only an incomplete move. Fang Yuan practiced it for a while. The incomplete move naturally would not succeed, but this experience made him more familiar with the profundity of Heaven's will dissipation. He could not help but praise Old Man Inkstone's talent. With Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu's guidance, Providence could be directly attacked by Gu Immortals or even erased. However, there were still many hurdles to overcome, and he was still a long way from success. But these were not important to Fang Yuan. His wisdom path attainment level was not as high as Old Man Inkstone, but he had the foundation. His greatest advantage was that he could use the light of wisdom. Wisdom Gu once again displayed the incredible power of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Several days later, Fang Yuan completed Heaven's will dissipation. Chapter 1487. Genius 1 Second, remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. This immortal Gu looked like a cicada. Its head and abdomen were brownish yellow in color. There were 3 ring-like markings on the surface. Love, go, small, say, neck of the wings on its back were wide and translucent, like 2 overlapping leaves. It was constantly emitting the aura of a rank 6 Immortal Gu. It was rank 6-time path Immortal Gu, Spring-Autumn Cicada. At this moment, Spring-Autumn Cicada was in the aperture of the immortal zombie body, being sealed by Fang Yuan. Its body exuded a warm, oily glow. Its wings were light green, like 2 fresh leaves that had just sprouted. All of this indicated that the Spring-Autumn Cicada's condition had been completely restored, and it could be used again. If it had just been reborn, the Spring-Autumn Cicada's torso would not have any luster. It would look rough and dull like a dead tree. Its wings would also be filled with a withered yellow color, like withered leaves in autumn. Moreover, the tips of the wings were slightly curled up and incomplete, like the edge of a fallen leaf. The spring-autumn cicada had a great origin. It was an immortal goo personally created by one of the 10 venerables in human history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Furthermore, it was the vital goo of the Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and its status was extremely important. Its effect was to let the goo immortals sacrifice everything and use it to move through the river of time. It would carry the goo immortals' will and go against the flow, to be reborn in the past. There were pros and cons. The spring-autumn cicada's power could be said to be marvelous, but at the same time, it also had a huge drawback. Once one became the master of the spring and autumn cicada, one's luck would be constantly weakened. Simply put, the spring and autumn cicada would bring bad luck. At this moment, as Fang Yuan looked at the spring and autumn cicada, he was filled with emotion. This was the connection between his previous life and this life. Without the spring-autumn cicada, there would be no Fang Yuan now. If one had to ask a question, which immortal goo had the greatest significance to goo immortals? This question differed from person to person. Every goo immortal had their own answer. But to Fang Yuan, he only had one answer, and that was the spring and autumn cicada. Let's not talk about the previous life and just talk about this life. On Mount Qingmao, Mount San Juan, and the blessed land of the imperial court, the spring and autumn cicada had repeatedly displayed its prowess. It was indeed worthy of the reputation of the Red Lotus Demon Venerable's natal goo. It had repeatedly allowed Fang Yuan to turn the tables in desperate situations and escape with his life. Love, go, small, say, Netka, however. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, the spring-autumn cicada was lost. Although Fang Yuan obtained the spring and autumn cicada again, he already knew that the spring and autumn cicada contained providence and could not be used. Fang Yuan broke away from Providence's control and became an enemy of the heavens. Along with Providence's spring and autumn cicada, he was directly put on the list of forbidden items. To bring out the value of the spring and autumn cicada once again, Fang Yuan had to expel the Providence from the spring and autumn cicada. If he didn't expel it, there would be no hope for him to be reborn in the future. Providence would directly kill Fang Yuan. Now let me see how good this killer move is. Fang Yuan murmured, his eyes shining brightly. Immortal killer move, heavens will dissipation. Fang Yuan prepared for a while. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Next, he used his hand that was covered in the gray-white light and lightly placed it on the immortal zombie body. The gray-white light was like flowing water. It flowed around his body and completely covered the strength path immortal zombie body. The gray-white light lasted for a while before it started to change. Eyes started to appear in the gray-white light. These eyes were multicolored. It could be said that they were extremely dazzling. They first appeared around Fang Yuan's palm, before increasing in number and spreading in all directions. Soon, these multicolored eyeballs covered the immortal zombie body. They continued to blink. Each time they blinked, they changed into a different color. Next, the multicolored eyeballs spread into the aperture. Finally, spring and autumn cicada surface was also covered in a layer of tiny multicolored eyeballs. The multicolored eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack that targeted Providence. Spring and autumn cicada started to vibrate. The multicolored eyeballs kept on appearing and disappearing. Fang Yuan continued to expend red date immortal essence, causing the multicolored eyeballs to appear endlessly. Spring and autumn cicada shook even more intensely. After the shaking continued for a while, Fang Yuan saw that a fine crack had appeared on spring and autumn cicada surface. Love, go, small, say, net, ku. His heart sank. He quickly stopped the killer move. Puff! His body shook like he was struck by lightning. The killer move stopped too quickly. Fang Yuan was injured. But this light injury could not compare to spring and autumn cicada safety. Fang Yuan ignored his injuries. He quickly inspected spring and autumn cicada. The crack on spring and autumn cicada was not obvious, but Fang Yuan had a vigilant and meticulous nature. The moment the crack appeared, he discovered it. The appearance of the crack meant that spring and autumn cicada was injured. Almost all goo worms were very fragile, be they rank 6, 7, or even 9. Spring and autumn cicada was red lotus demon Venerable's vital goo, but it was no exception. After inspecting it carefully, Feng Yuan's expression was grim. Providence. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Spring and autumn cicada's injury was not heavy. Thanks to his timely discovery, this small injury could not even be considered a light injury, so it was easily dealt with. But he could not continue using heaven's will dissipation. If this continued, the cracks on spring and autumn cicada would become larger and larger until it was destroyed. Providence's influence on spring and autumn cicada was far more severe than Feng Yuan had expected. Feng Yuan pondered for a while and thought of a way to resolve this. There were 2 paths in front of him now. The first path was to continue modifying the immortal killer move heaven's will dissipation, so that it could eliminate Providence without harming spring and autumn cicada. The second path was to use shadow sex method, using refinement path methods to first refine spring and autumn cicada before reverse refining it. During the goo refinement process, Providence would be eliminated. Both of these methods had flaws. Modifying heaven's will dissipation was rather difficult. In fact, it was not easy for Feng Yuan to deduce heaven's will dissipation. It was close to the limits of his abilities. It was not impossible to continue making breakthroughs in this aspect, but the time, energy, and resources needed would be huge. And shadow sex goo refinement method was only an idea. It was very difficult to realize. Providence's influence on spring and autumn cicada was so deep, and goo refinement itself was very risky. During this process, as long as Providence messed with it, accidents would occur frequently. It seems that combining these 2 methods is the safest way to resolve this. Feng Yuan thought for a long time. He decided to use both methods at the same time. Feng Yuan moved quickly. He soon arrived in front of Wisdom Goo. I will have to rely on you again. Wisdom Goo circled around Feng Yuan for a while, before silently emitting the light of wisdom. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan activated many wisdom path methods with ease. In a split second, raging waves were set off in his mind. Countless thoughts rose and fell, vast and endless, colliding with each other and giving rise to countless sparks. Red date immortal essence was rapidly expended. Feng Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. The difficulty of the deduction was very high. It could be seen from Feng Yuan's frown. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time, after a full 8 incense sticks of time. Feng Yuan stopped. He let out a breath of turbid air. His face was pale. He had used all his strength in this wisdom path deduction. His head was aching, his soul was dim, and his vision was turning black. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan recovered a little. He continued to use the light of wisdom to make deductions. The deduction was very difficult. Wisdom path, Grandmaster attainment level, could not help Feng Yuan much, because this was beyond his limits. Feng Yuan was forcefully using the light of wisdom to make breakthroughs. But Feng Yuan had a persevering nature. He did not waver. He did not have any thoughts of retreating. He even placed his soul path cultivation and killer move practice aside. Most of his time and energy was spent on wisdom path deductions. He did not rest or sleep, but even with so much effort, his progress was slow. But Feng Yuan persevered. As long as there is progress, even though there is little progress each day, what if it accumulates over a few days, a dozen days, or even a few months? With such perseverance and willpower, Feng Yuan attacked this difficult problem with all his strength. During this period, his dragonfish business gradually had a breakthrough. Sovereign immortal aperture, dragon scale sea area. Countless dragonfish formed schools and swam in the sea. The dragonfish looked like a red carp, but it was much larger. The desolate beast dragonfish was even larger. It was a giant in the water. But the dragonfish's battle strength was publicly known to be at the bottom. it was not worth looking forward to. After this period of time, a special dragonfish appeared in Feng Yuan's dragon scale sea area. This dragonfish was slightly smaller than normal dragonfish. Its scales were also dimmer. They had a metallic texture, like dark red copper. The copper dragonfish has finally reproduced. Feng Yuan inspected it. He was satisfied. Dragonfish were not natural species. They were created by a food path Gu immortal. The one who created the dragonfish was none other than the beastman ancestor who created food path. Feng Yuan had inherited this beastman Gu immortal's inheritance from Shadow Sect. He had a deep understanding of dragonfish. The dragonfish in the market had food path Dao marks, but they were mixed with Dao marks of other paths. It was a mess. But if the inheritances method was used to nurture them, they could be improved generation after generation. They would produce better dragonfish species. Like this copper dragonfish, it was a completely new species that surpassed ordinary dragonfish. The reason for this was the food path immortal Gu formation that Feng Yuan had painstakingly set up. Feng Yuan saw that he had a lot of copper dragonfish. He placed a portion of them in Jewel Yellow Sky's market. If I had just started my dragonfish business, no one would care about this small portion of copper dragonfish in the market. But some time ago, I started selling dragonfish. Yu-chan even retaliated. The other Gu immortals now know that I am doing dragonfish business as well. Feng Yuan thought of this and laughed. He did not need to guess to know what kind of reaction these copper dragonfish would have after entering Jewel Yellow Sky's market. Chapter 1488. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Several days after the copper dragonfish was released, Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. What dragonfish is this? Copper dragonfish? A brand new species? According to the seller, this copper dragonfish has better effects than ordinary dragonfish. Haha, this is going to be a good show. That's right. I thought that Yu-chan had already defeated this seller. To think that after lying low for so long, he actually made such a sharp counterattack. The appearance of the copper dragonfish is beneficial to all of us. We can deduce that this seller has a food path true inheritance. Many Gu immortals were envious and jealous, especially those Gu immortal experts. The problem of feeding immortal Gu was not just limited to Feng Yuan. Food path true inheritances were something many Gu immortal experts wanted, but they did not have the opportunity. However, Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. These Gu immortal experts directly went to the will left behind by Feng Yuan. They directly talked about the food path true inheritance, expressing their strong desire to buy it. No matter who it was, Feng Yuan ignored them. He had too many inheritances. If he released them, the market would explode. He would earn a lot of money. But that would be like giving resources to his enemies. In the upcoming Great Era, the 5 regions chaotic war would start. Anyone could become Feng Yuan's enemy. And the Celestial Court was already his sworn enemy. Investigate. Find out the identity of this seller. Even though Feng Yuan refused to look, some people did not give up. Some rank 8 Gu immortals decided to collect information and clues about Feng Yuan. They would deduce it themselves or ask other Wisdom Path Gu immortals for help. He was innocent, but he was guilty because of his wealth. Those who could worry about feeding immortal Gu were mostly because they had many immortal Gu. With so many immortal Gu, these Gu immortals were elites among the same cultivation level. And the food path true inheritance was not as simple as solving the problem of feeding immortal Gu. There was also the dragonfish business. The appearance of the copper dragonfish made the Gu immortals realize that with the help of the food path true inheritance, this business had huge potential. However, they were destined to fail. Feng Yuan's wisdom path, defensive methods, made even Huan, one of the 3 great wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, fail. The Celestial Court and the Court of Providence were helpless. In the past, Fang Yuan had gone into hiding in order to conceal his divination. The current him had already begun to ignore such trouble. Yu Chan was holding a very ordinary copper arowana in her hands. From time to time, the copper arowana would twist its body. Yu Chan's hands were trembling slightly, and her expression was extremely ugly. This small and inconspicuous copper arowana was a huge threat in Yu Chan's eyes. This was far more terrifying and serious than Fang Yuan's ruthless price reduction. I didn't expect this opponent to be able to use such a counterattack. Amazing, truly amazing. My previous worries were completely correct. After a while, Yu Chan calmed down and sighed repeatedly. The appearance of the copper arowana was a direct threat to her arowana business. It was a huge threat to Yu Chan. The situation had become very dire for her. In fact, not just her arowana business. All the arowana businesses in the world were facing a strong challenge from the copper arowana. I have already experimented many times. The copper arowana is indeed of higher quality than ordinary arowana. The reason is that it has more food path Dao marks. What should I do? Yu Chan pursed her lips. She had a solemn expression. She had a strong nature. After accepting the reality, she felt a strong sense of unwillingness. I have cultivated for so many years. How can I admit defeat so easily? The arowana business is my main source of income. If it collapses, it will be a huge threat to my cultivation. I cannot admit defeat like this. Right? I, Yu Chan, am not a weak woman. How can I admit defeat like this? Since he can raise the copper arowana, why can't I? Yu Chan clenched her fists. Her eyes shined with bright light. Intense fighting spirit surged in her chest. She wanted to give it a try and see if she could improve the copper arowana herself. Only then would she be able to fight against this mysterious enemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight against an ordinary dragonfish. Yu Chan was not blindly confident. She had her food path foundation. She had inherited a food path inheritance. It was just that it was not as orthodox as Fang Yuan's. Even though food path was rare, the creator was definitely not the only food path go immortal. Because Yu Chan obtained nourishment from the food path inheritance, she chose the arowana business as her main source of income. In fact, she had been trying to improve the quality of the arowana as well. It was just that she had not made any breakthroughs. But now, the results of the dragonfish modification are right in front of me. I did not make any progress earlier because my food path attainment was insufficient. Now that I have a finished product like the copper arowana, I can reverse engineer it. If I still can't do it, I might as well kill myself. Hee, you might not have expected this, but your copper arowana has become a fortuitous encounter for me to improve. Yu Chan was filled with fighting spirit. She actively researched the copper arowana. In the following days, she went crazy, forgetting to eat and sleep. On the other side, Fang Yuan was also working hard. He continued to deduce and solve the problem of spring-autumn cicada. He moved forward step by step, like a person who had just recovered from a serious illness, dragging his weak steps as he climbed up a steep mountain. There were many difficulties, but no matter how difficult it was, Fang Yuan's ambition could not be stopped. He moved forward steadily, even though each step was difficult and had little results. As he accumulated, the results became more and more satisfying. During this process, Fang Yuan once again experienced the power of the light of wisdom. The more he used it, the deeper his emotions became. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had endless inspiration. All of them pointed in the right direction. Fang Yuan's wisdom path, grandmaster attainment level, was barely supporting him. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, Fang Yuan waved his arms and roared loudly. Success! He finally succeeded. He found a way to solve spring-autumn cicada. Almost at the same time, Eastern Sea. In the windless dragonfish sea region, waves suddenly appeared. At the bottom of the sea, Yu Chan excitedly waved her arms, looking at the surging waves in front of her, expressing her joy. I did it. I managed to create a brand new species of copper arowana. Even though I need to rely on the other party's copper arowana, as long as I have one or two, I can breed even more. I will not lose this dragonfish battle. Chapter 1489. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Southern Border. Heaven's Sealing Mountain. This was a small and unassuming mountain. The belly of the mountain was hollow. There was a goo formation set up to seal the Strength Path Immortal zombie body. Thus, it was named Heaven's Sealing Mountain, meaning to seal providence. At this time, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was floating in the air, looking down at this Heaven's Sealing Mountain. Beside him, there was a goo immortal. It was the variant human goo immortal Sixth Hair. Bringing Sixth Hair into his sovereign immortal aperture was something that Fang Yuan had considered deeply. Normally speaking, an immortal aperture was an extremely important and secretive place. It was the foundation of a goo immortal's cultivation. It would not be shown to others easily. But Fang Yuan had already brought all of the Shadow Sect goo immortals into his immortal aperture. Sixth Hair was also a member of Shadow Sect. He was trustworthy. During this period of time, Sixth Hair had racked his brains to refine immortal goo for him. This action was engraved deeply in Fang Yuan's mind. Moreover, Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia had always been in contact. They were both members of Shadow Sect. They knew about the sovereign immortal aperture's existence. Ing Wuxia had even entered the immortal aperture before. There is no need to hide it from Sixth Hair. I am going to start the goo refinement. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and said. Sixth Hair nodded. Sect leader, go ahead. I will do my best to assist you. This goo refinement involved spring-autumn cicada. It was extremely important. Fang Yuan needed the help of a refinement path goo immortal like Sixth Hair. In fact, a few days ago, Fang Yuan had borrowed many refinement path immortal goo and mortal goo from Langya Sect. He placed these goo worms down and formed a refinement path immortal formation. This refinement path immortal formation was already set up. It was just waiting for Fang Yuan to activate it. Fang Yuan willed. Red Date Immortal Essence was continuously expended as the immortal goo formation started to activate. Waves of white light rippled on the Heaven's Sealing Mountain like flowing water. A moment later, Fang Yuan started to multitask, activating a refinement path killer move. Boom! With a loud bang, the air was pushed apart, and a pillar of golden light suddenly blasted down from the sky. The golden light pillar was majestic and powerful. Wherever it passed, the flowing water and white light were all pushed aside. It landed on the Heaven's Sealing Mountain and directly penetrated the mountain rocks, stabbing deep into the hollow of the mountain. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was placed inside the mountain. The golden light pillar accurately struck the immortal zombie body, directly suppressing him. His immortal zombie body started to creak. As time passed, he would be unable to bear the burden. Therefore, Fang Yuan made good use of his time. After stabilizing the golden astral beam, he took out a live, desolate beast. Crack! A beam of sword light shot out, and the wild beast's head rolled off. It died on the spot. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed out from the desolate beast's neck like a huge red fountain. The smell of blood spread, and under Fang Yuan's control, the golden light pillar burst out with a strong suction force. The blood of the desolate beast was drawn by a formless force and was sucked into the golden light pillar. As for the desolate beast's corpse, it quickly became shriveled as its blood was completely sucked dry. After the golden light pillar absorbed the blood, it was mixed with a trace of red. This color caused the originally majestic pillar of light to look a little strange and bloody. Kill, kill, kill. Next, Fang Yuan slaughtered desolate beasts for 7 days. His expression was cold as steel. He showed no mercy. The golden light beam sucked all of their blood dry, turning them completely into crimson red light beams. Their appearances changed drastically. Sixth Hair nodded as he watched. He recognized that this step that Fang Yuan used was the 7-kill blood path, Gu refinement method. This method was Langya's sex inheritance. Sixth Hair knew its name, but did not know the details. Fang Yuan used shadow sex inheritance to exchange for Langya's sex inheritance, and obtained this Gu refinement method. He disassembled this method and extracted its essence. He modified it and used it here. It was very suitable. Even Sixth Hair nodded inwardly, praising in his heart. Fang Yuan started to control the bloodlight pillar with all his strength, while Sixth Hair also started. This time, Sixth Hair was assisting Fang Yuan in the Gu refinement. He had a huge responsibility. Both sides had communicated beforehand. Sixth Hair did not need Fang Yuan to remind him. He knew what to do. He took out the Gu materials that he needed. These Gu materials were all flowers. There were ghost face sunflower, steel wire cotton, smallpox flower, 7 treasure flower, milk tea flower, iron shell flower, boat flower, blood poison apple, multicolored overlord flower, green beetle water lotus, red axe flower, smelly fly flower, and so on. There was a dazzling array of flowers of all sizes. There were mortal and immortal Gu materials. Sixth Hair started to use refinement path methods to process these flowers. The processing of Gu materials required a lot of knowledge. Every type of flower basically had its own treatment method. Thankfully, Sixth Hair cultivated refinement path. He had rich experience in Gu refinement. He was also a split soul of spectral soul. He had deep foundations. It was Fang Yuan's wise decision to let him process these flowers. Time passed, and after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Sixth Hair finished processing the flowers in his hands. He did a good job. The flower materials were carefully selected. They were not wasted. Their essence was extracted and fused, forming a lump of 100 flowers liquid. At this moment, Fang Yuan condensed the bloodlight pillar. The huge light pillar that seemed to connect heaven and earth had shrunk to the size of a tree trunk. The water is here, catch it. Sixth Hair pushed with both hands. The floating flower liquid floated in the air like a huge translucent bubble, floating towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and lightly hooked, successfully controlling the 100 flowers condensate in his hand. Next, he breathed in deeply, causing the wind and clouds to change. Strong winds blew. Dark clouds started to form in the sky. Fang Yuan gave a shout. He waved his hand and sent all of the 100 flowers liquid into the sky. The 100 flowers condensate was thrown into the dark clouds, and soon after, the dark clouds in the sky were dyed pink. Swish, swish, swish. A torrential rain started to fall. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he moved his fingers. His 10 fingers were like shadows as they flew around. The pink flower rain was drawn by a formless force. A portion fused into the blood pillar, a portion fused with the immortal zombie body, and the majority was absorbed by the refinement path immortal formation. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The blood-colored beam of light that resembled a tree trunk shrunk until it completely disappeared. Fang Yuan willed. The refinement path immortal formation started to activate rapidly. It was no longer slow like before. When refining immortal Gu, it was very convenient to have a refinement path immortal formation. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he did not have one, but in this life he had a vast amount of refinement path immortal formation knowledge. He even went one step further, using his Grandmaster formation path attainment level and the light of wisdom. He could modify these refinement path immortal formations and deduce the most suitable refinement path Gu formation for the current situation. The refinement path immortal formation continued to activate. Using the flower liquid, it created a temporary connection, connecting the immortal zombie body, spring autumn cicada, and many Gu materials together. Using this chance, Fang Yuan opened an inner door of the immortal formation. From the door, a piece of wood floated out. This piece of wood was shining like gold, but looking closely it was still made of wood. There were dew droplets on the wood. It was like amber. Several small, auspicious clouds were appearing and disappearing on the surface of the wood. This was the immortal material golden cloud divine wood. Like the other Gu materials, it had already been stored in the refinement path immortal formation by Fang Yuan. It had been bathed in the 100 flowers liquid. The refinement path immortal formation rumbled. The golden cloud divine would soon disintegrate it and turned into nothingness. At the same time, wooden markings appeared on the surface of the immortal zombie body, similar to the golden cloud divine wood. There were dew droplets on it. They were like amber. There were also several fist-sized, auspicious clouds that appeared on the forehead of the immortal zombie body at times, while disappearing at the waist of the immortal zombie body at other times. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, saying to Sixth Hair, "Replace me." Sixth Hair had been resting after processing the 100 flowers liquid. He quickly took over Fang Yuan's position and took control of the immortal Gu formation. Fang Yuan was freed. He immediately sat down and used every second of his time to rest. Even though the Gu refinement process seemed to be progressing smoothly, it was not easy. Every step was like walking on thin ice. The immortal essence expenditure was huge. His mind was also under huge pressure. Even with Fang Yuan's strength, at this stage, he could not hold on any longer. If he continued, it would be very dangerous. It would be very harmful to the Gu refinement. Thus, Fang Yuan directly rested and let Sixth Hair replace him to continue the Gu refinement. Normally speaking, the Gu immortal in charge of the Gu refinement could not be changed easily, because if it was someone else, the immortal essence and aura would be different. There would be many disadvantages to the Gu refinement. Chapter 1490. Genius in 1 second. Remember, love, go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fang Yuan rested for half a cup of tea's time before opening his eyes. His stamina had recovered, and his eyes were no longer as dizzy as before. His mind was clear, and his condition was much better. Sixth Hair saw that Fang Yuan was here to replace him, and heaved a sigh of relief. The exchange was perfect. They had practiced this step many times before. At this moment, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie body seemed to have completely turned into a human-shaped golden firmament divine wood. Fang Yuan started the next step. The refinement path immortal array opened another door, and a giant sea urchin flew out. This sea urchin was as big as a house, and its surface was filled with spikes, as if it was made of purple gold. On its body surface, there were billions of bright spots that were flickering. This was the purple myrtle star urchin, a rather rare immortal material. Under the operation of the immortal array, the purple myrtle star urchin was shrinking at a visible rate. Everything was progressing smoothly, but suddenly, from the purple myrtle star urchin, a dazzling starlight burst out. The starlight bounced around like a bullet, constantly shooting out. The refinement path immortal array shook intensely. Fang Yuan had a grim expression as he tried his best to stabilize the situation. However, his efforts were minimal. The number of starlight pellets had already increased from 1 to 3. As the number increased, the refinement path immortal array shook even more intensely. It was even giving off creaking sounds. Oh no! Sixth Hair knew that things were not going well. He hurriedly shouted, "Dark thought! Scarlet snake flower blooms!" A thought appeared in Sixth Hair's mind. On his skin, scarlet snake tattoos started to rise. Originally, the scarlet snake tattoo was only on his chest, but now it rose and coiled around his neck. At the same time, Sixth Hair's strength surged, and his eyes continued to shoot out bright light. Even Fang Yuan looked at him in shock. Sixth Hair directly charged over and helped Fang Yuan to control the refinement path immortal array. Under his help, the starlight bullets were destroyed one after another. The danger is over. After a long time, Sixth Hair let out a breath of turbid air. His entire being became dispirited. Love go little sei nekku. Sect master, we can only rely on you now. After saying that, he fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan was silent. His gaze paused on the scarlet snake tattoo on 6 Hare's neck for a moment before focusing on the gu formation in front of him. Because of 6th Hare's desperate rescue, the crisis of the gu refinement was resolved, and Fang Yuan could proceed to the next step. The immortal formation opened the 3rd door, and an immortal material flew out. This was a stone mountain, but the stone mountain was naturally carved with all kinds of faces. There were men and women, old and young, and they all had different expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were roaring, some were serious, and some were smiling. 1,000-faced human stone. This was the most crucial step. Fang Yuan was fully immersed in the gu refinement. The 1,000-faced man rock was affected by the gu refinement immortal formation and quickly turned into nothingness. But the illusory figures formed by human faces flew out and entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body aperture. Fang Yuan's aperture was originally full of cracks, but right now, its appearance had changed greatly. The cracks on the aperture walls were filled up, and a thick layer of purple gold rock skin was formed. There were countless shining stars on the rock skin, and there were also sharp spikes protruding out, looking very similar to the purple star urchin from before. The human faces flew around in the aperture, and under Fang Yuan's control, they pounced towards the spring-autumn cicada at the center. Spring-autumn cicada had already been sealed by Fang Yuan and was motionless. A human face shadow flew past, passing through spring-autumn cicada and flying out again. Spring-autumn cicada shook lightly and was as stable as before. The human face shadow flew for some distance, and during this process, it gradually melted like snow under the sun. Eventually, it turned into nothingness, and only a small, thread-like object was left. This thread-like object contained the will of the heavens. Every time the human face shadow flew past, it was a short process of refining spring-autumn cicada. When the human face shadow flew away, it would also take away a small portion of providence from spring-autumn cicada. The human face shadows passed through spring-autumn cicada and brought out the sealed providence. These providence threads were quickly extracted by Fang Yuan and were dispelled in the refinement path immortal array. This process lasted for a while, and the human face shadows could no longer be brought out of providence. Providence is much more stubborn than I expected. Fang Yuan sighed. This time he directly controlled several human face shadows to pounce at spring-autumn cicada. The human face shadows heavily covered spring-autumn cicada, and then gritted their teeth, pulling out threads from spring-autumn cicada's body. The heavens was sealed into the state of a thread and was being pulled out intermittently. Spring-autumn cicada continued to tremble, but it was very safe and no cracks appeared. The refinement path immortal array that Fang Yuan painstakingly deduced was very effective against spring-autumn cicada. After repeating this tens of times, no matter how many human face shadows Fang Yuan controlled, he could not pull out any threads from spring-autumn cicada. But Fang Yuan could sense that in the deepest part of spring-autumn cicada, there was still a tiny bit of providence left. This bit of providence was very small, but Fang Yuan did not dare to leave it here. Providence is indeed troublesome. I still have to take this step. Fang Yuan sighed and suddenly activated the refinement path immortal array to its maximum power. On the aperture shaped like a crepe myrtle star urchin, countless spikes grew rapidly and stabbed towards spring-autumn cicada from all directions. There were hundreds of slender spikes, and they directly stabbed into spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was not destroyed, and instead melted into jade green liquid droplets. The spikes seemed to have a habit, and these liquid droplets were absorbed by the slender spikes. In the end, only that bit of providence was left in spring-autumn cicada's original position. Fang Yuan quickly eliminated it. Next, the jade green liquid droplets were squeezed out by the slender spikes again and condensed into a ball at the center. Fang Yuan stared angrily and felt that it was very strenuous, and he could barely maintain the situation. The refinement path immortal array was operating to its limit, and a large amount of red date immortal essence was completely expended at this moment. The jade green liquid droplets gradually formed and finally returned to spring autumn cicada. It was safe and sound. The only difference was that after the decomposition and condensation, there was no longer any providence in its body. Originally, Shadow Sex method was to first advance the spring-autumn cicada, then reverse refine it, and eliminate providence. But after Fang Yuan's modification, it was directly changed to the parallel refinement method. The success rate of parallel refinement was much higher than the advanced refinement. But even so, the process was filled with difficulties, and there were even twists and turns. Fortunately, Sixth Hair acted in time and helped Fang Yuan tide over the difficulties. Looking at the spring-autumn cicada quietly floating in his aperture, Fang Yuan was filled with gratification. At this point, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was successfully refined, and Fang Yuan had truly grasped this legendary immortal goo. Crack, crack. The aperture was filled with such noises. Cracks did not appear on spring-autumn cicada's body, but the purple-gold rock skin and spikes were rapidly spreading. Fang Yuan watched quietly. He could not stop this, and he did not want to stop it. The rock skin and spikes shattered, and at the same time the aperture itself also shattered. Fang Yuan's aperture could be said to have gone through many trials and tribulations. It had to bear the pressure of spring-autumn cicada, and was even turned into a stone aperture and dead aperture by Fang Yuan. At this moment, it finally reached its limit and completely collapsed. This was the consequence of spring-autumn cicada's parallel refinement. It could not be exempted, and Fang Yuan did not want to be exempted either. Let's undergo the tribulation like this. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and from the side of the immortal formation, a lump of soul suddenly flew out. The soul was extremely fast. It quickly entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body opened its eyes and nodded at Fang Yuan. What occupied the body was also Fang Yuan's soul. He used a split soul method and successfully split the soul, forming the first split soul. Fang Yuan smiled and immediately used the immortal killer move strength, reversing life, and death on the immortal zombie body. This was a method he had created a long time ago. It was an imitation of blazing heaven demoness killer move nirvana fire and could allow immortal zombies to return to human form. At this moment, the strength, reversing life, and death that Fang Yuan used had been modified. It was even more outstanding and not weaker than nirvana fire. The immortal zombie body quickly returned to normal, and 2 lifespan goo were thrown out by Fang Yuan. The immortal zombie body stretched out its hand and accurately grabbed the lifespan goo, directly using it. Fang Yuan's body was at the final juncture of imperial court-blessed land. Because it was bathed in the light of wisdom, its lifespan was almost depleted. Now that it replenished the lifespan goo, its lifespan was immediately replenished. It was not afraid of dying of old age after returning to human form. The aperture shattered. The sovereign immortal aperture immediately surged. Heaven and earth chi were connected. But Fang Yuan did not want his clone to undergo tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture. Thus he opened the immortal aperture's entrance. The clone immediately flew out and welcomed the calamity and tribulation. Next, Fang Yuan's main body stored the sovereign immortal aperture and came to the outside world. This was a nameless, desolate land in northern plains. After Fang Yuan's secret inspection, there were few people here, and it was quite safe. Immortal ascension calamities and tribulations were very terrifying to most Gu masters. Saying that they had a slim chance of survival was already an exaggeration. But to Fang Yuan it was a piece of cake. Be it the coordination of heaven, earth, and human chi, or resisting calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan was very familiar with them. Heaven, however, was extremely furious. Fang Yuan actually controlled spring-autumn cicada. This was simply touching Providence's reverse scale. It sent down the highest limit of calamities and tribulations. However, it was useless. Fang Yuan easily dispersed the calamities and tribulations and protected his clone's tribulation, advancing to immortal once again. Last time it was strength path, this time it was time path. His first aperture became a high-grade time path, blessed land. Fang Yuan named it spring-autumn blessed land. It did not have many space path resources, but it was very rich in time path resources. Originally, there were dark clouds above, but now the sky was clear and sunlight shone down. Fang Yuan and his clone floated in the sky. Looking at the boundless grassland, they were silent. The 500 years of bitterness and hardship in his previous life, the involuntary arrangements of Providence after rebirth, the desperate resistance in the face of despair, the exhaustion of saving Dang Hun Mountain, feeding immortal goo, managing the immortal aperture, and deducing killer moves, all of these turned into smiles, appearing on Fang Yuan's and his clone's lips. The past was like smoke. All of the hardships and hardships were just this smile. Chapter 1491. The clone passed the tribulation and became a time path rank 6 Gu Immortal. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body was still a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had 27 immortal bodies and cultivated all paths. Having a clone was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. Many things, especially the management of the immortal aperture, could be left to the clone to handle. This was something that Fang Yuan had absolute trust in. It was far more effective than any Shadow Sect member. Especially when both sides were one, their thoughts and wills were completely the same. There were no conflicts in communication. There were even very few errors. Looking at the strength of Shadow Sect, one could see the power of a split soul. Shadow Sect had many members, but they were all united. They did not care about individual sacrifices. Because they were one body, they were all one person. In order for the clone to become a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan had paid a huge price. First, he had to deduce the method. He spent a lot of time and energy. Then he refined spring-autumn cicada and used up a batch of immortal materials. After creating the clone also needed to cultivate. Even though it was not the main point, he still needed to invest in it. Because of the split soul, Fang Yuan's main body's soul fell from 10 million man-soul to 9 million man-soul. It was a huge decrease. Fang Yuan had to continue accumulating his soul foundation. Fortunately, he had 2 sacred lands. He made rapid progress in this aspect. It did not hinder Fang Yuan's development. And this clone of Fang Yuan, because it had Fang Yuan's split soul, could be considered as half an otherworldly demon. The physical body came from this world. It was bound by fate. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this. Unless he could imitate Shadow Sect and refine another sovereign immortal fetus, Gu, for his clone to use. Shadow Sect had accumulated for 100,000 years to refine one sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It was basically impossible to refine a second one. In the following days, Fang Yuan's main body rested as usual. His clone was inside the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation, getting rid of the strength path Tao marks on his body. Fang Yuan had originally ascended to a strength path Gu Immortal from his second aperture. After turning into an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture crumbled and the strength path Tao marks were left on his body. Fang Yuan decided to use self-cleansing to help the clone get rid of unnecessary strength path Tao marks. The clone's immortal body was not special. The Tao marks on it interfered with each other. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan decided to let the clone cultivate time path. Previously, Fang Yuan considered cultivating both strength path and time path because he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Now that he had the sovereign immortal body and immortal aperture, his future cultivation focus would be on them. The clone was just a supplement. Therefore, the plan to refine a second aperture for the clone was cancelled. An extra aperture would be an immortal aperture when he ascended to become an immortal. Since Feng Yuan chose to cultivate Time Path, this immortal aperture naturally had to cultivate Time Path as well. But what was the use of that? To Feng Yuan, an additional superior or special grade blessed land was useless, because instead of developing this blessed land, he might as well put all his effort into the sovereign immortal aperture. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was only 4% developed. It was vast and had little resources. It needed to be managed. Or maybe the biggest use of having an extra immortal aperture is to have a quota for a vital goo. Feng Yuan thought, the greatest benefit of a vital goo was that even if the refinement failed, the vital goo would not be destroyed. Vital. The life of a goo worm was connected to the goo immortal. Of course, if the refinement failed and the goo immortal died, the vital goo would also be destroyed. Currently, Feng Yuan's need for vital goo was very small. He had many immortal goo. The most important was spring-autumn cicada, which was already his vital goo. Other than helping Feng Yuan handle some miscellaneous matters, the clone was also to ensure that spring-autumn cicada would not be destroyed in the future goo refinement process. You're awake. Feng Yuan looked at Sixth Hair, who was lying on the bed. Sixth Hair slowly opened his eyes, still feeling weak. After seeing Feng Yuan, the first thing he asked was, Sect leader, did the goo refinement succeed? Yes. Feng Yuan nodded. That's great. Sixth Hair smiled, saying in relief, this way, the second phase of the goo refinement plan has succeeded. In the first phase of the goo refinement, Feng Yuan refined cleansed soul, self-love, and snack. In the second phase, Feng Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada and heavenly secret goo. In order to refine goo, Feng Yuan paid a huge price. All in all, his luck was quite good. Some goo immortals did not even succeed once after 810 attempts. Among them, Feng Yuan had the Luck Path True Inheritance and Luck Path Immortal Goo. They helped him a lot. On the other hand, Langya sect played an important role. If not for the help of Land Spirit of Langya and Sixth Hair, how could Feng Yuan's goo refinement plan achieve such great results? What's with the scarlet snake tattoo on your body? Feng Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. This is nothing. Sixth Hair's gaze flickered. While you were unconscious, I had already probed. This refinement path killer move seems to directly reduce your lifespan to raise your refinement path strength. If I am not wrong, when these scarlet snake tattoos cover your head, you will die. Feng Yuan said directly. Sixth Hair was silent for a while. Sect leader is right. My life is not to be regretted. I only hope that sect leader can attack the Celestial Court and save my main body. Celestial Court. Feng Yuan raised his head, sighing as he looked at the sky. Sixth Hair quickly said, Sect leader, don't be discouraged. It is true that the enemy is strong, but now that you have spring-autumn cicada, it is only a matter of time before you inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's True Inheritance is likely to contain a method to win against the Celestial Court. After all, back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was an immortal venerable seed chosen by the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan nodded. He knew everything that Sixth Hair knew. Right now, it was very difficult for him to stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Goo within 10 years. But if he relied on Red Lotus True Inheritance, there might be a trace of hope. Since Spring-Autumn Cicada was already completely under Feng Yuan's control, finding Red Lotus True Inheritance seemed to be the next step of his plan. But Feng Yuan shook his head. I am not in a hurry to find Red Lotus True Inheritance. My strength can still continue to rise rapidly. The Celestial Court will not let me receive Red Lotus True Inheritance. They must have already made arrangements in the River of Time. Even though the Celestial Court could not find Feng Yuan, They knew that he would definitely enter the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus True inheritance. Fang Yuan did not need to think to know that the Celestial Court would definitely set up an ambush in the River of Time. Finding Red Lotus True inheritance was a must, but the prerequisite was not only to gain full control of Spring-Autumn Cicada, but also to have enough battle strength to allow Fang Yuan to break through the Celestial Court's ambush. In this aspect, Fang Yuan still needed to work hard. Tell me the contents of this refinement path killer move that you created. I will deduce for you and get rid of the repercussions of this killer move. Don't sacrifice yourself so easily. Sixth Hair, whether I can control Langya's sect in the future will depend on you. Sixth Hair's heart palpitated. He felt that it was true. He was helpless against his injuries. But that did not mean Fang Yuan could not, especially when the light of wisdom could be used. The parallel refinement of Spring-Autumn Cicada and the clone's tribulation were naturally done in the wilderness. After keeping the clone in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair returned to Langya Blessed Land through the teleportation Gu formation. After entering Langya Blessed Land, they were under the constant surveillance of the land spirit of Langya. Sixth Hair and Fang Yuan could not talk. They bade farewell to each other as Langya's sect's supreme elders. Fang Yuan did not return to his cloud city to rest. He went to Wisdom Gu directly. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance, and his clone flew out. The clone was still alive. Wisdom Gu had no reaction. But soon, as the clone activated strength, turning life and death killer move and turned back into an immortal zombie, Wisdom Gu circled around him in confusion. What is it? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Wisdom Gu only circled around him. It did not emit the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan's clone spoke. Oh, Wisdom Gu, I am the person who made the agreement with you. Have you forgotten our agreement? Wisdom Gu floated in front of Fang Yuan's clone. It seemed to be assessing him. It also seemed to be hesitating. After a long while, it lay on the leaf again, emitting the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It was truly dangerous. Wisdom Gu almost refused to acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. I became a time path Gu immortal. My cultivation level rose. My strength path Dao marks were also removed. I also have a split soul. These might have caused Wisdom Gu to hesitate. Regardless of the reason, I need to be careful in the future. Even if my clone's cultivation level stagnates, I need to maintain it. I cannot give up on the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was a little depressed. The Wisdom Gu in The Legends of Rinzhu was very intelligent. It had even successfully harmed Rinzhu. Why was it so simple and stupid in his hands? It did not have the elegance of Wisdom Gu at all. Chapter 1492. Sixth Hair's problem was much more difficult than Fang Yuan had imagined. The 20-path refinement killer move he created was called Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower. Not only did it contain refinement path profundity, it also involved the karma of rule path. Sixth Hair was able to create this move because he had obtained inspiration from an incomplete Gu refinement move in Langya Sect's treasury. Fang Yuan deduced for a while and found Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower was not so easy to break if he was not careful. Sixth Hair might die on the spot. Thus, Fang Yuan had to change his strategy and plan slowly. If my refinement path attainment level is higher, the time needed to deduce Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower will be much shorter. Fang Yuan would not focus all his energy and time on it like when he deduced Heavens, will Dissipation, Refinement Path, Immortal Formation. Hence, Sixth Hair's prediction would undoubtedly take a long time to see results. However, Sixth Hair was not in a hurry. As long as he did not use this killer move, he would be able to maintain it and would not die. While deducing, Fang Yuan continued his soul path cultivation. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were worthy of being soul cultivation sacred lands. Fang Yuan's main body soul foundation rose rapidly again, but his clone did not cultivate in this aspect. The reason was because of conflicting Dao marks. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, be it Gutsgu or Luopa Wind. They were adding soul path Dao marks to Fang Yuan's soul in essence. Fang Yuan had already set a limit on the amount of souls in the clone. If he increased the soul foundation any further, it would interfere with his time path cultivation. Thus, Fang Yuan did not even let his clone use Ghost Official Garment. As for how to defend against Providence, Fang Yuan had a corresponding time path method, but the effect was inferior to Ghost Official Garment. But time path methods were the same as his clone's main cultivation direction. Thus the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. And because Fang Yuan's main body's Dao marks did not conflict, he could cultivate all kinds of paths. But even so, he had to pay attention to killer moves of different paths. For example, the effects of the Ghost Official Garment had been greatly affected by ghostly concealment. Other than deducing the problem of sixth hair and the time path killer move to defend against Providence, Fang Yuan also had to modify luck path killer moves. Wisdom path, sword path, and soul path killer moves had already been modified to the limits of his abilities. Now it was luck path's turn. Fang Yuan had many outstanding luck path inheritances, other than those miscellaneous ones. The most important was Giant Sun Immortal Self Luck True Inheritance, and all living beings Luck True Inheritance. Among them, Fang Yuan had obtained the complete content of the former, while the latter was incomplete. And Fang Yuan's Luck Path Immortal Gu were Luck, Qi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, and Time Luck. They were all rank 6. This was not suitable for Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was already at rank 7. Fang Yuan would not advance the rank of the Luck Path Immortal Gu for now. He only had one focus in Gu refinement. That was Spring Autumn Cicada. Rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada could only revive rank 6 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. He needed a rank 7 Spring Autumn Cicada. Or he could use rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada as the core to create a rank 7 Immortal Killer move. The advancement of Spring Autumn Cicada was still in its initial stage. Sixth Hair was in charge of organizing all the Immortal Gu recipes and gathering the necessary Gu materials. Fang Yuan did not forget to practice killer moves. He had already modified Soul Path killer moves. He was even more proficient in them now. Fang Yuan would also take out the previous Wisdom Path killer moves and Sword Path killer moves from time to practice them. Fang Yuan was clear that only by working hard and not complaining about the hardships would he be able to use them freely in battle. If he failed to activate the killer move at the crucial moment, it would be embarrassing. Among all the killer moves he practiced, Wisdom Path killer move exposed Heavenly Secret was the most important. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Gu as the core. It could deduce the contents of the Gu Immortal's next calamity and tribulation. Of course, it had its limits. For example, right now, Fang Yuan could not deduce what his next grand tribulation would be. He needed to wait for some time before he could deduce it. Other than exposed Heavenly Secret, Fang Yuan's creation of heavens will dissipation killer move also needed to be practiced. This killer move could be said to be Fang Yuan's greatest achievement in deducing killer moves during this period of time. Fang Yuan would not give up. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Fang Yuan to understand himself and the enemy. He could deduce Providence's thoughts. As for Heaven's will dissipation, it was a more direct countermeasure. But it needed to be modified because it took a long time to prepare. It could only be used behind the scenes. It could not be used in battles where every second mattered. Red Date Immortal Essence was barely enough. His Immortal Yuan Stone reserves were already depleted. And Shadow Sect's members were developing well. Using Tai Chiao, they gradually accumulated. Their losses from the southern border battle had already been replenished. They even improved. They hunted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and others. But Fang Yuan only took their souls, leaving their corpses behind. These were all immortal materials. They could be sold for a good price. Fang Yuan did not touch their profits. On one hand, he did not care about these small profits. On the other hand, he wanted to maintain the order of Shadow Sect. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could borrow resources from them to deal with emergencies. Fang Yuan would not be careless about this. But if he made a move now, it would disrupt their development. It would be more detrimental than beneficial to the big picture. Even though he inherited the Shadow Sect inheritance and had a deeper understanding of the Celestial Court, there were still many things that Fang Yuan did not know. Against such a huge entity, the Shadow Sect strategy in Fang Yuan's previous life was the best example to follow. Thus, other than cultivating, Fang Yuan also started to make arrangements. He had more or less connections with the 5 regions now. In Northern Plains, even though he was wanted by the righteous path like Longevity Heaven, the Variant Human Alliance was completely integrated into them because of the engagement. Right now, Fang Yuan was very close to them. The problem now was that Fang Yuan lacked funds. A series of Gu refinement, cultivation, killer moves, and so on were expending his capital rapidly. Even though he was living frugally and had red date immortal essence to replenish himself, Fang Yuan's progress was still very fast. Right now, his capital could not keep up with Fang Yuan's development needs. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's breakthrough was the dragonfish business. But not long ago, Yu Chan also sold copper dragonfish. This surprised Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan soon accepted this fact. Dragonfish was different from guts goo. New products could be sold, and their profundities could be unraveled before they could be nurtured. This was like how Fang Yuan modified the light shine fungi. He could modify other people's products. Others could also modify his. For a business like Guts Goo, there was no one else but him. This was what every Goo immortal desired. Thus, it was not strange for copper dragonfish to appear in other people's hands. Fang Yuan was only slightly surprised at Yu Chan's speed of deciphering it. Several days passed in a flash. Immortal killer move, years like sun. The tributary of the river of time in the sovereign immortal aperture expanded rapidly. The river water flow rose rapidly. The sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of time path resources to begin with. Now that years like sun was added on, the time flow became even faster. This way, calamities and tribulations appeared even more frequently. But Fang Yuan was not afraid. He ignored all earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. As for grand tribulations, with heavenly secret goo and exposed heavenly secret, what did he have to fear? The increase in time path resources led to the production of all sorts of other resources, especially dragonfish. In Dragon Scale Sea Area, a large number of dragonfish swam around. Most of them were ordinary red dragonfish. About 30% were copper dragonfish. Other than that, there was also a trace of darkness. These are iron dragonfish. Fang Yuan smiled. With this formation, his dragonfish could be modified without needing to do any research. Chapter 1493. Iron Dragonfish. Yu Chan breathed in deeply, trying to calm herself down, but soon she gave up. Her gaze wavered. Her expression was a little dazed. Fang Yuan released the iron dragonfish into the market. It caused a commotion in jewel-yellow skies. Dragonfish had a market to begin with. There was a huge demand. It was not that no Gu immortals had tried to modify dragonfish, but they all failed. This was because the food path had never been spread well from start to finish. But this time, Fang Yuan actually modified the dragonfish twice in a row. Gu immortals were astute people. They immediately realized the meaning behind the dragonfish modification. It meant that Fang Yuan had deep food path attainment, or he had inherited a food path true inheritance. Others could understand this. Yu Chan was no exception. This was the reason why she suffered such a huge blow. Her heart was in turmoil. A small iron dragonfish wasn't much, but the meaning behind it was like a mountain weighing down on her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. No matter what, I cannot give up like this. However, I've already exhausted all of my resources to improve the copper arowana fish. I cannot modify the iron dragonfish in a short period of time. What should I do? Yu-chan knew her limits. She knew that she could not deal with Fang Yuan with her own strength. Soon, the figure of another person appeared in her mind. Don't tell me. I have to ask her for help? Yu-chan hesitated. Her eyes were shrouded in a dark haze. Several days later, in White Crane Sea area, there was a gentle breeze here. The sea was calm like a mirror. The blue sky and white clouds were clearly reflected on the surface of the sea. Between the sky and the sea, there were countless white cranes. They were either flying or stretching their bodies gracefully, resting on small islands. It was a peaceful scene. But at the center of this sea area, the owner of this sea area opened his mouth and laughed loudly. He was very happy. Ha ha ha! Yu-chan! Oh, Yu-chan! You finally made up your mind. Chin Bai He was in high spirits. She laughed loudly while looking at Fairy Yu-chan. Her gaze was overbearing and filled with a strong sense of invasion. Yu-chan snorted coldly and shifted her gaze away from Chin Bai He, feeling rather displeased. Chin Bai He was the lord of the White Crane Sea region. She was beautiful, tall and slender, with an elegant neck and long legs. She was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea, along with Yu-chan. However, unlike other beautiful fairies, Chin Bai He did not like men. She preferred female fairies. She built a rank 6 immortal goo house in White Crane Sea area. She named it Bai He Palace. She raised a large number of women inside and formed her harem. They stayed with her day and night. They were intimate with each other. Chin Bai He walked forward and held Yu-chan's hands. An expression of extreme pleasure appeared on her face. So smooth, Yu-chan. Do you know how long I have been lusting after you? How long have I desired you? From now on, you are the empress of my lily palace. Humph! Yu-chan wanted to pull her hand out, but Chin Bai He held it tightly. Yu-chan's face was as cold as frost. She snorted coldly, "Let go of me." Chin Bai He obediently let go. Now that the alliance was set, she knew that Yu-chan was trapped. She could not escape from her grasp. At this moment, she was not in a hurry to force her. Chin Bai He had a lot of time and energy to slowly enjoy Yu-chan. After Yu-chan pulled back her hands, she quickly took 2 steps back. Chin Bai He, don't forget what you promised me. Chin Bai He chuckled. Of course. The iron dragonfish is a problem that neither of us can solve in a short period of time. However, as long as the 2 of us work together, harmoniously harmonizing with each other, we will definitely be able to overcome this obstacle. That person who is making things difficult for you will not be happy for long. Yu-chan nodded. Chin Bai He's words were not nonsense. Yu-chan had known her for many years. She knew a lot about her. Immediately, Yu-chan stayed in Bai He Palace. The 2 worked together. They did not rest. They put all of their mental energy into the iron dragonfish. Yu-chan had to do her best. Most of her income came from the dragonfish. She could not give up on the dragonfish business. If she did, it would affect her cultivation greatly. Goo immortals needed to maintain their strength and continue to grow. If they did not grow well, they would be in danger when facing calamities and tribulations. Even if they did not die in the calamities and tribulations, as long as they were heavily injured, it would be a vicious cycle. The Goo immortal would get weaker and weaker, eventually dying from the calamities and tribulations. More than 10 days later, an iron dragonfish appeared in Bai He Palace. Looking at this iron dragonfish, Yu-chan almost cried tears of joy, because this iron dragonfish was not bought from jewel yellow skies. It was purely raised by her and Chin Bai He working together. This iron dragonfish meant that Yu-chan had the methods to raise large numbers of iron dragonfish. I haven't lost this business war with the dragonfish. Yu-chan tried to cheer herself up. I was not wrong about you after all. Chan Air, Do you know how mesmerizing I am when you are serious? At the side, Qin Bai he looked at Yu Chan with deep emotions. Yu Chan's joyful expression vanished immediately. Her expression turned cold. We cannot be careless. The other party is very mysterious. He threw out copper and iron dragonfish. His food path foundation is very deep. We have only deciphered it now. At most, we are on the same level as him. I understand what you mean. Chan Er, you are worried that the other party will take out even more outstanding dragonfish species? Qin Baihe's expression turned solemn. Their worries became reality a few days later. Silver dragonfish. Fang Yuan threw out his third attack. The silver dragonfish had denser food path, Dao marks, than the iron dragonfish. This time the commotion in the market of jewel yellow skies was even greater. It affected a lot of people. Many Gu immortals noticed this. A large number of Gu immortals started to investigate Fang Yuan. Of course, they could not find out anything. The appearance of the silver dragonfish was a huge blow to Yu Chan and Qin Baisheng. The two famous beauties of the East Ocean were dumbfounded. After researching, the silver dragonfish's excellence made them feel pressured. The previous iron arowana fish had already exhausted them. If they wanted to solve the problem of the silver arowana fish this time, it would take them a few years to fully concentrate. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Furthermore, Yu Chan and Qin, but he could not put all their effort into the silver dragonfish. They needed to socialize, they needed to rest, they needed to cultivate, they needed to manage their immortal apertures, they needed to practice killer moves, and so on. Success in raising the silver dragonfish was just a matter of time for Fang Yuan. But for Yu Chan and Qin Baihe, they needed to do a lot of research. Compared to the iron dragonfish, the silver dragonfish was much harder to decipher. It's over. I am no longer that person's match. I can only give up on the dragonfish business. I will do it completely. I will not hold back. Even if Yu Chan had a strong personality, she was completely disheartened by Fang Yuan. The difference in strength between them made Yu Chan unable to see any hope of victory. Qin Baihe was also helpless. She almost bit her lips until they bled. She was unable to help her sweetheart. This made the prideful Qin Baihe feel very sad. But just as the two female immortals were in despair, an unexpected huge existence suddenly intervened. This huge organization was none other than the Celestial Court. It turned out that the Celestial Court had not given up on investigating and pursuing Fang Yuan all along. Even though they could not find Fang Yuan's location, the Celestial Court's fairy myrtle was not to be trifled with. When Fang Yuan sold the copper dragonfish, he had already attracted her attention. When Fang Yuan sold the iron dragonfish and silver dragonfish in the jewel yellow skies market, Fairy Myrtle paid even more attention. Even though she was not completely sure that this mysterious person who sold the modified dragonfish was Fang Yuan, she would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he inherited the source of food path true inheritance. Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect. He inherited the Shadow Sect's inheritance. He naturally also inherited that food path true inheritance. Dragonfish are food path's signature product. Over the years, the species of dragonfish have not changed. This Gu immortal who continuously modified the dragonfish species is likely to be Fang Yuan himself. Fairy Myrtle knew. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a huge empire. He did not care about the profits from the dragonfish. He did not like to manage his businesses. He used killing to solve his problems. But Fang Yuan was different. The more she understood Fang Yuan, the more Fairy Myrtle paid attention to Fang Yuan. This otherworldly demon was adaptable. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If he had a chance to develop and cultivate, he would definitely become a huge threat. Thus, after thinking about it, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate. She directly intervened and helped Yu Chan and Qin Baihe. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle did not want to show herself and go to the front. On the other hand, by helping Yu Chan and Qin Baihe, she could interfere in Eastern Sea. During the Five Regions chaotic war, She would be able to gain some advantage. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wisdom Path, Gu Immortals, knew how to gain the most benefits. Celestial Court was a huge force. They had an unimaginably deep foundation. Even Food Path had a lot of income. Even though they lacked the Food Path inheritance, they had many other inheritances. With Celestial Court's help, Yu Chan and Qin by his morale soared. They did not rest for dozens of days. They actually succeeded in modifying the silver dragonfish. This way, Yu Chan also had the silver dragonfish. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Chapter 1494. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Dragon Scale Sea Area. A Gu Immortal's sleeves were fluttering as he floated in the air, looking down at the sea below him. He had an ordinary appearance, but his aura was outstanding. His eyes were deep and dark, emitting an aura of vicissitudes. It was Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path, Gu Immortal clone. At this moment, the sea water was turbulent, waves were rising and falling, but there was no sea breeze. My Sovereign Immortal Aperture has not experienced any changes in the weather yet, so there are no winds and clouds. And the reason why there are waves in this dragon scale sea area is because of the immortal formation that my main body set up back then. The Time Path clone muttered in his mind. Right now, dragon scale sea area was the #1 sea area in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan invested a huge amount of resources into it. The Time Path clone looked carefully and saw that in the surging waves, there were countless dragonfish moving about. They were densely packed. Their numbers were terrifying. Fang Yuan had invested a huge amount of resources, and with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's abundant Time Path resources, as well as his Food Path methods, the dragonfish were reproducing rapidly. Their numbers were increasing rapidly. Not only were there ordinary dragonfish, there were also a large number of copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and even some silver dragonfish. Fang Yuan's clone's gaze pierced through these dragonfish. He only looked towards the depths of the dragonfish group. Soon, his expression turned to joy. He found his target. This was a dazzling golden dragonfish. Its body was covered in dense and thick golden scales. Its eyes were no longer lifeless like other dragonfish. They were filled with lively spirituality. Compared to other dragonfish, it was the smallest. It was not even the size of a normal person's palm. It was quite small. But in the observation of Fang Yuan's clone, this golden scale dragonfish was filled with Food Path Dao marks. There were almost no other Dao marks. Even though it was small, the aura it emitted was that of a true ancient, desolate beast. Other dragonfish could only reach desolate beast level at most. But golden dragonfish could reach ancient, desolate beast level at most. This could not be underestimated. This meant that after the dragonfish reached golden scales, they had truly broken through the limits of their original species. They had broken through the shackles and reached a whole new level. At this point, the golden arowana has been nurtured from the arowana. This can be considered the limit. Fang Yuan's clone sighed deeply. The ancient golden arowana swam in the sea. The other arowanas around it, whether they were ordinary arowanas, desolate beast arowanas, copper arowanas, iron arowanas, or silver arowanas, were all circling around it. The ancient golden arowana was the natural king of the arowana population. Once it appeared, countless low-tier arowanas would follow and protect it. Even though I'm the one who raised the arowanas, my control over the school of arowanas isn't as high as the ancient golden arowanas. Fang Yuan's clone's eyes flashed. He was very concerned about this point. It could be said that if the ancient golden arowana and Fang Yuan were to compete for this school of arowanas, Fang Yuan would definitely not be as influential as the ancient golden arowana. As long as this ancient, desolate beast appeared in the school of dragonfish, it would attract all the dragonfish to follow it wholeheartedly. However, it doesn't matter. The ancient golden arowana rules over all the other arowanas, while I lead the ancient golden arowana. Unfortunately, the arowanas do not have much combat power. Even the ancient golden arowana is one of the weakest ancient desolate beasts in terms of combat power. Hence, these arowanas can only be sold. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. These days, Yu Chan had a torturous time. Although she had researched the silver arowana, she had relied on Qin Bai He Celestial Court's help, and of course, Feng Yuan's silver arowana. Hence, although Yu Chan was able to raise silver arowanas in terms of production, she was far inferior to someone like Feng Yuan. In the Jewel Yellow Skies market, Feng Yuan was still suppressing Yu Chan in terms of the arowana business. The silver arawana's effects were too good. Feng Yuan did not raise the price, so the other arowanas did not have much of a competitive edge. And the scale of Feng Yuan's silver arowana sales was much larger than Yu Chan's. Both sides' strength was clear at a glance. Feng Yuan had the clear advantage. However, Yu Chan did not give up. She was still persevering. She defended herself tenaciously. White Crane Sea area. Qin Bai He cheered. Ha ha ha, we finally solved this problem. Our methods have improved again. This way, the production of silver arowana will increase by a lot. Yu Chan had a haggard expression, but there was joy in her eyes. This was the result of her and Qin Bai He's hard work for half a month without rest, and with the help of Celestial Court. But even with this result, the production of silver arowana is still not as fast as that opponent. Yu Chan sighed. Little Chan, don't worry. As long as we continue to work hard, silver arowana is not guts goo. It will be solved eventually. By then, our production will be on par with that person. Qin Bai He was optimistic. But even so, we are only on par with that person. It is too difficult to improve on this. We do not have the ability to do so. That means we can at most maintain a draw with that person. And this is under the condition that the other party does not introduce new dragonfish species. Yu Chan shook her head. Qin Bai He wanted to say something. She wanted to console Yu Chan, but she could not say anything. Actually, the outcome of this battle was already clear at this point. Yu Chan was not Feng Yuan's match. She could only take a beating, and after that, she would try to catch up and maintain a draw. They did not have the power to fight back and win, unless some other powerful helper suddenly intervened and helped them. Celestial Court was such a force. Celestial Court had a large number of food path inheritances. But how could Fairy Myrtle help Qin Bai He and Yu Chan without any compensation? Both sides were foreign Gu immortals. Qin Bai He and Yu Chan were very vigilant when working with Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle was thinking about how to lure these two into becoming Celestial Court's pawns in Eastern Seas, Gu immortal world. The great era of the 5 regions chaotic war was coming. Celestial Court was going to make arrangements everywhere. This mysterious Gu immortal selling dragonfish is probably Feng Yuan. Using his strength to suppress Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, Celestial Court will gain a lot of help. But inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was also paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. But what made her puzzled was that Feng Yuan did not make a move. Ever since he started selling the silver dragonfish, he did not do anything. He only continued to sell dragonfish. This made Fairy Myrtle feel that something was amiss. She knew that Feng Yuan was not someone who would give up easily. If this person is really Feng Yuan, he definitely has a backup plan. He is a ruthless person. He does not like to let others live. The current situation of the dragonfish business is not something he can accept. Just as Fairy Myrtle was thinking about this, Yu Chan's expression suddenly changed in Eastern Sea. What's wrong, Chan? Qin Bai He quickly asked in concern. No, this is bad. My dragonfish sea is being attacked by a Gu immortal. The entire Gu formation has been destroyed. I need to return immediately. Yu Chan shouted. She was extremely anxious and anxious. Even though she had many dragonfish in her immortal aperture, the majority of them were still in the dragonfish sea area. Dragonfish Sea area was her main business. Most of her assets were in it. Now that it was suddenly attacked, how could she do anything about it? Qin Baihe also realized the severity of this matter. She grabbed Yu Chan's hand. There is no time to lose. I will go with you. Don't worry. I want to see who has the guts to be so arrogant in front of us. The immortal Gu house shot out like a rainbow, breaking through the sea surface. It carried the anger of the two fairies as it charged towards Dragonfish Sea area from White Crane Sea area. The two sea areas were not far apart. This was why Yu Chan was not worried and stayed with Qin Baihe. Thus, when they arrived at Dragonfish Sea area, the invading Gu immortal had not left yet. Yu Chan's immortal Gu formation was mostly destroyed. The Gu immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and took in the dragonfish. Such guts! Even with Yu Chan's good mental state, seeing that the dragonfish that she had raised so painstakingly were taken away, she was furious, her brows furrowed deeply. Who are you? You dare to offend my woman. Today is the day you die! Qin Baihe shouted as she transmitted to Yu Chan, Chan, be careful. This person is strange. Look at his method of taking in the dragonfish. He seems to be very skilled. Even though Qin Baihe was furious, she did not lose her rationality. She could clearly judge the situation and observe the details. Yu Chan looked at where Qin Baihe was pointing, and her heart jumped. She saw that the mysterious Gu immortal did not use any immortal methods. He only controlled a small, ancient, desolate beast to make Yu Chan's dragonfish obediently follow him into the enemy's immortal aperture. Yu Chan observed carefully and was even more shocked. What is going on? This small, golden-scaled, ancient, desolate beast seems to be a dragonfish? Golden dragonfish? Is this person my opponent in jewel yellow skies? Wait, according to the Celestial Court's instructions, this person is likely to be that Fang Yuan. Yu Chan had just thought of this when the Gu immortal who was collecting the dragonfish closed his immortal aperture, turning around to face the two furious fairies. You are finally here. I did not waste my time and wait for you to arrive. He. I am Fang Yuan, remember this name. Being able to know the name of your murderer before you die is my benevolence. After Fang Yuan said this, there was a loud sound as the surrounding world changed. An immortal battlefield rose up and trapped Yu Chan and Qin Baihe. Qin Baihe and Yu Chan were shocked. They looked at each other and saw their pale faces. Fang Yuan was a criminal who could fight rank 8. Why was he here? Wasn't he being chased by the Celestial Court? Who knows where he was hiding? How dare he come out? Chapter 1495. Looking at the frightened Qin Baihe and Yu Chan, Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. It seems that the Gu immortal world has been peaceful for a long time. Eastern Sea is famous for its rich resources. It has been peaceful for too long. My surprise attack this time really caught them off guard. If it was the 5 regions' chaotic war, the world would be in chaos. Every Gu immortal would be very vigilant. But before that, peace had been peaceful for a long time. Gu immortals cultivated mainly to manage their immortal apertures. They rarely took the initiative to fight to the death. Firstly, calamities and tribulations would occur in the immortal aperture every once in a while. Secondly, Gu immortals had complicated relationships with one another. They often had a huge impact on the situation. Thirdly, information was not complete. Gu immortals hid themselves deeply. A mystical immortal killer move could cause them to fail miserably. The risk was huge, the gains were small. Thus, Gu immortals were not willing to fight to the death. But this situation was different for Fang Yuan. I have rank 8 battle strength now. Who cares what connections you have? I will kill you. What is there to fear? Battle strength was Fang Yuan's confidence, but so was his wisdom path attainment. If he committed a crime, he could just run away. The world was huge. Even Celestial Court and Providence could not do anything to Fang Yuan, not to mention others. And the third aspect was information. Shadow Sect had a lot of information on the 5 regions. Qin, Bai He, and Yu Chan did not know about Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan knew about them. As long as I get rid of Yu Chan, I will be the only one in the dragonfish business. My profits will be huge. Even if Celestial Court wanted to stop Fang Yuan, they could not do so in a short period of time, because this resource needed a specific environment to be created, and it would take some time for it to bear fruit. Fang Yuan was like a cowardly tortoise earlier, developing and digesting his gains, raising his strength, like a venomous dragon digesting the food it swallowed. Now that it felt a trace of hunger, it would be fine if it did not move. But once it moved, it would be shocking. It directly crossed from northern plains to eastern sea, moving stealthily and suddenly attacking. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He were caught off guard. The 2 female immortals in front of him were like 2 pieces of fatty meat. Especially Yu Chan. She cultivated Water Path and had a Water Path immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's Water Path attainment level was Grandmaster. Annexing a rank 7 Water Path immortal aperture was a good thing. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He looked at Fang Yuan. They felt an intense killing intent that was mixed with greed and malice, assaulting them. The situation was critical. The 2 women were flustered and their hearts were beating wildly. They both knew that their situation was extremely worrying. Qin Bai He forcefully calmed herself down, transmitting to her companion. Chan even though we are rank 7 Gu immortals, even if we work together, we will not have much strength. We did not communicate with each other earlier. The effect of our cooperation will be very low. The enemy this time is exceptionally terrifying. We must not fight them head-on. We must think of a way to escape. Qin Bai He was afraid before the battle even started. She wanted to escape. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan's illustrious reputation had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Qin Bai He and Yu Chan were famous people in Eastern Sea. But how could they compare to Fang Yuan? Yu Chan agreed with Qin Bai He's words. The latter frowned and transmitted. I think so too. But now that we are trapped in an immortal battlefield killer move, how can we escape? This immortal battlefield was one entity. It was like a dark red egg that surrounded the 3 immortals. There were countless purple stars on the egg walls. They were dazzling and flickering. This scene was extremely beautiful, but in Yu Chan's eyes, there was no sense of appreciation. She wanted the egg walls to break and reveal a huge hole so that she could fly out. Qin Bai He continued, I have a method that can penetrate the immortal battlefield and forcefully connect to the outside world. We can get reinforcements. That's great. Yu Chan was overjoyed. Normally speaking, once one was trapped in an immortal battlefield, they would be isolated from the outside world. They could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But this relationship was like a spear and a shield between attack and defense. There was only a difference in strength. It depended on which side was sharper. If the spear was sharper, it could pierce the shield. If the shield was thicker, the spear would break the shield. Qin Bai He was one of the 6 great fairies of Eastern Sea. Yu Chan was also one of them if they asked for help from the outside world. There would definitely be many people supporting them. In fact, they even had connections with Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Even though asking for help would owe them favors or a huge debt, at this moment, their lives were at stake. They could not care less. All right, go ahead. I will protect you. Yu Chan's gaze was resolute as she stood in front of Qin Bai He. Qin Bai He took a deep breath. Her jet black and beautiful long hair suddenly spread out. In an instant, countless flower petals drifted down from her hair and formed a rain of petals that covered the sky. Qin Bai He's skin was white as snow. She was surrounded by the rain of flowers. She was like a fairy among flowers, beautiful and alluring. On Yu Chan's side, her aura surged to the sky. An immortal killer move was activated. Rain started to fall in the sky, forming into a thick fog that protected her and Qin Bai He within the rain. Fang Yuan floated in the sky. Facing her with a calm attitude, purple light flickered in his eyes as he smiled. Qin Bai He, if you want to communicate with the outside world, this killer move fragrant flower obscure language is not useful. Don't waste your effort. Saying so, he willed, crackle, crackle. Countless purple stars fell, filling the sky. As the purple stars fell, Yu Chan's reign weakened. Qin Bai He's voice faded away. It was a pitiful sight. Fang Yuan used an immortal battlefield killer move. He had a huge terrain advantage. He created a wisdom path environment. Once activated, he suppressed water path and wood path. This immortal killer move of mine was created by using 3 rank 8 battlefield killer moves as a reference, as well as 18 other killer moves. It is named Purple Star Broken Life. It has no other advantages but one, it can conceal one's traces and cut off the communication between the outside and the outside. The inside is huge, but the outside is empty. Even if someone passes by, they will not discover this battlefield. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. His words made the 2 female immortals feel a chill in their hearts. Qin Bai He was shocked and uncertain. What shocked her was that her plan was seen through by Fang Yuan. The question was Fang Yuan's words true or false? Amazing! This Fang Yuan is skilled in scheming. He is not a reckless person. Qin Bai He thought for a while. She broke out in cold sweat as she felt how troublesome Fang Yuan was. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Fang Yuan's words had shaken her heart. It was more effective than most wisdom path killer moves. But Yu Chan had a firm heart. She shouted as she pushed her palms forward. Immediately, the rain moved. Countless crystal-like raindrops intertwined, forming a huge fish monster. Immortal killer move, Kuan Fei's Rain. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His gaze flickered as countless purple stars fell from his gaze. The fish monster and the 2 female immortals could not even raise their heads. This immortal battlefield killer move contained many of Fang Yuan's wisdom path immortal goo. It was very powerful. However, Yu Chan and Qin Bai He endured it with all their might. They were like rocks standing in front of the waves. That huge fish monster was destroyed by the countless purple stars. But as Yu Chan continued to use her killer move, it was replenished by the raindrops. Immortal killer move, Soul Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan willed as he summoned 5 ancient soul beasts. They pounced at the 2 female immortals. He did not use Year Beast Summoning, because Soul Beast Summoning was more outstanding. The ancient soul beasts were controlled by Fang Yuan. They were very obedient, but they were suppressed by the immortal battlefield. They felt uncomfortable. This wisdom path battlefield killer move would be more powerful if Fang Yuan used wisdom path immortal goo or killer moves. However, the other sex would be restricted and suppressed, unlike the sovereign immortal physique. After this, I might be able to modify a soul path battlefield killer move. It will complement Soul Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan thought, wisdom path battlefield killer moves were more useful in concealing one's tracks and defending against deductions. This was the advantage of a path. Thus, Fang Yuan deduced the wisdom path battlefield killer move first. The ancient soul beasts were extremely fierce. They pounced forward and fought with the 2 female immortals. Under Fang Yuan's control, they attacked Yu Chan and Qin Bai He regardless of the fish monster. They made the 2 girls suffer greatly. In the intense battle, Yu Chan's heart sank. Fang Yuan has not even made a move yet. We are already running for our lives. We are surrounded by danger. If he suddenly attacks, we will be doomed. Fang Yuan was still far away, watching the 2 girls fight intensely. Chapter 1496. Under Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, after more than 10 breaths of time, Yu Chan got more and more tired. She could not hold on for much longer. Sigh. Qin Bai He let out a long sigh. She stopped using the immortal killer move Fragrant Flower Cryptic Language. Fang Yuan did not deceive her. Fragrant Flower Cryptic Language was indeed useless. After Qin Bai He tested it, she entered the battle with a heavy heart. She was a wood-path goo-immortal. She used killer moves one after another. Flower petals rained down. Flower petals rained down. Some of the moves could erode one's strength, while others could be as sharp as blades. Qin Baihe's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her black hair and long skirt made her look like she was dancing even in battle. Her figure was alluring and beautiful. On the other side, Yu Chan was shouting. She had a heroic aura. These two girls were indeed famous fairies in Eastern Sea's goo-immortal world. They were beautiful and eye-catching. They were like pearls and diamonds. They shined together. If ordinary goo-immortals saw them, they would feel their hearts go soft before they even attacked. Why would they bother with them? There was no need to talk about destroying a flower. Unfortunately, the two girls were facing Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move. Ancient sword dragon transformation. Immortal killer move. Reverse flow protection seal. Roar. The sword dragon roared. It suddenly appeared and charged at the two girls without stopping. Oh no! Yu Chan cried out in shock. Qin Baihe's heart jumped to her throat. She gritted her teeth. Evil scoundrel! Take this! As she spoke, the petals around her flew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they formed a petal tornado that attacked and defended against the ancient sword serpent. Yu Chan also reacted and shouted, I'll lend you a hand. Saying so, she used a water path killer move, creating a huge wave of water. The waves entered the petal tornado, and in the blink of an eye, they were all absorbed into it. With a whoosh, the petal tornado expanded several times, and its power increased sharply. What a great move, water from wood! Qin Baihe praised. Her confidence rose by a level. The flower petal tornado collided with the ancient sword dragon. The stalemate lasted for only an instant before the ancient sword dragon was destroyed by the flower petal tornado. Such a good effect didn't make the two fairies happy. Instead, they revealed a horrified expression. Oh no, this ancient sword dragon is fake! Just as Qin Baihe thought of this, a huge silver dragon silently appeared behind her. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Qin Baihe turned her head inch by inch with great difficulty. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that Fang Yuan had transformed into the ancient sword serpent. It had opened its bloody mouth and covered her tiny body. Those jagged, sharp dragon teeth flickered with cold light. They were like battle spears. Just looking at them caused Qin Baihe to tremble with fear. Fang Yuan, you have rank 8 battle strength, a famous expert. You actually launched a sneak attack. On the other side, Yu Chan screamed in shock and anger. Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage, but he still carried out a sneak attack. He was simply shameless and didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. He was shameless to the extreme. Seeing that Qin Baihe was about to fall into the dragon's mouth, Yu Chan unleashed an unprecedented ferocious attack. An intense rain fell. Each droplet elongated as they shot towards Fang Yuan like countless arrows. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He ignored everything and bit down. Crack! Because he used too much strength, his upper and lower teeth collided with each other, producing a dull sound. No! Yu Chan screamed in shock. Almost at the same time, her powerful rain was rebounded by the countercurrent protection seal and returned to her. Yu Chan hurriedly blocked. She was flustered. At this moment, she deeply felt how weak she was. How can I fight this? He's using the reverse flow river to defend himself. Any of my attacks will be reflected back at him. How shameless! Yu Chan felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. However, when Fang Yuan opened his mouth, there was no flesh or bone. Only some flower petals fell between his teeth. On the other side, a body suddenly grew out of the huge flower petals in the air. The body quickly came out of the flower petals. It was the naked Qin Baihe. At the crucial moment, she used a life-saving killer move, causing Fang Yuan's attack to fail. Qin Baihe's true body temporarily escaped from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Baihe, Yu Chan was overjoyed. Qin Baihe's face was pale. Her lips were trembling. She had escaped from the gates of hell. The situation earlier was extremely dangerous. If she had been slightly slower, she would have died on the spot. The surrounding flower petals flew over and stuck to Qin Baihe's body, turning into a beautiful dress in the blink of an eye. Yu Chan quickly flew over and met up with her. The two women's vigilant gazes were firmly fixed on Fang Yuan. From the depths of their gazes, their panic and fear could be seen. Although the ancient sword serpent missed its first attack, it didn't continue its pursuit. Instead, it scanned the surroundings with its sharp eyes. I understand, so that's how it is. Suddenly, the ancient sword dragon spoke. Fang Yuan's voice resounded in the two girls' ears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless purple stars shot down once again, instantly destroying all the petals on the battlefield. Qin Baihe's body shook intensely. Fang Yuan's actions left her with no way out. She could not use that life-saving method again. The ancient sword dragon roared as it pounced again. The two fairies had pale expressions. They bit their lips as they fought. This was a moment of life and death. The two fairies did not dare to hold back. They used their trump cards. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks were intense. They were dazzling and bright, like colorful fireworks. The ancient sword dragon moved within the fireworks, moving freely. Reverse flow protection seal reflected all attacks. It was untouchable by all methods. Injuries appeared on the two women's bodies, and the speed at which their injuries worsened was extremely fast. However, Fang Yuan could not take their lives in a short period of time. These two fairies were rank 7 Gu immortals. They had many life-saving methods. They had deep foundations and were famous for a long time. They were not simple. Fang Yuan, stop attacking. We surrender. We admit your strength. We swear that we will not get involved in the dragonfish business from now on. Please let us go. After a while of intense fighting, the two girls were covered in blood. They breathed roughly as they begged for mercy. For the two of them, there was no hope of winning this battle. From start to finish, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Even though the two girls resisted, they could not hold on for long. We can give you all sorts of resources, a lot of wealth, as long as you let us go. That's right, if we fight to the death, we will detonate our immortal goo before we die. You will not get anything. We should not have been enemies with you. You can have these dragonfish. We have learned our lesson. If we see you in the future, we will avoid you. Furthermore, we swear that after this battle, we will never be enemies with you. We will not take revenge. The two girls spoke. They were already in agreement. As expected of an elite, you understand the situation. The ancient sword dragon stopped attacking. It floated gracefully in the air. Fang Yuan's cold dragon pupils reflected the beautiful figures of the two girls. He continued, Then hand over one of your immortal goo to show your sincerity. The two girls' hearts tightened. They looked at each other, feeling that Fang Yuan was a troublesome person to deal with. Once they lost their immortal goo, their battle strength would fall sharply. But if they did not hand over their immortal goo, their lives would still be in danger. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Chan said, We agree to this condition, but to prevent any accidents, we need to set an agreement of mutual non-harm. We will use information path methods to restrict each other. Then let's do it. Fang Yuan nodded. However, they encountered obstacles in the subsequent negotiations on the specific content. Qin Baihe and Yu Chan emphasized that if Fang Yuan went against the agreement, he would be punished with death. This was a condition that Fang Yuan could not accept. Fang Yuan had a scheme brewing in his mind. He had the self-cleansing immortal formation. He wanted to use it to get rid of the unfavorable agreement on him. But this method was not controlled by Fang Yuan. It was not flexible. He needed some time to get rid of the unfavorable Dao marks. If he died immediately, the self-cleansing immortal formation would be useless. Fang Yuan did not want to let these two Gu immortals go. Once he let them go, it would be hard to use the same method to ambush them in the future. Furthermore, the celestial court might remove the agreement for them. That would be even more troublesome. In terms of the dragonfish business, Fang Yuan would have a strong enemy. The two sides did not come to an agreement. The two girls also realized Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan, it seems that you are determined to kill us. Even if we die, we will not let you gain anything from this. Sorrow filled their hearts. The two girls fought to the death. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. His killing intent intensified. After a few rounds of fighting, he finally found a chance to attack, tearing half of Qin Baihe's body apart. The left side of Qin Baihe's body was torn apart. Her organs and broken ribs were exposed. Baihe, I will help you. Yu Chan was worried. She came to help, but did not know that Fang Yuan's true target was her. Yu Chan was caught unprepared. She was bitten by the ancient sword dragon. Gucci. Thick blood seeped out from the gaps between the teeth. Crack, crack. Fang Yuan chewed a few times. The beautiful Yu Chan had completely turned into a pile of meat and bones. She had died. Ah, Chan-er! Qin Baihe saw that her lover was killed. She screamed in pain. Her eyes were red as tears flowed down. Fang Yuan, you murderer! I will fight you to the death. Qin Baihe stopped dodging. She charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, using an immortal killer move purple thought perception starlight to break Qin Baihe's defense. Next, he opened his mouth and breathed out a dazzling sword light dragon breath. After the dragon breath passed by, Qin Baihe's entire body was blasted into nothingness. Only her head was left. Her eyes were wide open in anger. Her beautiful face was still there, just that it was more or less distorted, stained with bright red blood. Fang Yuan flew over slowly. He stretched out his dragon claw and flicked. Slap! Like a watermelon falling to the ground. The dragon claw pierced Qin Baihe's head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Chapter 1497. With a flash of light, the ancient sword dragon turned back into human form. Yu Chan and Qin Baihe were dead. From now on, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World only had 4 fairies left. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he targeted 2 areas and used immortal methods. Soon, 2 immortal apertures were taken out and sealed by him. Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance, which included blazing Heaven Demoness aperture-taking method, as well as many other killer moves. They were all effective on immortal apertures. Before coming to Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had successfully deduced that he had a method to seal immortal apertures and bring them along with him. Thus, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to do anything to these 2 immortal apertures. He stored the immortal battlefield killer move Purple Imperial Break Life before summoning Ying Wuxia by Ningbing and the rest. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Fang Yuan kept the Shadow Sect members in his sovereign immortal aperture and brought them to Eastern Sea. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. This killer move had flaws. Its effect was not outstanding. But now, Fang Yuan had modified and repaired it. Thus, once it was activated, it immediately brought Fang Yuan and the other 3 immortals out of Dragonfish Sea area, directly arriving at White Crane Sea area. White Crane Sea area was calm and peaceful. Cool winds blew. The blue sky and white clouds covered the sky. Between the sea and the sky, countless white cranes were either flying or stretching their bodies gracefully, resting on small islands. Fang Yuan did not stop. He flew towards the depths of the sea. As for the other Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, they followed Fang Yuan's instructions and started to collect the surrounding white cranes. Fang Yuan went to the bottom of the sea. His gaze was sharp as he quickly found an immortal Gu house. It turned out that he gave up on Dragonfish Sea area and went to White Crane Sea area immediately. It was because of Qin Baihe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, Baihe Palace. When Qin Baihe left, she did not bring this immortal Gu house with her. On one hand, it was because there had been peace for too long, she was too careless. On the other hand, she wanted to leave the immortal goo house behind to suppress White Crane Sea area and guard against any unexpected situations. Fang Yuan got close to Baihe Palace. The Lily Palace opened its doors and actually took the initiative to welcome Fang Yuan inside. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had already turned into Qin by his appearance. Familiar Face was extremely effective. The one guarding the immortal goo house in place of Qin by he was only a lump of her will. Fang Yuan smoothly entered the Lily Palace and received Qin by his will. Qin by his will did not suspect anything. After entering Fang Yuan's mind, she immediately realized that something was wrong. However, Fang Yuan was prepared for this. Using his mind as a battlefield, he quickly imprisoned this will. Then he began to borrow this will to fight for this Lily Palace. Even with Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal Goo and Wisdom Path methods, he spent a day and a night before successfully taking Baihe Palace. At this point, Fang Yuan finally had an immortal goo house. But this Baihe Palace is not complete. It is incomplete and has low power. It only has 2 rank 6 immortal goo as the cores. It was created by Qin Baihe to house her concubines. Baihe Palace was not reliable. It was very fragile. Compared to He Tribe's immortal goo house dark prison, it was far inferior. After Fang Yuan took control of it, he saw its internal structure and memorized its usage profundities. He dismantled it and obtained a large number of goo worms. 2 rank 6 immortal goo. One was wood path while the other was food path. It was called Eat Fragrant. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Yu Chan and Qin by his goo worms, not mentioning immortal goo. Even if they were mortal goo, they would not be given to Fang Yuan. Thus, these goo worms that made up Baihe Palace were all of Fang Yuan's gains in terms of goo worms. Eat Fragrant Immortal Goo was shaped like a wooden box. It was small and small, about the size of an adult's index finger. It had little use. It could only help goo immortals eat fragrant food and fill their stomachs. But in this world, there are no useless goo worms, only useless goo masters. Fang Yuan had a food path inheritance. He thought of many ways to use Eat Fragrant Immortal Goo. Even though this immortal goo had little use when used alone, if it cooperated with other goo worms, its effect was definitely worth looking forward to. Currently, Fang Yuan only had 1 food path immortal goo. It was called Snack. This time he had Eat Fragrant. It made up for the lack of food path immortal goo to a large extent. This was a pleasant surprise to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dismantled Baihe Palace and killed all the concubines and beauties inside, only leaving their souls behind. After returning to White Crane Sea area, the Shadow Sect immortals were still making use of their time to search for resources in the sea area. White cranes moved in groups. There were a lot of them. There were thousands of ordinary white cranes, 21 desolate beast cranes, and 4 ancient white cranes. After spending a lot of effort, Fang Yuan and the rest not only gathered these white cranes, they also searched for other resources in the sea area. There were 2 main types of resources in the sea. One was Great History Iron, a rank 7 immortal material formed from Metal Path and Wisdom Path Dao marks. The other was Egg Crystal Stones. These were the life essence left behind by eggmen. There were a lot of egg crystal stones. It could be seen that White Crane Sea area was the habitat of a large group of eggmen a long time ago. After keeping these, Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel to return to Dragonfish Sea area. There were still a large number of dragonfish in the Dragonfish Sea area. The scale was much larger than what Fang Yuan had previously. Fang Yuan kept all of them in his immortal aperture. This windfall caused his dragonfish population to increase by dozens of times. Yu Chan was indeed the #1 dragonfish business giant. Her foundation in this aspect was extremely deep. Even Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. After emptying the Dragonfish Sea area, Fang Yuan looked at the sky. There was still no one attacking. Celestial Court has not made a move yet. To think that I was purposely stalling for time in the battle to lure out Celestial Court's reinforcements. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. His gaze was cold. He had made ample preparations. Even if he faced a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he was not afraid. Celestial Court could guess Fang Yuan's identity. They were helping Yu Chan to obstruct Fang Yuan. Similarly, Fang Yuan could deduce that Celestial Court was adding fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan suddenly came here. It was a sneak attack on Yu Chan and Qin Baihe. It was also a probe towards Heavenly Court. But after this probe, Celestial Court did not make a move. This result made Fang Yuan feel slightly surprised. The Heavenly Court actually didn't send anyone over? Is it because Fairy Myrtle did not expect it? Or did they not react in time? Or maybe Celestial Court does not have enough manpower. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. He was a crafty person. He immediately guessed the predicament Celestial Court was in. Celestial Court did not have enough manpower. Fang Yuan had already vaguely sensed this when he was escaping in Western Desert. This time he was even more certain. Since Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not come, Fang Yuan would not wait foolishly. After using omnidirectional travel to leave Dragonfish Sea area, he went to a nameless sea area in Eastern Sea and planted Yu Chan and Qin by his immortal apertures. A rank 7 water path immortal aperture, and a rank 7 wood path immortal aperture. While the immortal apertures turned into blessed lands, Fang Yuan entered them separately. In Yu Chan Blessed Land, the land spirit's condition was to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very crafty. He changed his appearance and entered with a fake identity. Immortal Killer Move. Bloodlight Spirit Suppression. Yu Chan's land spirit was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The water path immortal aperture was quickly annexed by Fang Yuan. But in Baihe Blessed Land, the land spirit's condition was related to Baihe Palace. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He used Bloodlight Spirit Suppression again to suppress the land spirit. But he did not have the qualifications to annex the Wood Path Blessed Land. He could only leave it here. After all, after closing the entrance, the outside world would not be able to detect this blessed land. It was safe. As Fang Yuan expected, not only were there no goo worms in the 2 immortal aperture blessed lands, even the cultivation resources that they used were completely destroyed. Yu Chan and Qin Baihe hated this murderer. Fang Yuan, they did not want to leave anything for him. Thankfully, the winds of assimilation were not something that anyone could casually create. After doing all this, Fang Yuan did not want to stay in Eastern Sea for long. He left immediately. He had committed a murder, killing Yu Chan and Qin Baihe. He also plundered the 2 sea areas. He would soon be exposed and cause a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. This was not an exaggeration. No matter if it was Yu Chan or Qin Baihe, they both had widespread influence. Adding on the fact that the Gu Immortal world had been peaceful for a long time, with this huge incident and the deaths of 2 rank 7 experts, it would definitely cause a certain degree of panic. Everyone in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world would feel threatened. There would also be a large number of Gu Immortals, regardless of their motives, be it to take revenge for Yu Chan and Qin Baihe, to uphold justice, to covet their inheritance, or to establish their own reputation. A large number of Gu Immortals would come to investigate Fang Yuan. Even if the situation was dire, they wouldn't be able to escape. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. Even though he was not afraid, he did not want to get himself into trouble. Chapter 1498. Several days later, a Gu Immortal flew over White Crane Sea area. This Gu Immortal wore a green robe. He looked like a young man. He had a tall nose and a wide face. His eyes were bright like stars. Rank 7 aura emanated from his body. He had a great background. His name was Qingyu Zhicheng. He was a Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea's Super Force Qingyu clan. He was also the direct descendant of the current Qingyu, First Supreme Elder. Qingyu, and this is... Seeing the desolate state of White Crane Sea area, Qin Yu Zhi Cheng's expression sank. He had a crush on Qin Bai He. Even though he knew she liked women, he could accept it. But while he could accept Qin Bai He, she did not accept him. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng was rejected all the time. But he did not give up. He had been persevering for the last 10 years. Even though Qin Bai He disliked him, she did not want to become enemies with Qin Yu clan. Towards Qin Yu Zhi Cheng's letters, she would reply them half-heartedly. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng would write a love letter every once in a while, but Qin Bai He's letters would only have 2 words, read or acceptable. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng was very satisfied with the 2 words read. If he got acceptable, he would be smiling for the next few days. Humans were not plants, they were emotionless. Even Gua mortals had situations where they fell in love with someone. But recently, when Qin Yu Zhi Cheng sent a love letter, he did not get a response. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng tried to contact her, but failed. He had a bad premonition. He could not hold it in anymore. He moved out and went to White Crane Sea area personally. When he arrived, he saw the desolate scene of White Crane Sea area. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng frowned deeply. In the past, White Crane Sea area was peaceful. Countless white cranes were flying or resting. It was full of vitality. But now, this place was plundered by Fang Yuan and the other shadow sect, Gua mortals. It was completely desolate. Fairy Bai He, where are you? Qin Yu Zhi Cheng felt an intense uneasiness. With a plop, he dove into the sea. He had been to White Crane Sea area many times. Even though Qin Bai He did not like him, Qin Yu Zhi Cheng found many reasons. This time, Qin Yu Zhi Cheng's impression of the seabed had undergone a huge change. Looking at the huge ravine, as well as the countless holes and scattered rocks, Qin Yu Zhi Cheng's heart sank. Not good. From the looks of it, this place has been robbed. After checking for a while, Qin Yu Zhi Cheng's face was filled with anger. How dare they? Who dares to rob fairy lilies, sea territory? The Taisher iron and egg crystal stones here have all been plundered. This person must be arrogant. Fairy Lily, you must be all right. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng thought of the person he missed and immediately became afraid. He searched around but could not find that rank 6 immortal Gu house, Bai He Palace. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng was unwilling to give up. He used his investigative methods to search the surrounding waters again. There were no results. Qin Bai He seemed to have completely disappeared. The Lily Palace was also nowhere to be seen. What made Qin Yu Zhi Cheng even more puzzled was that there were no traces of a battle taking place here. Fang Yuan did not end Qin Bai He and Yu Chan's lives here. He did it in Dragonfish Sea area. But even if Qin Yu Zhi Cheng found Dragonfish Sea area, he would not be able to find any traces. Fang Yuan's methods to erase traces were extremely profound. They were not just for show. Furthermore, the entire battle took place in the battlefield killer move Purple Star Life Destruction. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng could not find anything. He started to feel suspicious. Fairy Lily is an expert among rank 7 Gua mortals. It is not possible for someone to kill her stealthily. Unless it is a rank 8 Gua mortal. Rank 8 Gua mortals usually suppress one side. They restrict each other. A slight move can cause a chain reaction. How could they kill Fairy Bai He for no reason? Thinking of this, Qin Yu Zhi Cheng let go of some of his worries. But soon his expression tightened. Don't tell me Fairy Lily is tired of me and decided to move her territory, taking away all the resources. Qin Yu Zhi Cheng thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. White Crane Sea area was a huge resource producer. How could Qin Bai He give it up so easily? Even if she found a better sea area, she would not give it up for no reason. Don't tell me she met a strong enemy that she could not match? With such a strong enemy here, she had no choice but to abandon her territory and retreat? Qin Yu Zhi Cheng had another thought, but soon he shook his head. If she met a strong enemy, how could Fairy Lily not ask for help? With her network, as long as she says a word, a large number of Gua mortals would come to help. What is going on? Why did Fairy Lily suddenly disappear? so mysteriously. Qing Yu Zhicheng's brows were tightly knitted. He did not think of the possibility that Qin Baihe was dead. Firstly, he did not want to think about it, and secondly, this possibility was quite unimaginable. After all, Qin Baihe was an influential person among Eastern Sea Gu immortals. She was famous in Eastern Sea. She was also not weak. She had rank 7 cultivation level. Who could easily kill such a person? Like Qing Yu Zhicheng had deduced, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked. But this possibility was even smaller. The 5 regions had been peaceful for a long time. Qing Yu Zhicheng subconsciously did not think that such a cruel murder would happen, especially when it happened to his beloved fairy. But after some investigation, Qing Yu Zhicheng confirmed something. No matter what happened, Fairy Lily is definitely in trouble. I need to find her and do my best to help her. At once, the thought of saving the damsel in distress filled Qing Yu Zhicheng's mind, burning his heart. If there are no clues here, I will find the nearby Gu immortals and ask them. In Qing Yu Zhicheng's mind, the name Yu Chan appeared. Yu Chan's Dragonfish Sea area was famous. In terms of distance, Yu Chan was the closest Gu immortal to Qin Baihe. They could be said to be neighbors. Qing Yu Zhicheng acted quickly. He immediately left White Crane Sea area. After some effort, he arrived at Dragonfish Sea area. Dragonfish Sea area was even more pitiful than White Crane Sea area. There had once been millions of dragonfish here. It was one of Eastern Sea's grand sceneries. But now, Qing Yu Zhicheng saw nothing. Sea winds blew past his ears. The seawater formed white waves that undulated continuously. How can this be? Even Dragonfish Sea area was plundered. Qing Yu Zhicheng was tongue-tied. He showed shock in his eyes. Qin Baihe's White Crane Sea area was like this. Yu Chan's Dragonfish Sea area was also like this. What caused this? After all, be it Yu Chan or Qin Baihe, they were both experts among rank 7s. Their battle strength was not weak at all. This time, Qing Yu Zhicheng not only felt bewilderment, he also felt a trace of fear. He raised his guard, diving into the sea to investigate, but to his dismay he found nothing. How can this be? What in the world happened? Not only Fairy Lily, but even Fairy Yu Chan had the same experience. Wait, Dragonfish business, Jewel Yellow Skies. Qing Yu Zhicheng's body shook. He quickly communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. Yu Chan's Dragonfish business was famous in the 5 regions. She had definitely left behind a will in Jewel Yellow Skies to manage the Dragonfish business. Qing Yu Zhicheng's consciousness entered Jewel Yellow Skies. He soon successfully contacted Yu Chan's will. Once they communicated, Qing Yu Zhicheng found that Yu Chan's will did not know what had happened. Yu Chan and her will have communicated quite frequently. The interval between each communication was less than 3 days. That is to say, within these 3 days, she and Fairy Lily both met with a mysterious incident. Cold sweat dripped down Qing Yu Zhicheng's forehead. The more he investigated, the more he discovered the truth. It was quite mysterious and terrifying. Be it Yu Chan or Qin Baihe, they would not be so senseless as to plunder all the resources and run away. This was all on the surface. They had met with an irresistible threat. An intense sense of worry shrouded Qing Yu Zhicheng's heart. No, I need to return home and ask the Gu immortals in my clan for help. Qing Yu Zhicheng felt his scalp turning numb as he stayed in the empty Dragonfish Sea area. He did not dare to stay for long. He immediately turned back. The murder of Qin Baihe and Yu Chan had already happened. Even though they had not found out the truth of the 2 fairies' deaths, with Qing Yu clan's immense strength, they would soon find out a portion of the truth. As for the perpetrator of this crime, he remained at large, riding a cloud through the skies of the western desert. After Fang Yuan left Eastern Sea, he did not go to northern plains. He went through southern border and arrived at western desert again. On the auspicious cloud, Fang Yuan's consciousness entered the sovereign immortal aperture, inspecting his gains in Eastern Sea. After killing Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. A vast number of dragonfish had already surpassed dragon-scale sea area. They could be seen everywhere in mini Eastern Sea. Great history iron and egg crystal stones were also in great quantities. There were also 2 rank 6 immortal gu. Fang Yuan had already made arrangements on how to feed them. Qin Baihe's wood-path immortal aperture was placed in Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. He could not annex it or carry it with him for a long time. As for Yu Chan's water-path immortal aperture, it was completely devoured by Fang Yuan. He gained a huge sea area and a large number of water-path Dao marks. However, these gains were nothing compared to City Wells. Indeed, City Well, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, was already in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan arrived in Eastern Sea. He first went to the turbulent flow sea area. He moved the city while he had left there into his sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he went to Dragonfish Sea area and brutally killed Yu Chan and Qin Bai He. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, City Well. Fang Yuan had been worried about this City Well for a long time. But earlier, when Fang Yuan used Pulling Mountain immortal gu, the effect was minimal. He could not put City Well into his immortal aperture. But this time, Fang Yuan used the Light of Wisdom to create an immortal killer move, using Pulling Mountain immortal gu as the core to target City Well. After much effort, he finally got what he wanted. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.